All right. Okay. I think we got it. I think I've successfully clicked go live. If not, then I'm sure someone will ping me in Discord later, and I'll realize, oh crap, I've gotten something out of whack here. But we're gonna be playing Victoria 3 on the Open Beta 1.2 with East India Company today, because I think it's gonna help us show off something that I did just do a video about, but sort of like Her Majesty's government, I did a video about something and then said, oh man, this is really fun. I should turn this into a campaign. But rather than turning this into a full campaign, I think it'll work pretty well. It's just like a general stream. So we're doing East India Company with Corn Laws, and we'll see if we can hit 1 billion today. I think it's possible, but because of the GDP rework, hitting 1 billion is a lot trickier than it was in ye olden days. And so the way that you approach the game has to be a little different. I think that the changes that have been made to Corn Laws largely are probably healthy, because they really are going to enable you to do reform a lot more consistently in a way that you definitely couldn't in 1.1. In 1.1, the best way to deal with landowners was just like fight them and win. But I think this will work. I think this will work. We are definitely going to need to increase our ports though. So what we're going to do is we're going to do 10 and 4. That'll leave us with enough leftover. I think probably we're just going to go ahead and drop a road maintenance decree in South Bengal, because we're going to be building so much there. And we also are going to need to get into atmospheric engine and railways, mechanical tools, etc. But we do already start with all the technology necessary to like really make use of Corn Laws. And so I don't know if we even need to start with any sort of social technology. One of the most important things in the game, of course, obviously, is like, when do you start moving into social technology? When you pick up general staff, stuff like that. Because that is going to have an outsized impact on the nature of the economy that you build in Victoria 3. Our weapons, because we're part of the British market, are so cheap that I think it makes sense to go ahead and start with general staff and then pick up the production technologies. Hey, what's up, Mr. Bartholomew? How's it going? Yeah, we just started, literally just started. You haven't really missed anything. So far, all we've done is set up a road maintenance in Calcutta and start queuing some construction, but nothing big that you've missed. I think what we're going to end up doing here is we're going to be building a pretty large number of universities, at least in the beginning of the game, because our economy is so large as East India Company that it makes sense to just lean into the size and scale of what you're working with. North Bengal and South Bengal are both just really good states in terms of availability of pops to work with. I'm just trying to decide like how big we can build our construction sector before I'm pausing. Yeah, we'll build another 10 in North Bengal and another 5 in Delhi. That's fine. And then we'll make sure that we're on iron frame buildings. That should be way more than enough construction considering. And make sure we're using cargo ports. Any sort of upgrades we can make in regards to our construction we probably should do. But I think that's probably alright. Okay, so like I said, we're going to be doing some construction here in-game, but we're also going to be switching into the availability of Corn Laws is EIC, because EIC really does benefit a lot from it because of the journal entries that we have available to us. So in 1.1 and 1.0, one of the easiest ways to like close the avert mutiny journal entry, I don't know if it broke it or not, because it does seem to be closing it in the same way, is just provoke a civil war with the landowner. That really was pretty easy to do and pretty easy to win as the EIC in 1.0 and 1.1, because all you had to do is trigger the revolt and then call in the UK, and the UK would just crush your landowner for you. And then that was it. That was the entire interaction in regards to your reform. You can still do that, but I think that generally speaking, you benefit from making use of Corn Laws if you can. And now Corn Laws are just a lot easier to use as a subject. So we actually have control over our tariffs as the EIC, because we can actually conduct trade as a subject now, which is, I think, really exciting. So we're going to unpause And we might end up recruiting another general or two, just to give us, more useful sized generals to work with. Because you want to make sure that your generals and your admirals are, like, roughly comparative in terms of their size. We have North India and South India for both of these. And, of course, we just have, like, an awful lot of landowners. Are any of these useful to us? Slavers, traditionalists, pacifists at least are going to be in favor of leaving peasant levies. Although they'll be in favor of leaving peasant levies to go into national militia, which is good, but really expensive. Layer images without last layer like in Photoshop. I actually don't know. I really have only started doing a little bit of modification of, like, images on my own very recently. So I'm probably not the best person to ask there. I think we can make Burma a puppet just, like, immediately, though. Yeah, we can make Burma a puppet immediately. We have an offensive planner and an offensive planner. All right. Well, we will mobilize one offensive planner there, and we'll mobilize... Both of those are the same, so we'll just mobilize another one here. So 1.2 to 1.2.1, they don't seem to have made a lot of drastic changes, but they have fixed the autonomous construction pool. So the autonomous construction pool was struggling to, like, actually build anything if you ran out of any sort of inputs. And so what that meant, of course, was that if you were trying to play the game deep and you were using autonomous investments, your game would break at a certain point. Whereas now you can actually play, like, the whole time. It's fine. Like, it definitely still has some slowness in the late game because they reintroduced the images here. But I like the images. Like, they do help keep me on task, I think. We could do Doctrine of Lapse. That would be okay. Mewar, Awadh, and Jodhpur. Those are all really small. Where is Mewar and Nagpur? Oh, no, Awadh. Awadh is a good candidate. And now we have a bunch more infamy. Good. I mean, infamy does matter now in Victoria 3 because it wasn't just capitalist pool, Chris. It was all of it. Any sort of autonomous investment broke down in the mid-late game as soon as you ran out of resources to input it, and you couldn't restart it. And so that's the biggest change that they've made in regards to 1.2 to 1.2.1. But I think that the biggest change is the change for 1.2. No, so Corn Laws, Mr. Bartholomew, is not really about corn. It's about laws. So what we're doing here is we've set ourselves up with Corn Laws to be turned on. So not everybody ends up becoming a bandit bastard, but it does seem like bandit is still, like, one of only a handful of characteristics. And so really an inappropriate number of people end up with bandit at a certain point in time. We could have added, like, war reparations to Burma, but it doesn't matter. Just need to make sure that we use Doctrine of Lapse, psychological warfare. Oh, could get somebody to step down. I guess it doesn't really matter. Dudley Foley is, like, fine. Everyone's gonna get syphilis in the landowners. That sounds like a landowner problem. Okay, so we have built away just an enormous amount of our starting money. I think probably some of that is just due to the fact that some of these costs are pretty ridiculous. Oh, why are we building... Oh, we don't have enough silk plantations is why the silk is just so ridiculously expensive in our market. if you want to make your government as left as possible, I mean, that I think is a good goal, but you do need to be aware of the mechanics of the game, right? Like, you're not going to be able to load up as East India Company, no, the vanilla is outliner. You just have to open it up over here. It's a really good outliner. I don't know why they hide it. It's kind of bananas that they bury it underneath like 15 layers like this, but you know, what are you gonna do? It's how they approach it. So we could potentially try to turn some of these states that we need into protectorates, because that is something that will count for consolidate colonial rule. It just needs to be a subject, including a... Oh, wait, did that not work? Are they not our puppet now? No, they are. They just didn't update on the map. What was I saying? You just need to turn these guys into subjects. That's all you need. And so if they don't have defend the borders, then you can potentially just bankroll them into becoming protectorates. But unfortunately for these guys, basically all of them are not willing to join the party. Yeah, our construction queue is actually probably large enough at this point, because again, your GDP is just like a lot smaller than it once was. So I think probably 10 more levels of construction is fine. We really do benefit a lot from research though, so I want to be funneling money into that. And the reason that I know that research is going to be useful for us, by the way, is just that like research is a force multiplier on your construction that already exists. We have a ludicrous number of opium plantations, for instance, and so one thing that we need to do if we want to maximize our own GDP here as the East India Company is we do need to get into more advanced methods of production, especially in regards to getting down to pump jacks. Pump jacks is going to be really huge for the EIC, and so we do want to prioritize our innovation. If we only had like one level of opium plantations, then obviously you lean more into construction, but the more construction you have like already in the game at game start, the more you need to lean into utilizing that construction via technology, right? Because it really is going to dramatically increase the productivity of some of these buildings if we can A, reduce the cost of silk, but B, if we can go ahead and actually build good buildings. Like, all right, well, we can switch into government administration. That's pretty good because we picked up Awad. But like, if we went down to prioritize non-luxury clothes, we'd demand more fabric, but we'd crash the price of silk locally. That's a short-term problem for silk producers. But the big thing that we're going to be trying to make use of is just switching into the market liberal via Corn Laws, because that really is going to let us make some dramatic changes here. Because now market liberal lets you switch out of serfdom. So we can switch out of serfdom, out of traditionalism, out of mercantilism. Of course, switching out of traditionalism is going to demand an awful lot of bureaucracy, so we are going to need to have a reasonable sized economy by the time we hit that. And this is where maybe it's going to make sense for us to build some silk plantations. Yeah, we could build some silk plantations. We could build 10 and 10. That's fine. Yeah, it's not even like playing I think the biggest trap that people fall into when they're approaching Victoria 3 is that they try to just take their personal ideologies and bring them into the game without understanding the historical context, right? Like, if you want to turn the East India Company into like a socialist superstate, you absolutely can, but you need to be careful about it, right? You need to be cognizant about the decisions that you are making in regards to the development of your economy and the development of your society, because they are interlinked. And so you really, you can't just say, all right, Nepal is going to be communist in 1840, because their economy wouldn't support it. Their societies, their interest groups wouldn't support it. Now, we could switch out of mercantilism, but I don't really see a good point for us to do that. We will eventually switch out of peasant levies, but that'll be something that we'll get once we've started to break down the power of the landowner. Oh, Why do we have this armed forces in power? Why do we have that armed forces in power? We don't need them. We do not need them. So construction goods. We could increase our construction in terms of the economic efficiency of it if we just had more iron on the map. And one way, of course, that we can get more iron is by building up more government administrations and then trading for it. But generally, that's going to be strongest once we're actually in free trade, right? At the beginning of the game, we're not getting a whole lot out of free trade because we just don't have a whole lot of bureaucracy, and vice versa. But once we've built up some more bureaucracy and some more ports, then we can really transform our economy, hopefully into a portage economy. Those are pretty cool. I think they're fun. South Bengal still has an awful lot of infrastructure, so we could potentially build an even larger university here. Wouldn't hate that. And we're building a size 10. Yeah, we could build this up to a size 21. So, all right. In terms of DLC, I think that there are a couple of things that I think the game, I don't know if it's necessarily air quotes missing, but I think that there's some things that the game could absolutely use. I think that the game needs more complex interactions between subject and overlord. I think that's something that will dramatically increase the replayability as subjects. But I do think that the 1.2 changes really have made playing as a subject a lot more fun. We could potentially just start some fights here, but I think conquering Sind is probably going to be worth the 12.5 infamy. It's either that or we puppet it. But of course we are running pretty low on our influence. 5 infamy though is 5 infamy. And of course we could just annex subject instead of using the doctrine of lapse. Yeah, annexing a subject isn't necessarily a bad thing, because it might give us just like all we need in terms of economic growth to hit 100 pretty quickly. Yeah, you know what? Let's annex Baroda. Yeah, this is fine. So, because of the GDP recalculation, Chris, are you aware of the way that the GDP recalc has been done? Because the recalc is, I think, pretty significant in terms of the implications for how you play the game. So, alright, good. We got a new leader for our age. Awesome. So now we can start working on good, actually useful laws. Why can we not switch out of traditionalism? Because we're still in serfdom. Which now, because the landowner with a market liberal is in favor of abolishing serfdom, means we get a gigantic bonus to ending serfdom, right? 73%, because it's using that 73% legitimacy of clout of the landowner to work on passing that law. We could potentially increase it by bringing the rural folk in, but that's not worth it. Going down to 31 legitimacy is not worth a small increase in enactment success chance, considering that right now we're getting extra radical or extra loyalists and enactment time. Yeah, and it doesn't upset them. But as I said in the video where we talked initially about the rework, I actually think that largely that's a good thing for people, because it was actually pretty easy to end serfdom here as the EIC by just like fighting the aristocrats and killing them, and it was doable. It was kind of gamey in a way that I don't know if it felt good or not, but it was definitely doable. And so you could fight the aristocrats, crush them, reduce their landowner the landowner clout to 0, and then have a rural folk armed forces government pretty consistently. And that was cute. It was definitely different, which was, I think, one of my favorite things about it. But it wasn't like I don't know. It didn't feel particularly good, I think. I think it plays a little better now, because now the delta is mostly concentrated just around people who use corn laws, excuse me, rather than people who are like too afraid to start a civil war. Because I think there are a lot of people who are rightly afraid to be starting civil wars. What are you doing? 72%. You gonna give me some of this? I mean, 20% loyalists is like basically nothing versus 20% enactment success chance. 20% loyalists in one tiny state doesn't matter. Not in the broader scheme of things. But we are building our innovation up, because again, if you have a large economy, you do want to make sure that you're using your construction points and that you're growing your construction points. But B, you really do want to be making sure that you are taxing services, Walker. Jesus Christ. You want to make sure that you're using your consumption taxes and not being dumb. That's the other big secret. So you're always able to reform the government as long as you actually have... So by reforming the government, you can always click this and move people back and forth, the interest groups back and forth. But if you end up with an illegitimate government, then obviously like there's nothing you can do in regards to making taxes different, which is the big thing that you're trying to do when you're making these little adjustments here. All right, we annexed Baroda. Good. And now we are at 24.4. That's fine. It's going to be pretty soon till we can hit Doctrine of Lapse again. We'll annex another one of our subjects, and then I think we'll probably attack the Sikh Empire for Punjab once we hit General Staff. So we'll let that retooling tick down. Maybe we'll conquer Sindh while we're waiting, because we do want to make sure that we hit all of the requirements for consolidating colonial rule and reforming the Indies. And now, with serfdom abolished, we are one step towards doing reform the Indies, right? We still need to do slavery banned, and we still need to do either free trade or mercantilism, but we're going to be doing that. But this is generating extra happiness with the landowner, because they are in favor of switching either into traditionalism or interventionism or laissez-faire. Now, in this case, it might make sense for us to actually switch into interventionism rather than laissez-faire. Laissez-faire uses 75% private construction allocation, which instead of the 50% private construction allocation of interventionism, means you have way less control over the nature of the economy that you build. But of course, here we get 25% extra capitalist and shopkeeper interest rate, or investment pool contribution efficiency, and the loan interest rate discount. So generally speaking, laissez-faire is going to be more powerful, but I think having the switch into laissez-faire available to us as another way to get extra happiness for the landowner is going to be pretty useful. At least if they're sticking with the current leadership with their market liberal. Looks like the British did indeed defeat Great Qing. Good. Yep, widespread opium addiction. That's good, because that means that actually we might be able to make some sick money exporting to... Nope, can't export to Great Qing. But you can control export-import routes as a subject, right? We could, for instance, export 33 levels of sugar to the Austrian market. That might be worth it. But generally speaking, this sort of trade really picks up. Yeah, laissez-faire is really, generally speaking, very powerful. But because it does consume a lot more of your, or rather it moves a lot of your construction over to the private construction side, it's less like click it immediately in 1838 than it was in ye olden days, because it does mean that you really don't have any sort of direction over the development of your economy. I think now it makes a lot more sense, unless you start with a lot of capitalists like Great Britain or France, to probably switch into interventionism first and then build an economy that supports capitalists and then switch into laissez-faire. On that note, it probably makes sense for us to go ahead and build some tooling industry, doesn't it? Who has the most infrastructure? Central India has a ton of infrastructure. Sure, whatever. Build a bunch in Central India. And we'll do those as wrought iron tools. Now that is going to dramatically increase the cost of iron, but we'll expand our iron to boot. Yeah, we'll just drop 10 in Mysore. And this is Orissa. Yeah, we can just drop 10 in Orissa too. All right, cool. We got interventionism. Yeah, we'll switch into free trade. All right. Well, we got general staff, and now we have a massive bureaucracy, tax waste. Right. We need to build some. We need to build some government administrations. Yeah, we'll build a couple in East India, or in the central area where we're building up some industry. That's okay. We're not particularly close to being able to build up a really big skyscraper, and so I don't mind putting government administrations in a couple of different states, because it does give us an increase to our taxation capacity. Now, mind you, this taxation capacity is largely not that big a deal, because we're talking about taxation capacity in provinces with mostly peasants at work. And so you don't need to sweat too much about the issues in regards to, you know, all right, you're not going to have enough taxation capacity here, because these people aren't paying any taxes anyway, right? Like, even if we had high taxes and everything was fine, then they would be okay. The game, it's not about necessarily being difficult or not instinct. It's that it has a lot of interconnected mechanics. And so if you don't respect or understand those interconnected mechanics, you're not going to play very well, or at least not in regards to like trying to hit like high GDP numbers. 1 second. Like, there's a lot of information, especially on the subreddit, that's just like actively incorrect about the way that you should be playing the game if you're trying to play the game optimally. And so that's like why we're doing all these guides, because there's still people who just like don't understand how the game is played. And so that, I mean, again, you can play the game like however you want to in regards to having fun, and that's totally fine. But I think that there's just like a lot of people who are not good at the game yet, which indicates that there's some sort of communication breakdown. Yeah, we're just gonna do irregulars, no cannons as our conscripts, because we shouldn't need to conscript against these guys. It really should not be a high priority. But now we do need to add some ammunition. Oh, we can't add ammunition because we don't have a percussion cap, and the British haven't built it up yet. Well, you know what? We can do that. We can fix it. And we can do tools and railways. And is there enough steel for us to switch our tools over to steel? Maybe. Let's find out how the British market responds. Because one of the nice advantages here to being part of the British market is that we can kind of just like click whatever we want to in regards to our methods of production, and then other people in the market will respond to that change in a way that hopefully is going to produce economic value for us. I am going to have our wheat farms on vineyards though, because that's going to increase employment for shopkeepers, and shopkeepers now in 1.2 actually do pay into your investment pool. That's a big deal. Yeah, I think that's okay. So now the price on guns is still really high, so we'll fix up our guns and then we'll probably conquer some more guys. Royalists, peasants, intelligentsia. Yeah, alright, let them fight. Someone's gonna die, but that seems like a skill issue. Oh, it looks like they killed the rural folk and replaced them with a slaver? What? Alright, well, we're gonna have to deal with that rural folk guy in due turn then, because otherwise we actually can't close out the East India journal entry here. I guess we'll take Bastar. Jodhpur is probably okay. Yeah, we'll take Jodhpur. That gives us a direct line to Sindh. Yeah, the adjustments in regards to investment pool, I think, are actually really good. We could, yeah, let's just conquer Sindh. We need to conquer Sindh before we run out of time. And we probably need to add a couple more government administrations as we conquer these guys. But that's okay. We can get there. We can get there. Alright, so the Sikh Empire did indeed jump in on this war, but that's okay. We can potentially use this as an opportunity to cut them down to size. Just like to take land from them. We'll see. Is there anything here we could conquer? We could conquer Punjab for 15 infamy. That's okay. It is, again, it's going to result in an awful lot of radicals for us. And radicals are a much bigger deal now in this version in 1.2 than they were before, simply because they're going to cause a construction efficiency penalty. And that is actually a big deal. Yeah, you know what? We'll take war reparations from Sikh too. That's fine. So now we're just going to crush Sindh, and then we'll go back up north and crush the Sikh Empire. We should be okay. Yeah, we have almost input good shortages on artillery and ammunition, but not quite. We could import guns. That's all right. Import some ammunition and some cannons. Yeah, that's okay. And indeed, the Sikhs are trying desperately to attack us, but this is going to be pretty bad for them, I think. Especially because they are going to start by just, like, hurling troops up against our guns. Yeah, they're doing a really big battle over here. Oh, nope. Actually, they're both defending. Good. Here they are trying to attack us. Bikaner is... Oh, no. Bikaner is attacking the Sikh Empire. That's okay. We will push through Sindh, and then our big stack will just push through Punjab. And that should go pretty well. Should go pretty well. Yep. Push into Punjab. Now, the one big downside here, though, as EIC, is that in order to meet these requirements, our infamy is going to be bananas. Which means that all this territory that we're going to be conquering is going to come with an awful lot of people who are not happy with us. Baluchistan, Pashtunistan, Kashmir, Punjab. So we just need a couple more of these states. We're taking Punjab right now, and then we just need one more, so we could potentially just conquer this territory up here, or even just subject all of them. What? I mean, well... Yeah, alright, we're not going to try to convert people, because of the way that this avert mutiny works. We want to make sure that we don't have input good shortages, and we don't have just like a bunch of radicals running around, because that's going to be pretty bad. Alright, so there's supposed to be a new state action. Reset production methods. Alright, good. What production methods are out of date in Delhi? That one I'm not sure about. Alright, we've upgraded our education. That's good. Yep. Alright, good. Vineyards. Vineyards was probably what happened. They probably just built some vineyards, or they built some grain in Delhi and didn't upgrade. It's my best guess. And now we're really close to being unlocked in regards to our ability to just go nuts in regards to trade. All we need now is, actually, we probably want to get central archives before some of this stuff. Then we'll get Atmo, then we'll get Rail. Because central archives is going to give us just an infinite amount of bureaucracy, and that's going to allow us to do a lot of trade. We are running a net negative 15k, which looks spooky because we are starting to pick up credit. But if this credit becomes too expensive, we can always do something about it. Ooh, For instance, is there anybody who is in favor of ending slavery here? The intelligentsia are in favor of ending slavery. That's no good, because if we try to reform them and we bring in the intelligentsia, 41 legitimacy isn't apocalyptically bad. Is there anything else here that we might want to be working on instead? Land-based taxation into per capita taxation would be supported by rural folk and armed forces. And it wouldn't really reduce our money that much, but I think ending slavery is probably the more useful thing. Ooh, we can go into debt slavery first, because the market liberal is in favor of it. Sure, yeah, let's go into debt slavery, and then from debt slavery we can go into slavery abolished. Assuming that the rural folk get around to endorsing slavery ended. This is gonna cheese off the rural folk, but only because they made themselves angry. They did this to themselves, I promise. All right, let's push. Oh, whoops. Let's push some of these government administrations to the top, because I do think that trade is just going to be really good for us. But I'm not like super worried about getting a whole bunch of gold super duper early, because gold, it doesn't scale particularly well. It's really good if you start as a small country with not a lot of money, but it's pretty meh otherwise. Debt slavery, how's it that we're gonna like miss every single one of these rolls? One of these days we're gonna get a 60% roll, I promise. Okay. But you see now, because we're in interventionism, our construction pool is actually going to be split. So we don't have all of our construction. In fact, half of it is going to be building this private construction, which we're not going to have any control over. And so investing in your construction pool, it's good, but it's definitely gotten worse in comparison to where it was in 1.0 and 1.1, because you don't control all of it. And so you really do need to be prioritizing the construction of a good number of. Ooh, we can't make the intelligentsia that mad. We can make the intelligentsia slightly mad. Yeah, we can make the intelligentsia slightly mad. What are they radical about? This will radicalize the intelligentsia. Well, something is going to radicalize the intelligentsia. They want to restore legacy slavery. How do you guys want to restore legacy slavery? Why do you guys want to go into slavery band? Intelligentsia, you guys are so crazy. You guys are so crazy. Okay, so we do need to still set ourselves up in regards to taxation policy, but this is non-functional in terms of its legitimacy. This is not great, but it's fine, I guess. And now we can start on per capita taxation. The landowners won't like that, but it's okay. The landowners are happy enough that they'll deal with a lot of insults to their power. But this one is going to be a little harder, because we're going to be trying to pass this with a lot of stall chance. So we're going to run the first run here with per capita taxation, and then we'll see what happens. It might drop off. No schools, legal guardianship, hereditary bureaucrats. We should also try to fix hereditary bureaucrats. But at the moment, I'm not super worried about the movement to restore legacy slavery. What are the new? They're anti-slavery, so they're even more opposed to debt slavery than they are to legacy slavery, I guess. All right, that's cute, I guess. That's cute. Yeah, we're gonna increase military costs. That's fine. Because we're just going to try to import guns, and potentially we might have to build some just to keep our costs down as a government. But this is where, because we're part of another market, is going to be a little harder to expand these in a way that's productive just for us, right? Because any guns that we build are going to be part of the British market now, which means that we're not guaranteed to have long-term control over them. Are we gonna hit it? Backroom dealings exposed. No. All right, well, that's a bummer. Then we will have to cancel per capita, right? Is there anybody else we can bring in that wouldn't cause 0 legitimacy? Doesn't look like it. Well, if you guys want to restore legacy slavery so bad, we could. That would really piss off the landowners, though. Yeah, so Trevor, we did this. We switched into debt slavery out of legacy slavery as the EIC, but we also apparently they've rebalanced anti-slavery, or there's just something here that I'm missing. But now debt slavery is worse than legacy slavery, and so because we moved out of legacy slavery and into debt slavery, we pissed off not just the intelligentsia but also the rural folk, because the rural folk became a slaver in this game for some reason after somebody died. But yeah, we switched into debt slavery. I think we're gonna be able to get around it. Yeah, the revolution is gonna break apart at some point, rather than some point in the near to immediate future. All right, so now we have tons of bureaucracy, so we can actually conduct some trade. But we don't have a lot of interests set up. That's what we're missing. All right. Well, we can fix interests. We can secure some long-term interests in like the Himalayas, for instance, by just conquering these territories, and we probably still need to do that. Whoa, Prussia's up to 75 infamy. Good lord. So what debt slavery does is if somebody becomes poor enough, they can actually become a slave. But it means that our slavery is like more dependent on SOL than anything else. And so the rural folk, generally speaking, oppose debt slavery because of the nature of their current setup. Where is it? Yeah. In particularist, they normally oppose debt slavery and are in favor of the other things. And so if you can end slavery via going through debt slavery, then you can usually manage to get your rural folk pretty happy. But because we have a slaver in charge, we'll see. We should be okay. All right, what do we have that's cheap that we can? Oh, right, we have to get more interests. First of all, let's get an interest in the Rhine, and then second of all, let's secure a long-term interest here in the Himalayas. And we'll just conquer Sikkim. Are we? Yeah, we're still on Doctrine of Lapse, so we can potentially annex some of this. It's all 10 infamy, so it's Orissa. Is that Bodhpur? What the heck is Bodhpur? Oh, Bhopal. Who's next? Bikaner. Yeah, we can take Bikaner. That's fine. That's okay. And now we can use our handy-dandy state action reset production methods. Boom. Done. That is a huge upgrade in terms of quality of life in 1.2. I'm really excited to see that one. But let's keep leaning into what we got going on here. Let's see if we can export any dyes. Anybody want to buy dyes? You guys want to buy some liquor? Yeah, you guys want to buy some liquor. Everybody likes buying British liquor. They love it. Absolutely love it. Export. Nobody wants any coffee. But this is something that is like doable now as the East India Company that really wasn't doable before, because you couldn't trade beforehand, but now you can. Oh, now there's a giant movement saying enact slavery ban, so we can use that. Oh, why are they not contributing more to that? Oh, because of course the rural folk are opposed. That's why they're not contributing more to slavery banned as a movement. But if we get slavery banned through, preserve debt slavery. All right, so there is a massive political revolution brewing in the background. Uh-oh. let's see what we can do. We can make the landowners a little happier even still. What can we do to make the landowners even happier so that way they won't oppose us starting slavery band? Oh, well, we did set ourselves up where we could get more happiness by switching into laissez-faire if we wanted to, so we will. Yeah, so we'll get laissez-faire through, and then we'll come back and do this giant, hopefully growing slavery band movement. So it depends on what you're doing in regards to the Sikhs. You can't puppet them at game start anymore because the way they've rebalanced the way puppets work. So the East India Company now cannot be a major power, which means that you can't actually puppet the Sikhs at game start. You can puppet them after you've taken Punjab, and we may end up doing that, but it's going to be something where we're going to need the truce to burn off. There isn't a Corn Laws for other IGs, but there are other journals that kind of like combine. So the journal entry for radicalism, that sort of is the same thing, but yeah, those are like, well, they're mid-game. It depends on what's happening, right? You can get the radical journal entry as basically anybody if you get enough radicals and you have access. What's the trigger for the revolution? I don't remember what the trigger is, but basically it's very possible to get radical, like the rising radicals leaders in your interest groups pretty early. 1840s, 1850s can be doable if you spike your radicals too high too fast, but that could be a feature rather than being a bug. All right, good. We can export British clothes. We can probably export British luxury clothes if I had to guess. Ah, good, we can. Oh my god, can we export British luxury clothes? And I'm gonna guess we probably can export British luxury furniture to at least somebody. Yep, Vietnam wants them, sure. We already exported a whole bunch of clothes, but yeah, we could export a little bit of furniture. And potentially import export not on grain, but now we're just using our ability to interact with the market as a subject, and I do think that it's generally speaking pretty powerful, especially if you're importing goods that undercut your subsistence farms. So importing a whole bunch of fabric here, it's going to hurt the profitability of our subsistence farms because that's one of the handful of goods that they're making. 20%, nah, 20% is always good. Enactment success chance is like basically always a good thing. Ooh. But also necessary is construction. All right, so what are we gonna want to build here? Probably paper mills. Paper mills or munition plants. Those look pretty good. South Bengal. Looks like we don't have any currently set up easily growable paper mills, so just drop a 10 stack in Assam. That's fine. And then we'll probably drop a 5 stack of ammunition somewhere. Hey, we just conquered Sind. We could do that. Isn't it romantic? Yeah, we'll get technology. It's generally good to get technology. You don't need to conquer anymore. In fact, because of the rework to turmoil, it's not even that good. So here we've conquered an 83% turmoil state because we're conquering at high infamy. And so we've conquered Sikkim, but that means that we came with 85 infamy, or with 83 turmoil, which is 100% state construction efficiency. So you just like, you can't really use the land that you're conquering if you're conquering at maximum infamy anymore. Especially if you're conquering at maximum infamy where there's just like a ton of unincorporated pops and unincorporated states. And so it really does, I think 1.2 really did a big thing in regards to updating the game. I think it's a huge upgrade personally. And then we'll probably add more government admins. Yeah, just add more admins. Add 5 in Assam and Sind and Sikh. Now, all right, Diplopacts. We're paying a bunch to Great Britain. That one's sort of unassailable. We haven't increased our government wages by a lot. Well, it breaks the AI construction, but turmoil just breaks construction generally right now. I think it might be too strong. That's possible, but it definitely is pretty annoying to deal with. All right, per capita taxation we could take another stab at. That would be rural folk or armed forces. And now it's actually positive in terms of money. Good. So yeah, let's do another stab at per capita taxation. I'm assuming that because the rural folk are jerks, yeah, they won't work with anybody here. Oh, if it ever tries to buy in a high turmoil state, yeah, that makes sense. If it gets stuck on a high turmoil state, then you can end up with some pretty bad AI behaviors. That is logical. We're building those. We're building those. Could potentially import some more tools, but there's just not a lot of tools to go around. Yeah, you either put down a violent suppression on the state, or you put down road maintenance, or both. You could do both. Hey, of course, the tooling workshops are, as always, like one of the most profitable investments. That one's pretty consistent. That one is pretty consistent. Does not matter, at least as far as I can tell, what version you're playing on. Oh, good. Let's set up some import routes on iron. That'll also be helpful. And wood. Good. Iron, wood, tools we could potentially import, but there's still just like not a lot of availability there. But free trade is going to be pretty helpful as a subject now. It was one of those things that was functionally useless. Ooh, that's cool. I don't know if it's necessary, because the fact of the matter is that, like, it was kind of always a problem that people could do bankrupt. Oh, come on. Giving me these per capita taxation problems. We might have gotten cursed by some really bad rolls on stall chances, because sometimes you get stall chances that don't give you permanent modifiers on the roll, but sometimes you do, and we got some permanent modifiers on our roll for per capita, so we might end up having to move into proportional, which is one of those things that now makes me want to pick up egalitarianism. Yeah, we can do egalitarianism. That's pretty good. Bureaucracy, prestige. I think the bureaucracy thing is probably the biggest deal for us, considering the current nature of our economy. And then after psychiatry, we're probably just going to rush down to pump jacks. With any sort of economy that starts with a large number of agricultural buildings, you do need to prioritize, like, making use of the things that you currently have in terms of your construction points. And so here, starting with, like, size 100 opium plantations is the East India Company. If you want to maximize the productivity of these things, you make sure that they have access to good methods. And the best method here is pump jacks. It's a big upgrade in terms of the economic work that you get done with those buildings. But the speed at which you grow an economy is definitely a lot slower now. Which is, I think, generally speaking, good. All right, so what do we still need? We still have Doctrine of Lapse that we could click again. We are currently at 40 infamy. Yeah, it can be pretty painful. It makes it so that, like, I think now you really probably should not just be crushing yourself with debt like this. I think this might have been me scaling our construction sector in to a larger economy. I think probably starting with like, I don't know, maybe probably starting with 100 is probably just a little cheaper, a little more cost effective, because we spiked the prices on our construction goods so much that it made it difficult to reliably use them, at least without burying ourselves in credit. All right, so we could potentially puppet the Sikh Empire now. They are down to 15 infamy, and that would end the consolidate colonial rule. Now all we need to do this is not tax based and enacted slavery banned. All right, well we're not gonna deal with the Sikhs, not in this war. We'll just defend. We have so much infamy at the moment that getting a whole bunch of infamy via this tiny GDP puppet doesn't really make sense. The Sikhs aren't going to be able to beat us anyways. Just out of curiosity, if we switched into proportional, we'd be at +9. So you see that per capita is just like a lot more money than proportional. Part of that is due, of course, to just the nature of the economy that you're setting up. Per capita taxation is, generally speaking, going to be way less opposed by the leadership. Rural folk, landowners. All right, yeah, we should be working on something. Slavery banned is -20 from debt slavery. Why is it -20 from debt slavery? Oh, geez. All right, I borked this because legacy slavery. It's actually like easier to go from legacy slavery to slavery banned than from debt slavery to slavery banned. I think we're probably gonna start this over. Honestly, I think I overbuilt my construction sector and then just clicked into debt slavery too early. Because per capita is good if you have a high pop and relatively few construction points that you've spent, because it taxes like laborers the same way. Especially if you have relatively low automation, then per capita can be pretty good. But I think we're probably just gonna start over. I think debt slavery was a mistake. Mm-hmm. So yeah, Trevor, I'm gonna take a quick, maybe like a 5 minute, but we're gonna start back up with the EIC, and we'll talk about corn laws in regards to the development of a subject. What the hell? Susie, get out of there! Quit biting on that. The cats are messing around with my aux cords, and they make a lot of noise. All right, I'll be back in like 5 minutes or so. All right, yeah. We're live. We screwed up the first start because I switched to debt slavery and then I took a quick break. All right, so here we are playing EIC on the open beta 1.2. And I'm sure that this is going to be pretty yawning, but we are going to go into Corn Laws, but we're going to do it because here in 1.2, they've made it so you can go into Corn Laws as a subject. But not just go into Corn Laws, you can conduct trade as a subject. And so the options that you have as EIC are just like a lot more open than they were at the beginning of the game. You have a lot more opportunities for expansion. I think it generally plays a lot better, personally. I think that the upgrade there is mostly good. It does make Corn Laws even more powerful. I think Trevor, once we get out of the open beta and into like a set version of 1.2, I think a really fun thing would be to do a multiplayer where like everybody is playing as either a small nation inside of India and trying to overthrow the British, or playing as a small nation in Germany trying to overthrow the Prussians, something like that. I think a multiplayer stream on Saturday would be fun. But given that it is currently still in open beta, I don't want to risk it. I think we're going to start with a slightly smaller construction sector, but still with the basic idea of just trying to build your innovation up really quickly, because innovation as the EIC is pretty good. There's some pretty important laws that you need to get changed relatively quickly. On that note, what did we start with? Because apparently your rural folk can roll into slavery is something that we discovered. I was actually not sure. I had never seen that before, but we got it. So it is technically possible. Yeah, it's hard to find multiplayer games in beta, but also just like I think broadly speaking, it's probably just gonna be inadvisable because there's so many opportunities for things to break. All right, the construction needs to be on iron frame, and Assam has the most infrastructure, or central India. Yeah, it's okay. We'll do 5 in Assam. We'll do a couple in East India Company Central. That's fine. That's okay. Oh, right. Max taxes, services, luxury clothes, opium, road maintenance. I'm not going to bother putting decrees on everything as the EIC. Generally speaking, decrees are one of those things that scale pretty poorly once you get large enough. So you do need to be aware of like the size of the economy that you're working with in regards to what you should be spending your authority on. I think that generally speaking, people are too enthusiastic to spend to use decrees when they have more than like 5 states. Once you have a large number of states or a wide empire specifically, then you might as well stop. I still think it's probably correct to just puppet Burma right away. It might not even be necessary to do any Doctrine of Lapse stuff anymore, because Doctrine of Lapse, yes, it does allow you to annex these territories and therefore get control over their POPs and their GDP, which is like pretty critical for the survivability of the EIC, because it's one of the things you need to do in order to clear your quests. But I think broadly speaking, it is skippable. I think we're probably going to still do egalitarianism and central archives, and then Atmo, tools, railway. And then I'm trying to think if there's anything else we need to necessarily queue up immediately. Portugal has declared us their rival. Well, that's cute, Portugal. That is cute. But I do think that, broadly speaking, you want to lean into where your resources currently are at construction, in regards to construction at game start. And so if you have the ability to lean into research, then go for it. But you do need a large economy to really make use of it, right? If you only have 400 construction points worth of buildings built at game start, innovation doesn't do nearly as much for you as 4,000. Okay. So the British are starting their opium war. That makes sense. That's ultimately short-term problem for our GDP because now we can't do our export to Great Qing via the UK, and so that's going to crash the productivity of our opium buildings temporarily, but only temporarily. This will recover once the British win, assuming the British win. If they don't, that can also be pretty bad for your economy as the East India Company. But Trevor, how have you been enjoying the 1.2 branch so far? It feels pretty fresh to me. I've been very excited to be playing on it. Make sure that all of our methods are where we want them to be. But basically, we would just want to maximize our methods of production whenever possible. Look, you guys get as mad as you want, but I guess we'll just increase the approval of the rural folk because they're the ones that matter. All right, got ourselves a market liberal. Now we'll just run with the landowner for a little bit. And we'll start by abolishing serfdom. We talked about that in another video, but there's going to be another video coming out soon about turmoil, trade, and infamy. But basically because of the new rework to infamy, going over 100 it's a lot more painful in terms of what it does to your economy, right? Because it now with the way that, with the way things are set up, it really, you get like nothing out of conquering things that are only radicals in turmoil. Well, you can sort of encourage people to build certain industries in laissez-faire if you just lean into certain parts of the economy. Then you'll end up where the laissez-faire will go wherever you kind of want it to go, right? Like in this case, it may end up moving to North Bengal. Oh, cool, we got serfdom abolished. Good. It may end up moving to North Bengal sooner rather than later. We'll see. We'll see. We could just immediately switch into free trade instead of... Like last time we went traditionalism, interventionism, laissez-faire, but I think probably we want to just move through these things as quickly as we can. Yeah, we'll just move through laws. We'll do free trade, then we'll do laissez-faire, then we'll do slavery ban, and hopefully by the time we get to slavery ban, we'll have built up a larger university than this, and that'll give us a stronger intelligentsia. Forbidden Greece. All right. Well, we will increase the cost of our military goods. Forbidden Greece. We could also potentially fire a couple of troops just to reduce the size of our army, because it is a lot larger than it needs to be in order to beat our local enemies. Yeah, that's fine. Because we're gonna just have access to really good guns. You can't access the older beta, Stefan, but in the older beta, the private construction broke if you ran out of any like sort of input, but it works now. Obviously, it still has some bugs. I have had a couple of crash to desktops, but generally speaking, I think that 1.2 now is definitely playable. I think that if you watched any of OPB stuff, then you probably are aware that there was an issue at the beginning of the game, but it has been solved. I'm not thrilled to be building agricultural buildings right now, but one of the things that I think is really important in regards to just like sculpting your economy is paying attention to the productivity in specific states. Or in specific buildings, and in this case we just don't have like a lot of productivity in our industrial buildings. Part of that is that we don't have advanced methods of production, but part of that is also we're part of the British market, and the British, you know, they have control over so much of their industrial slice of their economy that it's going to be hard for us to compete with them. But it also means by leaning into these agricultural buildings, we are going to get more buildings built as soon as possible. And because we're actually using the landowner, I don't mind as much making them powerful. It's gonna piss off the armed forces if we do this, but it's okay. End of the Corn Laws. Good. And now I think we can go ahead and do laissez-faire. The rural folk could get really mad. They're gonna get really mad, but that's, you know, whatever. That sounds like a rural folk problem. We're working on egalitarianism, and then we're working on central archives. All right. Yeah, that's okay. Central archives means that we just wouldn't need to build as many government administrations as a result of passing laissez-faire, because when we pass laissez-faire, we're going to cut into our bureaucracy quite a lot. But I'm okay with that. We'll just build 15 levels of government admin. Macron wants to enter into an alliance. I don't think so. But I think, so I don't have necessarily like a strong opinion on the current economic systems. I do think that laissez-faire, because it's 75% private construction allocation, it is a little spookier to be playing with laissez-faire than it was in the beginning of the game. Yeah, I don't know if I really want to hurt the intelligentsia that much, because we are going to need them in order to actually like get slavery banned, and that is critical here because we are trying to do the consolidate colonial rule and avert mutiny without doing a civil war, because doing it via civil war, I think is still doable, because I was able to get them to the aristocrats to rise up and then the UK to put them down, but it does still seem to, I don't know if it breaks the avert mutiny channel like journal entry, but it definitely removes it. And so I think it's more flavorful to not do that, at least right now. But I think agrarianism still just like, it just doesn't work. There's not enough arable land. That's the biggest problem. We could potentially use a conquer state here on Sindh. These guys are just like so miserable to interact with in the Himalayas. I guess Nepal, this is only 6 infamy if we puppet them, and then we could conquer those guys for six more. But we're just trying to make sure that our infamy doesn't get over 25. I've played a little bit in Australia and Canada. I think I did a video for one of them not that long ago. I've made so many videos for Victoria 3 that I can't even like really remember everything that I've made over the years. 38 legitimacy. 38 legitimacy is 38 legitimacy. That's more than 0. So we'll drop an opium consumption tax. We'll bolster the intelligentsia, and we'll switch into slavery banned. And then we'll probably miss the first roll and then have to remove it, but that's okay. South Bengal gets an arms manufacturing ban for that long? I don't think so. Oh, the shogunate gets removed if you do a revolution. I mean, you could remove the shogun very easily via civil war in 1.1. And so I don't think the meta has changed a lot, at least under the hood. But we'll see. Like, I think ultimately we'll probably come back to Japan once 1.2 is like fully released. Because I'm actually really curious what the interaction is between like Corn Laws and isolationism now. I have not played it yet, so I don't know for sure. But it seems like Corn Laws and isolationism, because you can still start as Japan by attacking Great Britain, getting them to demand free trade, and then just backing down. Oh, you don't have to wait for the 10-year like honorable restoration? Interesting. That means that it might still be correct as Japan to just civil war your shogunate away, because that was always, it was fun. It was pretty easy in regards to winning your civil war. You just put all your arms manufacturings in your capital and then crush them. But it definitely worked. All right, so we should probably start a Diplo play to conquer. Yeah, we could conquer Sindh. That might draw the Sikhs in, and then we would probably want to conquer Punjab and then end up with a whole bunch of infamy. But whatever. A whole bunch of infamy is generally not a good thing if you're going to be conquering a whole bunch of stuff, because the turmoil problem. But I think we'll be okay. I think we'll be okay here. Let's find out. Oh, Kome's father? Why would it get you Kome's father? He's dead. that's wild. Did they... Oh, man. All right. Well, let's see. Maybe we'll get this. Maybe we'll get this. Ah, sweet. We got plus 15%. Good. It gets you... Kome was the emperor in 1836, Rice Windus. So if it is giving you a different character, I don't know why. That seems like a bug. Well, so Kome is the nominal emperor in 1836. So I'm not sure why. Who do they have instead as the emperor? Let's see. Kome. Oh, of course, right. Because he was alive in 1831, right. Okay, so it gets you Ninko instead? The Emperor Ninko? Interesting. Okay, so it still is ultimately probably worth it. I don't know. It seems like it might... Yeah, Kome's reign started in 46. So an Emperor Ninko is still alive here. So I don't know. I'm not sure why we were getting Kome so early. That may have been an accident on programming from Paradox. We'll find out. Ooh, it looks like, yeah, Great Britain won. Good. So once we're built in terms of our bureaucracy, we can actually start doing trade. I mean, we're still getting plenty of money building cotton plantations here in India, so I guess we'll keep doing that. Yeah, that's okay. And it's going to reduce the cost of construction goods for us, which is like ultimately a good thing. Oh, we are going to need to build up our paper, though, because we're going to dramatically increase our paper demands pretty soon. So we should probably incorporate Sindh. Yeah, that's fine. Bureaucratic imbroglio. Oh, come on, guys. Gonna give me problems when trying to enact slavery ban. Okay, so you get the 3 events after the restoration. You got a new ruler. Does it switch in? What character does it switch into? Does it switch into Meiji, or does it just switch into just a random other person, or does it switch into Kome? Yeah, the shogunate's power was kind of declining throughout the 18th century because they just didn't have any way to like reliably pay their troops, and that's a big deal in terms of like the way an economy and a society works in the 18th and 19th, and actually really any part of human history. In any point of human history, if you can't pay your troops, you're gonna have a bad time. That's an official Walker analysis of history, sure. All right, so what are we gonna do to pick? I guess we should probably take Punjab. It's cheaper in terms of infamy to take Punjab than to try to take Baluchistan, and it's cheaper in terms of infamy actually to take Punjab than to try to take this stuff here. So yeah, we could just fight the Sikhs. Yeah, and if they lose Punjab, then that's kind of like the end of the empire here. Oh, it will allow us to puppet them. Oh, why are we allowed to puppet them? Did their rank collapse? Their rank collapsed, so they probably aren't using good methods on their troops anymore. Yeah, they're using line no cannon. Ooh, line no cannon. Well. Line no cannon. Well, let's pick up. Let's utilize our good technology here. We'll switch into skirmish mobile. That's gonna be really expensive on our military goods, but that's okay. We can fix that up. Yeah, this will be fine. We'll just have all those guys on irregulars. Doesn't matter. Ooh, atmospheric engines, good. Butchering tools, okay. Atmospheric engine, perhaps there's an even better way. We just want to get that tech, go crazy. And now we still can't build ammunition, but we can hypothetically build guns, which is a good thing because we're going to need at least a little bit more arms industry. Donde está? Wait, there it is. I'm playing with this. I have the YouTube chair open, which is generally useful. Oh yeah, they downgrade their military if they can't economically support it. Because the problem is that like if you have cannons here, you're in this level 70 battalion, you're consuming an enormous number of arms, and Sikh Empire doesn't have access to trade with a lot of people. So I think generally speaking, I understand why they do it, but they probably would be better off just downsizing the size of their army rather than the professionalism of it. Like 99% of the time, that's the right way to go. Yeah, we do still need a little bit more in terms of weapons here. So we'll stick 5 more in Awad. Or in our slice of Awad, I guess. And now we're just letting the penalty bleed off from changing primary equipment adjustment. But in, maybe 6 months, we'll go ahead and puppet them. Yeah, they should. I think that Sikh Empire, I think that the AI needs, like, a lot more work on it still to get there. But yeah, like the Sikhs in particular, I think they have such a large army that they should have an economic incentive to try to push into here, especially because it is the AI. Like, do you really want the Sikh Empire to be taking fights where it's trying to conquer Sindh and then getting slaughtered by the East India Company and the UK like consistently all the time? I don't think that would make for a good gameplay loop, honestly. I think that there has to be a better way. Oh, yeah, speaking of a better way. All right, so we got free trade now. So let's do some free trade. Let's do some free trade. Let's import some goods, including just an infinite amount of iron. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the infinite amount of iron. Thank you. It's very kind of you to want to trade with us. But this is going to be really sweet because it's going to actually be funneling all that extra trade through our trade center. And then we can try to balance things out, of course. If there's any way to export any of the goods that we are making here in-house, that would be good. No way to export that fabric. But we could export clothes. Nobody wants our clothes. Well, we can fix that. We can fix that. Yeah. We'll piss off the intelligentsia a little bit. They're getting most of what they want already. Oh right, we can export just like an infinite number of luxury clothes. Good. Slavery ban, how are you going to get a minus 15% on this? How are you going to do that to me? How are you going to do that to me? Why are you going to do that to me? Yeah, if you haven't played any of these countries with Corn Laws, it's entirely different now. It really is. It like the way that Corn Laws has been updated, it might be too powerful. That's potentially true. But it is very good, and I think it plays pretty well. Maybe we want to slot dialectics in here, actually. Because getting like, again, more technology faster is pretty good. Yeah, that seems okay. We'll do that. Especially because we already are cleaning up here in terms of our society tech. So that means the society tech is just going to spread a little easier. Because every time we bang out one of these lower level technologies, it's going to make it a lot easier for us to make use of the higher level technologies. They're going to cost less. Okay. I'm debating whether or not we want to slot in water tube boiler just for the discount on these techs here. Yeah, if you're playing as the Sikh Empire, I think probably right now you still need to be relatively friendly with the British, because otherwise you're gonna get conquered and die. But you do need to take Sindh, but you also need to do it in a way where the UK isn't going to intervene against you, because they do intervene against the Sikhs if you're not careful. Oh, we can import some fine art from the Papal States. All right, and explosives from Belgium. Sure, whatever. But yeah, they make any landowner issue short term. I think personally the way that it should be handled is that you can't use Corn Laws until your industrialists are non-marginalized, because that's going to mean that you have to build up an industrial economy. You have to make sure that you actually have relatively complicated methods of production. Oh, hey, cool. We got slavery banned on the books. Good. Landowners are unhappy now, so we'll need to do something about that. But we can do that pretty easily. We can get dedicated police force on the books. That would cost thousands. Yeah, 1,269 bureaucracy. But that's probably worth it, because no police and a dedicated police is going to be, what, +5? And that's kind of all we need in order to get out of land-based and into per capita or proportional without causing a civil war. Yeah, I think that's okay. Yeah, let's do that. The party will never end. Landowners, are you guys just so mad because we just keep changing all your laws on you? Yeah, they're so mad because we just keep changing all their laws on them. Yeah, I think the way to do it is just to gate it behind industrialists not being marginalized. That doesn't fix every country. Like, Russia does have a much larger industrial economy simply because they have so many more construction points, but it really slows down certain countries in regards to being able to utilize Corn Laws in a way that I think is largely healthy for the game. Personally, IMO could do that. We could do this. Yeah, we could do this. Maximizing our methods whenever we can, and then hoping that the British market kind of picks up the slack, and if they don't, then we can do it ourselves. But obviously it's better if the market adjusts to help grow with us. So yeah, let's add some more construction sectors here. Sindh has the most, but they don't have a ton of population, so yeah, we'll add some in Awad. And then probably just more universities in South Bengal. I want to make sure that our innovation is up at its innovation cap, like ASAP. Yeah, any of the countries that start with in isolationism, you need to be careful, because like as as Japan, you can get out pretty easily. You just have to make sure that you start a war against the British and then intentionally lose, which seems weird, but it does work, I promise. Oh, looks like somebody's fighting. All right, so we need to consolidate colonial rule, which we are close to. We just need to puppet the Sikhs, I guess. And now I think our guns are mostly fixed. Ugh, still ammunition. We could import ammunition. That's another way we can help out our economy a little bit. Yeah. Make puppet. That'll solve this. Yeah, they definitely need to open my market CB for sure. I think that's something that ultimately is going to be fixable once the AI is better. I think a lot of the things that are currently problems in the game are short-term problems, where the AI just isn't really playing yet. But I think that's going to be a fixable problem. Ooh, Siam is joining in. I mean, we could make Siam explode by liberating Laos, but it just doesn't really accomplish a lot for us. So we could potentially just take war reparations from the Sikhs and war reparations from Siam. Mobilize our generals, and then we'll line ourselves up to potentially defend against Siam, and then we'll push into the Sikhs sooner or later, because we do have much better stats than they do. But if they're gonna do us the favor of attacking us first, then I'm gonna take advantage of that. Defending is a lot better for your troops than attacking, for sure. Yeah, we'll be okay. We were fighting against infantry no cannons here out of Siam. We might even want to just push them out. That might be easier if they're not going to be attacking us. Oh, or the Sikhs just backs down. All right, good. Yeah, the new primary war goal system is a lot better. It's a huge upgrade. All right, so now we just need to keep separatism below 30 for 10 years, and we get consolidate colonial rule. And we can potentially start using the doctrine of lapse for sure, or annexing subjects. But again, because of the turmoil that you're getting in these new territories, it's sort of worth it. It's one of those things that it's obviously a lot better on some of the countries that have like a larger GDP. Whereas if we do doctrine of lapse, then we're going to end up absorbing somebody for just like a whole bunch of infamy. Like, we'll see. This is 10 infamy, 10 infamy, 10 infamy. So like, generally speaking, doctrine of lapses, I just don't think it's very good. I think it's way too expensive in regards to your infamy here. Whereas just annexing those guys is fine. Look, all right, if you're gonna make us annex somebody in order to close this, then I suppose we will. But I won't be thrilled about it. War, that's 250. There's like no peasants in any of these places. Why do you want me to annex them? There. Yeah, I generally don't like doctrine of lapse. I don't think it's very good. Although it is available. It is available. If you really want to go in that direction, you can. Yeah, Iron Mines is okay. France joined and then abandoned. Well, France, I don't know what you thought you were doing. Portugal is gonna pay us war reparations, I guess. And we could liberate part of China from Portugal. I don't know about that one. There. That'll be good. Oh, right. You need to build. Build, Walker. You need to build some stuff. Gotta keep building. I guess we could build more tea We are part of the British market. I generally speaking hate building rural buildings, but the urban buildings that we have access to are so low productivity right now just due to the things that we're interacting with. We don't have advanced methods yet. We don't have the resources to switch into this. Do we? Do we have the resources to switch in on that glass? How much glass is there in the British market? There's not enough. All right. Yeah, not enough. So we could increase the productivity of the glass industries, for instance, by just switching over to this. That's okay. It's gonna hopefully provoke other people in the empire to build for us. But if they don't, then we can always go back and do it ourselves. Yeah, we'll build 10 more levels of government administrations just so we can do some more trade. Yeah, so the reason that return treaty port isn't there is because we're not higher rank. You can only take treaty ports from people if they are lower rank than you. And so if you're playing as somebody like the EIC in this case, because we are limited to minor whenever we are a subject of the UK, generally speaking, it's pretty hard to get those treaty ports back unless you can force them to be released as an independent country. If you can force them to be released as an independent country, then you can get there pretty easily. All right, let's build an economy. Let's build an economy. Let's build some more paper in Sind. How are these guys? No, they're still really low on relations. Good. All right. Because I want to be able to annex Burma, probably. It's 4 million pops. That's about the same as Nagpur, honestly. All right. Baroda is a much bigger absorb into our economy, honestly. Or Sikh Empire. That would be pretty good. So yeah, I don't think we're going to be using Doctrinal Lapse. I don't think it's worth the infamy right now. I think that because of the way that they've rescaled turmoil, and the way that it impacts the state construction efficiency, actually the way that impacts state construction efficiency, maybe we should stop building these paper mills in Sind. Probably not a bad idea. Probably not a bad idea to build them in areas that you're actually in control of, Walker. Yeah, we'll build them in Mysore. But because of this state construction efficiency locally, it means that it's a lot harder to actually turn radicals into loyalists just by building there, which I think is largely a pretty big upgrade in terms of playability. I think it's largely a good thing that they've taken steps to slow down your economic growth at 100 plus infamy all the time. Yeah, all right. I guess we're gonna have to build more rural buildings, or more paper and glass. Paper and glass. Paper and glass. People like paper and glass. Yeah. Yeah, we'll build some more. We'll build some more infrastructure here in Travancore. Where are we building that? Oh, all right. Well, we're building up an industrial economy here as East India Company for sure. And we could import some tools, which will be good for our construction. Just want to make sure that no matter what we're doing, we're keeping our costs down, because our budget is still pretty hampered in regards to where it was in 1.1. Yeah, I think that there should be probably some sort of mechanic that allows you to return state on treaty ports. I think that would make sense. Because it's supposed to represent an imbalance of power, right? Yeah, if we were outside of the British market, then we would be a major power, if not a great power. But because they've restricted the ranks of the subjects, playing as a subject is both a lot more powerful because we do have access to trade within the empire, but B, it's also a lot weaker because we do now have problems in regards to the limits of our expansion, right? We can't just conquer anywhere with impunity. because we don't have the rank. Do not have the rank. But that's okay. That is a-okay with me. Yeah, all right. We'll just build some more shipping. Building some more shipping is not a bad thing. We're going to be able to make a lot of money if we can export our sugar and dyes. And we'll also be just making a lot of money if we can import chemical or fertilizers from people and use them in our fields, or most importantly, if we can import engines and use them in our fields. That's going to be a really big deal for us. But now I think that the delineation between the market tab and the building tab is like a lot more important, because now like the building tab really is the building tab, right? When you open up we'll do a separate video on UI for the academy dealing with Afghanistan, but now the UI in regards to building is actually like usable. Look, predicted earnings per employee after expansion is actually like telling you, hey, if you take advantage of economies of scale, your economy is going to be better. Wow. Yeah, the agrarian, so just like in a broad sense, I don't think that agrarian economies should be like competitive with industrial economies under every circumstance. I don't think they should even really necessarily be competitive with industrial for any economy necessarily in 1936. But I think that the way that arable land is currently structured, it really is, it's hard to justify, at least to me, ever building an agricultural building unless it's something where like the productivity is really high, right? Like here, because of our urban buildings being mostly controlled by the British, it might make sense for us to specialize in some of the rural buildings, especially like silk and cotton, just because we're going to be able to as EIC. But unless they've updated some of the modifiers here, like agricultural throughput for Bengal Delta, is that applying to dye plantations yet? No, it is not. So my understanding is that 25% agricultural bonus is really only applying to like grain, rice farms, which is, it's something, but that's not particularly great. Oh, we could dramatically increase the interest group political strength of the industrialists and the happiness of the industrialists who currently are marginalized. Or we can just make loyal princes. We'll keep the peace. Either way, it doesn't really matter, because loyal princes are just as economically useful as disloyal princes, and a marginalized interest group doesn't matter if their approval rating is 20 or minus 20. Oh, but we do need still to reform the Indies. We need land-based taxation to be gone. Ooh. Actually, if we bring the armed forces back in, we could potentially try for proportional taxation. That would really infuriate the landowner. So that would be something where if we were going to do that, maybe we set up local police first, because they would love that. Yeah, maybe we do that. Let's set up local police. They'll go indiscriminately crazy. Then we can set up proportional taxation, and then we can switch from local police to dedicated. That seems okay. Do we have enough coal in the British market for us to be doing this? Yeah, we have enough coal in the British market for us to be doing this. Ooh, maybe we have enough steel too. That'd be pretty cool. We don't have enough transportation, I'm sure, to justify switching anything there. Yeah, nah, not remotely enough transportation. But yeah, let's build up a little more bureaucracy, and then we'll push local police through, and then we can circle back and do proportional taxation. Yeah, just do 5 in Bihar and 6 more in South Bengal. That'll cap us on our 800 weeks. That doesn't seem right. Oh, it's because we have laissez-faire, so much of our construction is going into this. Yeah, we'll just cut down our glassworks in Travancore. Doesn't need to be that big. Whoa, where did we go? Oh, we're building up a construction sector? I wouldn't hate building a couple more construction sectors, even if it was an accident. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, we'll push a couple more construction sectors in. Our economy is large enough that we can handle it. The weeks thing lies to you? Which weeks thing? Oh, like how long it's going to take you to construct. That's true. But it is still like pseudo correct in that the actual progress is going to be pretty heavily limited under laissez-faire, because we are only getting 25% of our construction, and then the rest of it is technically going to be available for the private construction pool to use. And so with government construction, you do need to be a little more judicious as to like what you build, because it's get a lot of your construction points are going to get pulled over to the private construction. It's sort of the nature of the game right now. All right, so if we remove into cultural exclusion, that actually wouldn't make anybody else angry, and we have the authority necessary to just go ahead and push this, which is going to make this political movement happy. Oh, and look, we got an enact proportional taxation movement in the background. Cool. And we got labor movement. Good. All right. Yeah. So we're pulling things together in regards to our tech here. And we can actually move here back into just landowners, because that's going to give us a really big enactment speed bonus from being at high legitimacy, and that'll help us push through these laws. Yeah, we might actually just need to push the government admins, because I think we really do want to just get local police force and then proportional taxation off of this giant movement before it disbands. Yeah, I think that somebody suggested a method of production. Maybe it was you, Chloe, I don't know. But somebody suggested a method of production that allows you to use those things in food industries. And I think as long as that doesn't add like a lot of extra work to the people at Paradox, I think it's a great idea. I'm not like opposed to asking them to do things that are like productive, but they're already doing a lot of that, so I don't really feel like I need to go out of my way to tell Paradox what to do. They're putting work in on Victoria 3 pretty clearly. They are trying. All right, so there's an enormous enact proportional taxation movement, but if we were to move into this, it would infuriate the landowners to the point where they might resign from government, which would be a problem. We do need them in government in order to have any form of legitimacy, and therefore actually be able to get these laws passed. So we just want to make sure that we get enough bureaucracy that we can enact. We could actually probably just start on... Yeah, let's start on this now. Oh, two generals are trying to fight each other. Landowner versus landowner. Yeah, let them fight. Kill each other. Oh, man. One of the landowners died. Oh no, it's so sad. Oh, sweet, we got an armed forces general. Good, so much better. I'm actually gonna go ahead and just promote them right away. Yeah, let's go ahead and start working on local police. We'll get that through, and that'll increase our happiness in regards to our landowner, and then we can switch back and do proportional taxation, assuming that we don't lose this political movement. I don't mind that they're getting revolutionary. That's okay. Isolated. Oh, we still have an isolated state out here. All right, sure. We'll throw a port on it. Put a bird on it. Yeah, there are a lot of different ways that you can deal with the current setup in regards to like these cash crops. I think that using things in industry is oftentimes just the easiest way to deal with it. And so, you know, I don't want to just say like just do that and then everything is fine. If Paradox comes up with a different solution on their own, I'm happy to play around with what they've got. But I think that generally speaking, it is a lot easier to support a local economy if you can use the goods from that local economy in something industrially. Ooh, and now we have the ability to do cool farming. There's like no actual farms though built up in India, which is wild. It's just all cash crops. That's okay. That's okay. Oh, come on, guys. Pass these laws. Pass these laws. You guys refusing to pass laws at 57%. Yeah, it's just not. I think part of it is that there's not a lot of consumption in regards to those sorts of cash crops until you get to a really high standard of living. But I also just think that it's not necessarily a bad thing to have some really ineffective cash crops, at least at the beginning of the game. Yeah, I mean, I guess we could do more logging camps. Logging camps are actually pretty effective, especially if we're going to be specializing in hardwood. Yeah, we could do some wood. That's fine. Are we maxed out on our innovation yet? Looks like it. It looks like it. We are indeed into unspent innovation territory. Good. Any sort of thing, any sort of country that doesn't start the game as a great power should, yeah, we're gonna do prop tax. We're gonna pass the local police force hopefully on this next roll, and then we'll pick up this political movement for proportional taxation. But unfortunately, because of the current state of our government, yeah, Stefan, we're gonna do prop tax. But we needed to make sure that we actually have access to legitimacy, and if we didn't improve the happiness, ooh, yeah, all right, sure. The intelligentsia are gonna get super powerful. There we go. All right, so now we can do proportional taxation without making the landowners resign from government, which was the problem. If we'd pushed into prop tax too early, then we would have ended up with zero legitimacy and no one in government working on trying to get the prop tax passed. And so you do need to be aware of like the structure of the government that you currently have and the government that you're trying to build. We're not backing Siam against France. I don't know what you think we're gonna provide to you, but they're conquering Bangkok. France is conquering Bangkok. All right, well, you know, the AI is doing stuff. The AI is absolutely doing stuff. We'll import some explosives. Yeah, I mean, Chloe, if they wanted to move things around in a way that was rebalanced towards agricultural stuff, then I think one thing that they could do, of course, is just increase the base prices of some of the goods, right? Like a luxury good here for tea, its base cost is what, like 50 or something like that. Like, if you just increase the base cost on tea, then you're going to increase the productivity of those buildings pretty considerably without necessarily having to rework consumption. So the demand is kind of high in the British market because they do have that cultural obsession. But yeah, it's possible that cultural obsession should increase demand on those goods even further. That wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. Yeah. All right. Well, we're not going to be getting any conversion anyway, actually, because we're in state religion, or in total separation. So that's okay. We got proportional taxation done. So now in order to reform the Indies, we just need to increase GDP by 50%. We just need to annex another couple of subjects, and then we have averted the mutiny. Oh, or we just annex Sikh Empire. That's fine now, right? Yeah, that's fine now. Diplo play, annex, Sikh Empire, go. Mobilize, and you're the good one, the armed forces. Yeah, mobilize, go. Go crazy. Go crazy with the cheese whiz. Yeah, the demand is pretty low. So if they wanted to adjust it that way, then I think they would need to A, increase the demand, but also B, increase the supply provided by each level. Or just like completely oh, all right, good, they back down. Or just like completely redo stuff. State actions, and now we get to use the new state action reset production methods. Whoa, that's pretty OP. That I think actually is a really big deal. Okay, so we could add the ethical policy and get more capitalist investment pool contribution efficiency, which, given that we are in laissez-faire, that would be pretty sweet. Or we could get 10% extra qualifications. Right now, we don't have any sort of issues in regards to qualifications, so extra investment pool is like always happy, joy in my book. Oh, wait, did we do it? We did it. There it is. East India Company, avert mutiny, done. Good. All right, so we can do ethical policy by increasing our literacy rate. So that's another one of those things that we can just spend enormous amounts of bureaucracy to get past, but could be pretty good, right? Bureaucracy is expensive as the East India Company just because like you have so many pops in the game, but that's a short-term problem. That is 1,000% a short-term problem. But it's not as easy to just like spike your GDP by increasing demand anymore. You can still kind of do that, but you do need to keep in mind that the prices of your goods are going to be partially dependent on the cost of everything that's going to go into it. And so just increasing like this now in terms of automation isn't just a free roll. You do need to be careful about what you're doing in regards to how you're trying to drive up your GDP. And one of the easiest ways you can do that, of course, is turn something into a point of sale, right? If you import or export some of these goods, that can be pretty helpful for your economy because it's creating an end good for you when you're trading for it. Yeah, absolutely. I think doing something in regards to rebalancing cultural obsessions, I think is a good idea. We'll cancel a couple of these tooling workshops. We don't really need 21 immediately. Yeah, we'll start working on wood because of the current prices. And we could also make some fine art, although we do currently have a little bit. You could drop 5 stack in this on, that's okay. Good. Yeah, I think the problem is that they don't want to end up where they've built an economic system where changes in what your population is obsessed with causes your economy to collapse. And not that like having obsessions be really important would necessarily do that. The larger your economy, the more forgiving it's going to be in regards to changes of cultural obsessions. But I think that people are largely like a little spooked to make really big changes there, because if your economy just doesn't work in the game, then it can be pretty frustrating. Nah, it's okay. That's all right. Yeah, we could build 5 stack in Andhra. That's all right. And we probably could build a little more construction. Yeah, Yeah, we could do like 2 levels of construction in Andhra and 2 in Bengal and a couple in South Bengal. Good. Yeah, I think tier-based would be a way to do it. I think that there are a lot of different ways that one could approach the way to handle obsessions in a way that could make them mechanically more flavorful. It's tough. It's tough. Because, like, a lot of the mechanics in Victoria 3 really are interconnected in a way that means that if you make changes to one of them, you might end up making, like, cascading problems for yourself. And so I don't know, like, what is going on at Paradox Interactive, but I think that the changes that they've made here in 1.2 are good, in my opinion. And so I'm looking forward to just seeing where they go from here. If we can just get the intelligentsia happy enough, then they'll leave this restore no police movement, and then it'll just be the rural folk getting mad about stuff, which it seems like a rural folk problem. Yeah, they're just gonna be mad about things. Not a whole lot you can do about that. I mean, we could potentially stop bolstering the intelligentsia if they're going to be revolutionary, because we're not currently using them to pass any laws. And that could let us turn around and tax opium. That's okay. Yeah, we could tax opium. We could tax tea. Sure. All right. What are they doing? They're puppeting Afghanistan. The British are puppeting Afghanistan. They're offering us an obligation. Well, if they lose the EIC in the time frame of the game, they kind of do. Like, I don't know if you've ever played, Chloe. Have you ever played as France and taken EIC from the UK at the beginning of the game? The army, the economy of the British rapidly disintegrates if you steal EIC from them, especially if you do it before they hit the British Raj event. It's pretty bad, actually, what happens to the EIC, what happens to the UK if you steal EIC from them. And let's, oh no, we can't import more explosives. Our explosives are capped. Oh my god, dynamite's 5 years. Nah, we gotta get more level 2 techs before we work on dynamite then. Because every one of these level 2 techs is gonna reduce the cost on our level 3s out there. And that's kind of a big deal. It's kind of a big deal. I don't really like canneries. Generally, canneries is pretty bad for a lot of specific reasons. Canneries, it increases demand for iron in a way that makes your construction more expensive. B, it increases demand for fish, which means that either you gotta trade for more fish or you gotta build them. Like, the only thing that canneries really gives you is a lot of extra groceries. And so if your productivity says that you should be building them, then you should be building them. But it's one of those things that I find myself leaning into only at a certain point in an economic development plan. Yeah, well, now we'll max out OOD. That's fine. Yeah, I think civil wars. I agree. I think civil wars in Victoria 3, they don't really want anything yet. No, the thing that'll end the British monarchy will just be like a random revolution over, like, police or something like that happens to also go hand in hand with a Republican government form, but just, like, entirely randomly. Ooh, look, it's Italy yet again. Yeah. Italy forms really early in 1.2. Oh my god! The US, they did it! The US turned Mexico into a dominion. That's the real solution to the border war. It's just no border. Done. No border is fine. Yeah, it's okay. But I think that generally speaking, canneries, I'm researching it now because it's a level. Oh, actually, I don't need to research it now because now we have tech spread on a different one. But I was researching it now because it's like a level 2 tech, and that's just going to make these level 3 techs less expensive. But if we are going to be getting tech spread on level 2 techs, then we'll just line ourselves up there and just plow through our production technologies. Because that is, well, I don't know why the British turned them into a dominion rather than a puppet, but there is some argument to do that. Whoa, the U.S. naval invaded Russia's capital. Or the UK naval invaded Russia's capital. I really am having an absolute blast playing on 1.2 in regards to like just seeing what the AI does, because the AI really does play the game a little more. I don't know what the hell has happened. Oh, it's because Spain sided with Bolongan against Portugal. Well, Portugal, that seems like a skill issue on your part, but they're fighting way more with each other, which is sweet. Iron mines collapse after oh yeah, if you switch into steel frame and you have like a really overbuilt iron industry, then it can be pretty bad for those guys, in which case canneries can be pretty good. We might go independent instinct. The main goal here is to get up to 1 billion GDP. We'll see how long that takes, but Eileen's not going to be back until like 8:30 or so, and so we're gonna play through until the end of the day. The dominions are useful because they can still do diplo plays on their own, and so if you have a really powerful vassal, there's an advantage to them. They can do diplo plays on their own, and that's a big deal. So like if you have the East India Company as the UK as a dominion, it's going to grow your market on its own by conquering stuff. And so the dominions actually, if you have a powerful state, it can be useful to keep it as a dominion rather than as a puppet, because you can annex directly from dominion unless they've rebalanced it in 1.2. And so it's kind of, it really depends on what you need out of your vassal, right? If you need your vassal to be like just paying you the most money as possible, then you probably want to annex Baroda. But if your vassal is actually capable of growing on its own, then keeping it as a dominion is actually is pretty useful. Also, it doesn't call them in to the war, unlike a puppet. Puppets are required to join you. No, Mexico isn't necessarily a powerful state, but like if the AI was more aggressive, then Mexico absolutely could clean up on its own in Central America, right? There's no reason that Mexico couldn't conquer Guatemala if it wasn't being supported by a great power. And Mexico, being a dominion of the United States, is going to have access to the U.S. market, and therefore is going to have access to U.S. guns, and therefore should be able to conquer Central America pretty easily. It won't, but it could. It could. Our university is not topped off. All right. Well, we could top off our university. That gets us maximum throughput bonus in a way that isn't necessarily productive, because we are going to be at our innovation cap, but we're going to be getting tons of unspent innovation, increasing our tech spread, which is also going to be useful. Yeah, British intervention in Central America is one of those things that it does sometimes happen, and it can be pretty spooky if you're not ready. But I think ultimately is useful. All right, so we're annexing Baroda. I just think that the amount of infamy that you get from doctrinal lapse is not worth it. Just not worth using. It's so much better to just annex subjects and make subjects and stuff like that now. 3.8, 4.2. Is there anybody else who's particularly big? Nagpur's okay. Mysore's okay. A lot of these other princely states are just sort of like there. Yeah, like again, if the AI was more aggressive, which it is more aggressive than it was in 1.1, but if the AI was even more aggressive, then dominions would be even better. Oh, hey, we annexed that territory, so now we get to go ahead and use state actions, reset production methods in Gujarat. Cool. And we have, I still have like no infamy, So we should probably use some of that infamy for something. We could just annex Burma. That wouldn't be bad. Yeah, we'll just annex Burma. See who comes in out of the woodwork. We're gonna have some pretty angry IGs all game. That is definitely something that is happening here. We are getting tech spread on canneries. All right, we're getting tech spread on canneries. But again, these guys are just getting cheaper and cheaper for every one of these level 2 production techs that we research, which is gonna be good because otherwise those level 3 production technologies are almost impossible, really expensive. Probably need to increase our... Yeah, I think we need to increase our methods and probably expand our government again, so that way we can get some sort of education system passed. Because it's impossible to make use of social mobility decrees as the EIC and grow your economy that way. But we can do this. Yeah, we can make government administration buildings. Our economy is large enough. Wars with Burma broke out. Oh, is Sind down to low enough turmoil that makes sense to build in yet? Nope. But yeah, that change to turmoil really is a big deal in terms of how you need to interact with your economy now. It means that it is way more expensive to be building in high turmoil states. So you just need to be careful. But private schools, that's just going to radicalize the Anglican Church at 0.3%, and then everybody else is going to be in favor of it. That's, yeah. All right, we'll do that. That'll be good. Yeah. So abdication of monarchs is still missing. There's definitely some stuff that's still missing, Chloe, in regards to like what is in the game. But I think, we'll never know for sure, but I think that probably the game was just released a little early and now they're having to do some catch up. But I think that really this looks like it's going to be a lot smoother overall. All right, good. Got all of our production methods fixed just like that. This by the way is like one of the biggest UI improvements I think that they could have added. Reset production methods. It just resets it to whatever the most common production methods are in your country, and so you could conquer some new states, and then yeah, you can make adjustments to your production methods here, and you probably should be doing some adjustments there. Oh boy, man, our construction. Our private construction is actually starting to hum now. We're at 80K investment pool transfer, but we can get higher. We can get even higher. Yeah, it's definitely unfinished, and I'm very happy with the dev team. I'm pretty mad with whatever corporate jerk said, hey, you gotta release this game before Christmas, but like they might not have even been doing it from a bad perspective, right? Maybe they just wanted to like get money and eyeballs into the franchise and then go back and fix things up, which if they did that, then they did that. Their business. But I think that the steps that they've made post release have been basically all good. 1.1 was a little question mark. Oh man, I loved Imperator Rome too. We might do a Saturday stream of Imperator Rome playing as one of the Diadochi one day. Right now I'm just having too much fun with 1.2 to stop. It's good. It's good. They did a good job. They should be very happy. Oh, and there's a gigantic movement demanding enact dedicated police force. That's fine. It's going to make the landowners a little mad, but hopefully they don't resign from government. But if we get it passed, that would be pretty good. Land-based taxation. 40% of the political strength is radical in the dedicated police force. Yeah, Imperator Rome 2.0 is really good. It's really good. They did a great job with that rework, and it is disappointing but understandable that they're not still working on it. Yeah, all right. Now I think we're gonna be good to just push through, because these are gonna be down to 12.5K innovation. That's okay. That's okay. That's fine. That's fine. We could potentially push into gantry cranes and ironclads, so that way we can do some trade with steel frame boats. That's way more efficient too. But I think one thing that's definitely going to help us is just access to a school, which we are going to do after we get, hopefully, this dedicated police force role. Hey, speak of Cao Cao, and Cao Cao comes. Alright, so if we bring the intelligentsia in with their radical leader, then we have almost no legitimacy to work on private schools. Okay, cool. Intelligentsia, why are you going to be radical like this? We need to get people learning. We need to get them learning about stuff. All right, we'll bring them in. We'll reduce taxes. Crazy radicals. We could do public school instead of private school. That might be useful, because we're not going to do anything in regards to getting crazy high wealth in this game. We're mostly just building up GDP. And public schools is better wealth access for poor people. So yeah, we'll start with public. Yeah, the thing is that, like, I didn't even hate Imperator Rome when it dropped as vanilla. It was just kind of empty, which I guess was like the beginning of the end for them. But like oh man, we can export stuff to Qing. Awesome. But like, I think broadly speaking, it's understandable that they dropped Imperator Rome. Unfortunate, but understandable. Ha 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 ha. Who wants to buy British liquor? You want to buy British liquor. I like the update for liquor where it's used in your first aid now. That's a really big upgrade for most people. Let's see. What else can we do? What else can we do? Can we import any? Oh, we can import grain from Russia. Good. But trade is just really good now as a subject. Oftentimes, I think it was kind of undersung in the game to begin with, but now it's just bananas good. Because now you can trade with all of the strength of the British market. We can sell British clothes to random people in the world. Look how much money we're going to be making just like selling British clothes using the East India Company as a through vehicle to sell clothes. Crazy. I love it though. Because this is like really a brand new form of government that we're going to be exploring. Is subject plus trade equals question mark. But selling all this stuff, like it's gonna hurt the standard of living for some people in Great Britain for sure. But like that sounds like a skill issue on their part. Oh my god, selling all the clothes. Sell all the clothes. Good. Yeah, we'll sell a little bit to the... Yeah, we'll sell some luxury clothes there too. Good. Sell those luxury clothes. Done. Alright. Let's see. Yeah, I think a lot of the stuff that they did in Imperator Rome was pretty useful. Like just a dress-up experiment for Victoria 3. I think that some of the mechanics obviously are pretty different, but I think the basic idea of utilizing pops that are like very distinct in terms of their culture and religion, that's not unique to Imperator or to Victoria, but like I think some of the stuff flowed through to here. But yeah, SOL is unimportant. It like people who are too obsessed over whether or not this number is going up or down are going to be the people who are going to be building like 300 bajillion loyalists and like 100 million GDP, and that's it. Like you gotta focus on giving people good jobs. That's the best way to improve your standard of living. Give people good jobs. That's not that complicated. Extra teachers. Oh, sure. Yeah, we could get some enactment success chance. Agricultural throughput, ranches throughput. That's gonna hurt our economy, but it's okay. It's fine. Throughput. That's a short-term problem. Enacting public schools, that's a long-term problem. If we don't have public schools, our tech is going to be really slow. Oh, baby. Increase those methods of production. Go crazy with the Cheese Whiz. Just go crazy with the Cheese Whiz. And we're not going to be doing any sort of automation just yet, simply because we don't have, like, a lot of need for it. We still have 33 million peasants. But automation is pretty good. Automation is pretty good. Basically, as anybody except for EIC and Great Qing, you should be on max automation all of the time. Laborers don't do anything. Yeah, they're awful. Yeah, we'll just take more tech. Always take more tech. Even if the tech isn't like on a thing that you particularly care about, if it increases the speed at which you get through some of these other lower level techs, then that's going to increase the speed at which you get through these higher level techs. So we're gonna do tech spread on baking powder, and then that's gonna speed up our tech on dynamite and steam donkey and pump jacks, because we'll just have more level 2 techs done. But that's gonna be the last level 2 tech for production. Public schools, please. Yeah, unless you have literal infinite pops. And I really do think that the only countries that meet that requirement are EIC and Great Qing. I think everybody else benefits a lot from moving into automation. We still have plenty of bureaucracy, but we are enacting a school that's going to cost like 3,000, 12 or 1,300. Yeah, laborers basically, well, there is one important difference. Chloe, peasants in particular, let's see where they're going to let us see this, but peasants, they actually consume only 10% of what they're supposed to consume, because most of their goods are like met by their subsistence. And so laborers can increase actual demand. They can also have easier access to qualifications, but like if you're having serious problems with qualifications, then just build some universities. All right, I'll be right back. I gotta use the bathroom. I still don't really know why the chat isn't showing up in OBS, but I'm sure that's the skill issue on my part. Well, all right, let's see. Maybe it is showing up in the OBS at the end. We'll see. But yeah, peasants basically are unemployed. They're pretty close to unemployed. And so I think people largely get sucked into caring too much about standard of living and like the prices of goods and stuff. When if you wanna help out your peasants, then just like give them real jobs. That's all you gotta do. Just give them real jobs. They'll thank you for it later. If not, then I don't know. The peasants they need jobs. Whether they know it or not, they need jobs. All right, so we've picked up that. I think we probably still do best just annexing people here, right? Unemployed do make demand. Yeah, that's true. They are worse than the unemployed in that sense. Annexing these guys. See, this is what I mean. Annexing Awad via the doctrinal lapse is 10 infamy, which, given how important infamy is now, means that it's just not worth it. But doing a direct annexation is fine, because that's 3 infamy. 3 is a lot less than 10. That's good. Yeah, that's good too. But now you can see our private construction is so big that it's actually starting to like meaningfully decrease the size at which our government can actually build. So if you're in laissez-faire, you do need to increase your construction sector more than you're used to. Just be careful, because it is going to blow our budget apart, he says, and then alt tabs 5 more in. Five's not that many. 5's not that many. We'll be fine. Let's see, what else do we have here in terms of goods that we can buy or sell? Nothing right now. Walker, you don't have any bureaucracy. You have any bureaucracy. How are you going to do this? All right, we could do some more. I guess we could put. I don't know. There aren't a whole lot of people that we're not capable of trading with. I guess we could do one in Italy. Yeah, clothes and chairs are really, really important in terms of just like printing money and then moving that printed money around. Be a pretty big deal. Pretty big deal. Yeah, that's okay. I mean, I don't necessarily feel like I need an interest in Indonesia in order to have good economic movement going on. I guess just crush them. Just crush them. These guys are a princely state. How are they going to resist you? Sir Henry Godwin. Good. Good. Yep, building that up. So Chloe, have you played a lot on 1.2 yet? Nepal wishes to enter into... Oh, actually, right. Landowners... Maybe they would enter into a revolutionary movement if we tried to get appointed bureaucrats through. That would also dramatically increase our demand for bureaucracy. But I'm not opposed to dramatically increasing our demand for bureaucracy. And that would also strengthen the intelligentsia quite a lot, and therefore let us have access to different distribution and power laws if we wanted them. But with a market liberal in charge of the landowner, we're probably not going to be getting any child laws done anytime soon. Yeah, I think ending a hereditary bureaucrats could be useful. Yeah, Russia playing on 1.2 definitely is one of those things that highlights that I think there needs to be some sort of restriction on how presidential autocracy, Stefan, if you have a non-voting form of distribution of power and a government principle that is like presidential, then they sort of rule for life. You can see here. presidential elective transfer of power. They're chosen for the leader of the interest group with the most clout at the end of each election, but because there isn't another like government, I think we can reform it by kicking the landowner out, and then I think we end up with the intelligentsia in charge. I think is how that's gonna work. Yeah, well, France, any country in the hands of the player can outpace a lot of the AI development, right? Like we're at 126 million GDP and France is at 65. Whoa, France is at I love it whenever they have these sort of like graphical bugs here. Yeah, you have way more wood as Russia than you do with basically anything else, which is an interesting style of economy that you get to set up. Yeah, we'll do 5 more levels in Assam, I guess. Let's see. We're still getting like weird methods of production from the private industry building things where they don't currently exist, and then going down rather than up in terms of methods, but that seems like it's a fixable problem. Oh, why? It has minus 58. How do they have minus 58? What? Oh, it's because we just annexed a massively overbuilt dumb place. There we go. Looks like that. Oh, is that being taken care of by the private construction industry? Yeah, they are taking care of our. They're taking care of our infrastructure problem that we inherited from the crazy people in Awad. Good. Yeah, U.S. gets really high hardwood. Indonesia gets really high hardwood. There are a lot of things that you can do to increase your hardwood in the game. I think that's good. Yeah, because luxury furniture is basically always useful. Guess we could do more glass. I wouldn't hate doing that. Yeah, we can do more glass. Who has the most infrastructure here? Oh, we could do Pegu. Pegu could get a level 21 glass. And then we need to incorporate them. State actions, incorporate. Oh, that's already incorporated. Okay, well, we could incorporate Gujarat. And then I guess we could build up our bureaucracy even more. You don't have to core everything that you conquer. And in fact, I think there are some reasons to not want to. Ooh. All right. Well. Okay. Well, we will cancel appointed bureaucrats for now. Does not look like we're going to get that done. Yeah, construction efficiency is like across the board pretty bad. But that is one of the things that I think is like just broadly good with the game right now, is that because construction efficiency is so important, and they made it so that now there's a construction efficiency penalty that goes along with turmoil. Just conquering the world is not a viable economic strategy anymore. You do have to actually like build an economy, which is pretty cool. Yeah, we haven't reached 10 billion GDP. It's crazy. The rebalance, I think, actually is like across the board good. Could increase our interest groups with approval rating with the intelligentsia here, but none of this is going to increase the chance, the value of us here. I don't really care about assimilation because we're just not going to be getting any. It also doesn't do a lot. We're not going to get a lot, and it also doesn't do a lot. But now we have a powerful enough industrialist that they're non-marginalized. That's cool. Let's see. What else can we do to build? I guess we could build more construction sectors. That's the other thing we could do. If we wanted to build more, we could build more. Yeah, well, that's 6 more levels. Just keep going. Choo choo. Silesia is a really good state, but it kind of depends. Like, Silesia has really good modifiers, and I think that's why I highlighted it as one of the best states in the top 10 states. But I do think that, like, the best states in the game are just kind of contextual on how close you can get to the good states. Because Silesia, it has a nice little bonus on the coal mines, and it has 15 infrastructure, and it has a huge number of coal mines, and a huge number of iron and lead. And importantly, it lets you hit the size 51 required in order to get the maximum throughput bonus, which is, oh yeah. Now, because of the way they've redone combat, the balance in Germany is pretty different for sure. I think it's one of those things that may end up being adjusted again, but numbers definitely matter a lot more in combat. I mean, Austria was always, I think, like, kind of a curious case as to, like, why it was doing poorly in 1.0. Part of that was just that the AI across the board was doing poorly. But Austria starts with pretty good laws. Like, they don't start with serfdom abolished. Excuse me, they start in serfdom abolished. Like, the worst stuff that they start with is land-based and hereditary bureaucrats, in monarchy autocracy, but, like, it's still not even, like, offensively bad. Their laws are pretty good, their resources are pretty good, and they start with a reasonable amount of resource extraction and a reasonable amount of industry built up. So Austria, like, I think it largely is understandable that they perform well as a great power. I think the bigger question is, like, how do we get the other great powers on board? Because remember, in, like, 1.0 and 1.1, it was the story of France, and so, or 1.0 was the story of France. In 1.1, it really was the story of Austria. But because we're part of the British market, I expect the UK will do pretty well for itself. At least I hope the UK will do pretty well for itself. Yeah, all right, we'll trickle in a couple more construction. Starting with land-based it's better asterisk, but it really depends on how far away you are from egalitarianism, Sid. Because, like, if you start in land-based taxation and you start either in egalitarianism or where you can research egalitarianism in, like, one click, then I think starting in land-based is, like, hypothetically a little better. But if you starting as Japan, for instance, you're so far away from egalitarianism, it's not even really worth trying to pretend like you're gonna move into that sort of economy. Oh, look, it's a 12-year-old shogun over here, and a member of the Buddhist monks at that. Cool. Whatever. Crazy shogunate. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, it's pretty easy to kill Prussia as Austria in the beginning of the game. These guys still have, like, absolutely no political power. Why are we afraid of them? You guys. Yeah, Austria has pretty good tech. Austria has I mean, we could do, like, a short stream sometime of just doing some of the achievements, or we could just do those as videos, because I have been intending to, like, step back and do some of the achievements, because I, like, have absolutely no achievements despite being at, like, 400 hours in, because I just like playing the game. Like, I don't really care that much about the achievements, but it's coming from the perspective of somebody who's done, like, just an insane amount of CK2 and 3 modded. Who are we going to gobble up? I guess we should just annex the rest of these guys. Just annex all your subjects. Don't use the 10 infamy way to go, though. It's no reason to get 10 infamy. We can get 3 infamy instead. Especially not in this version. I guess we could also, oh, whoa. Portugal became a puppet of Spain? A dominion of Spain. Portugal has become a dominion of Spain. Oh, The U.S. annexed Mexico. They turned Mexico into a dominion and then annexed them. Awesome. Awesome. That's always fun for me. Anytime we get to see something like that. Hey, we're building a whole bunch of glass. Let's export some porcelain. That's good. All of those look fine. Can we make money exporting man-o-wars? Not really. Not really. Ooh. That means we could make a lot of money doing dyes. But we are also getting pretty close to turning pump jacks on, so we probably need to just start investing in our engines, honestly. Yeah, I think we need to start investing in our engines. Motor industries are going to be the real cripple fight for us. We're going to have some real problems. Yeah, there's Ontario. Yep. You can also see that on the map by just clicking here and then mousing over Niagara Falls, and it's that white strip you see there going through Ontario and into that. Oh yeah, I guess that's still Hudson Bay, Ontario versus Upper Canada, Ontario. But it's in both of those. But I think ultimately, like, that bonus isn't as good as people think it is. Because, like, you can always build, like, a size 600 electricity plant. It's an industrial building, and so there's no real restriction. Do we have anything here that we can reset? No. Nothing we can reset. And we're doing fine on government. Building up glass in Pegu, that's fine. Poor Ontario. Poor Ontario. They tried so hard. And nobody gave them any respect. Yep. Annex, Diplo play, Jodhpur. Sure. Hey, what's up? What's up, Cameron? Yeah, EIC is fun. Like, have you played around with this on 1.2? Delhi is the state with the most arable land? Like, do you mean in EIC or in the entire game? Because it is still a pretty big agricultural powerhouse, which is neat. Yeah. Basically, because of the rebalance in regards to turmoil, you can't get as much economically out of just map painting. No, they didn't get rid of Doctrine of Lapse, but Doctrine of Lapse is terrible now. Doctrine of Lapse is 10 infamy, like, to absorb these guys, whereas absorbing these guys via Diplo plays is like 3. And so there's really no reason to be using Doctrine of Lapse in 1.2 at the moment. It's just way more infamy, and because infamy and turmoil is like an actual problem now, you don't want to just get 10 infamy instead of 3 for no reason. Yeah, it's bad infamy wise, and because infamy matters now, you don't want to be using Doctrine of Lapse in 1.2. It's really bad. They might rebalance that. But I think that generally speaking, the fact that now you need to worry about infamy is like good. I think that's a useful thing. Glassworks in Pegu. It's so slow. It's so slow. Let's just build 2 more. Yeah, build 3 more. That's fine. Pegu, you can do this, right? You're good. Everything's good here. Yeah, there was a lot of arable land in 1.1, but I think that wasn't necessarily a bad thing, because again, like, you use way fewer construction points to build agricultural buildings, and so if you want to be able to capture construction productively in agricultural buildings, you need to be able to build a lot of them, and right now you kind of can't. They're pretty heavily limited in terms of their application, and so you got to be careful. Like, I think that across the board at the moment, agricultural stuff is just not very good. Yeah, our coal is expensive enough that I'm not gonna be super worried about pushing it. The gut to arable land was, I don't think correct. I think the rebalancing it was correct. I think that there desperately needed to be a lot more. No, there's still not a lot of coal and iron in India. If you want to be an independent India, then you kind of have to conquer down here, because otherwise there's no way that you're gonna get the resources you need to survive. You can do that though, because you're part of the British market, so you can just like you can. Oh, we're trading with the Chinese. We actually need one there. We're not trading with anybody in India. But like if we wanted to make good value out of Great Britain is paying war reparations to Zulu? What? What is happening there? What on earth is happening there? I don't know how Great Britain ended up paying war reparations to Zulu, but something's going on. Yeah, right now, because of where the distribution of arable land is, like you can't not conquer India. It's just not economically efficient. Yep, there's a lot of resources down there. Maybe we could use tools. I mean, we have a level 21 tool built up. And it looks like our private construction has gone crazy with the Cheese Whiz and has been building just tons of rice recently. I mean, that's okay. That's fine. It saves me the hassle. I'm a little confused as to why it decided to build an awful lot of those, but that's fine. That's not a big deal. Yeah, let's build our construction more. Oh, Kashmir is not currently being incorporated, is it? No, it's not currently being incorporated, which means it's going to have just like tons of problems in regards to its construction efficiency. There. Well, Cameron, have you used Corn Laws yet in this setup here? Because it's a pretty big deal. Corn Laws is pretty good now. How are you gonna make me get an expert offensive planner to step down? Get out of here. You have syphilis now. Syphilis now. Everybody has syphilis in this timeline. That's the way it is. All right. So can we conquer state on Zululand productively? I think so. I think we'll be fine. Yeah, we'll be fine. I just don't want to conquer anywhere where we're going to be conquering at like really high infamy, because it's super bad for you. But yeah, it's still pretty easy to get some important laws passed really early, as long as you have the resources necessary to actually like utilize Corn Laws. It's still pretty good. Still pretty good. Oh, we have a reformer in the armed forces. I'm going to recruit him just by being a slightly worse overall commander, because reformers now are how you're supposed to get into... No, they don't get you into multiculturalism. They get you out of racial segregation, but they don't get you into multiculturalism. I'm not actually sure how you're supposed to get into multiculturalism now that the intelligentsia aren't in favor of it. Yeah, there's a lot of coal in the game. We don't really even we're not even close to maxing out our coal at the moment. We haven't built basically any of it in Bihar yet. Let's see, is there anything that we can do to decrease our construction costs here via imports? Not really. Not really. Yeah, you can. So you can actually lose wars on purpose to force them to open markets against Great Britain really consistently with most of the smaller powers in the world. But like, I think that's fine, right? ultimately is useful most of the time. The only thing that we're currently struggling against are these massive number of radicals, which is going to decrease the approval of all of our interest groups. Let's see here. Do naval invasion to Zululand. And now we've conquered the territory that has temporarily stolen all of the British money. What are they doing? What are they doing? Crazy. Yeah, that's fine. That's okay. Yeah, it's a great strat for Japan. Anybody who wants to move in, I think it's so. I said this in the arable land video, but I think that the way that they should handle it is each point of arable land should go down to a 10,000 population carrying capacity instead of 100,000. And then B, they should just across the board do 5 to 10 times more arable land. The combination of those two things means that you can support somewhere between like 25 and 50% of the GDP could potentially be agriculture if you built all the way up to cap. But what that means, of course, is that like somewhere along the way between where we are here in 1861 and like 1880, hopefully we'll build an industrial economy large enough that we can actually reliably bring everybody in from rural peasantry. Oh my god, we're building a pump jack. We're getting pump jacks right now. We don't have any motor built up. Well, that seems like a skill issue, Walker. That does seem like a skill issue. We could build Bombay into a massive area, or we could build Awad. Where is Awad? It's there. Oh, it's the state that's getting like all of the industrialization. Well, you know, if one state accidentally gets all of the industrialization, it's no skin off my back. And now we have pump jacks. Good. And they're working on gantry cranes and ironclads. I guess that's okay. Could potentially take postal savings first, because now that gets you farmers and shopkeepers investment pool. Yeah, we'll do that first. I think across the board, some of the things they've done are just like really healthy in terms of creating an interesting economy. Oh my god, that puts us really close to doing steel frame buildings too. And mutual funds, that puts us really close to mutual funds. All right, we'll do that before we do gantry cranes, ironclads. Yeah, isolationism is like literally. I think that one is literally roleplay. I think if you want to do some really weird stuff, you can. Authority stacking is one of those things that we haven't ever really done on the channel, but definitely is stronger than that says. Whoa, Prussia got a treaty port in Oman. Holy crap! And France got a treaty port in Tripolitania. Oh my god. That's the other thing that I really like, is being able to observe what kind of wild stuff the AI is getting up to these days. And they get up to some pretty wild stuff. Yeah, we could incorporate Kashmir, Kachin, Shan states, Burma, Rajputana. I don't know if we're going to incorporate Zulu. I don't necessarily feel like we need to, but it would be helpful in terms of dealing with turmoil. That's the big advantage there, I guess. But now we've switched over, and now we can do whatever we want to is on pump jacks. But we don't want to crash the economy in regards to engines. We'll build some engines, and as we build our motor industry up, we'll expand our pump jacks. Yeah, mutual funds is really good. Mutual funds is... No, but a treaty port does do something specifically for you. It's not as useful for Prussia, but it gives you access to a port. And so if you're like a smaller economy, and you don't have a lot of land, a lot of ports available to you, and you don't have like a lot of land and a lot of easy ways to get tons and tons of ports, but you do want to do a lot of trading, then treaty ports are actually really good. It's not about getting you access to the market, it's about getting you access to the building, because that's gonna restrict your convoys. We're just flipping back and forth on these convoys. Oh, what? France, you trying to start a conquer market play on us, bro? What are you doing? France attacks Super UK and EIC. Let's see what happens. Let's find out. I don't think it's gonna go very well for them. Wow, the laissez-faire is going pretty crazy with the cheese whiz back here. France, how are you not going to just immediately back down here? You got Prussia and the East India Company and the UK fighting against you. You're biting off way more than you can chew here. So I think the laissez-faire thing is, I think it's not necessarily a bad thing that they've done that, because it does mean that now laissez-faire is like less an auto win button than it was. Oh man, what are we even doing with the intelligentsia in power? We were working on laws at one point. And that's why we had the intelligentsia in power. Otherwise, we would have just not have them in power. We might go independent, but my goal is to get us to 1 billion GDP. I don't know how. It definitely is way slower in 1.2, but that's what we're trying to do. That's what we're trying to do here. But we're also using free trade as a subject, which I just think is fun. That's my opinion. I think free trade as a subject is fun because it gives us an entirely new economy form, right? We are a specialized economy that's going to be getting a reasonable amount of our money and employment through trade centers. Like we only have 256 built up now as EIC, but that's nothing. That's not nothing. That's not nothing. We had a size 300 in Kabul as Afghanistan in the Advanced Country Guide though in 1857. So you can get bigger than this. But our economy is largely not built exclusively around those. Let's see. Let's upgrade our methods. Where are these unupgraded methods? Where are these unupgraded methods? Who did we conquer? Oh right, we conquered Zulu. That's probably where a lot of these are. Let's see. If we reset production methods in Zululand, does that fix everything in here? Sure does. Cool. All right, so we got dye plantations on. We could do sugar plantations on. Yeah, we're just gonna have to trickle in pump jacks as we increase our amount of engines. But I like having control of our own engine supply because it does mean that like we are actually capturing some of the economic benefit of all of the increased demand for engines. Yeah, I 100% agree, Chloe, that like the difference in terms of construction allocation for interventionism versus laissez-faire means that at least in the beginning of the game, it can be better for your economic growth to move into and stay on interventionism before jumping over to laissez-faire. We moved into laissez-faire just for the extra opinion bonus with the landowners, but I don't even know if that was worth it. Like, I think that broadly speaking, we probably would have gotten larger economic growth by being on interventionism. But that's okay. I think that playing around with the autonomous trading, autonomous investment pool is fun because it gives you an idea of like where Paradox is moving. There's basically no problem here, right? We can switch into vacuum canning and then get an input good shortage on oil in 5 years. That seems like a plan. Build more construction. Yeah, that's another way to do it. If you just build more construction, then you'll be fine. The only thing holding you back there is that private construction, at least at the beginning of the game, they struggle to come up with the money to really make use of their allocation of construction points. But now our investment pool is at 181,000 in terms of their construction. They're moving, and we just got something that hopefully will help. Oh, sick. Yes, let's do it. Get the pointed bureaucrats. Get it. I like autonomous investment too. I think it makes the gameplay a lot more fair. But yeah, a quarter of your investment pool, or a quarter of your construction pool is really, really slow. We have 300 something construction points, and we're building 4 motor industries right now. It's hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Could throw automatic irrigation on the cotton plants. That would be okay. And we could do it on opium plantations too. Or tea, tobacco, and it's always good. It's always good. It's just the cost of engines holding us back. But this is going to increase the cost of engines. Yes, it is. Input good shortages are short-term problems, I hope. Yeah, it is a big deal actually that now private industries are such a large part of the construction on laissez-faire. I think it does make the decision to move into laissez-faire a little more complicated. Because again, we've been getting a lot of construction here out of the autonomous investment pool, but it's been like weird construction. It's been very weird construction. No, Luang Prabang, we're not signing a defensive pact with you. You gotta be kidding. You have to know I'm gonna say no to this. If we weren't part of this Diplo Act, then we could potentially invade Orange and Transvaal. Yeah, building an industrial loop is super important now, but also, like, because of the way an economy is set up, it's hard to say. I don't know what the 1.2 meta really looks like, is just what it boils down to. I think that probably it'll be pretty similar to the 1.1 meta in a lot of ways, except for expansion. Because expansion, conquering these states with infinite turmoil, it's literally worth nothing. Right? Anywhere that has 100% construction efficiency penalties is probably not worth absorbing. We might do it anyway, but that seems like a skill issue on my part. It does mean that those people now don't pay taxes to us instead of not paying taxes to other people, right? That's the big upgrade here. Now we have peasants who don't pay taxes to us. Interventionism gives you a lot more control, which is definitely the biggest thing there. Control is huge. You guys, stop doing this. Stop having these problems with these crazy hereditary bureaucrats. Crazy hereditary bureaucrats. Roll better. Because the other thing we can do is we could just cancel this and then just go back to just an insanely high legitimacy. Probably should have had that. Probably should have had that. Yeah, we'll just run high legitimacy for a little while. Get more loyalists. And that'll hopefully combat our turmoil problem that we have brewing in a lot of the territories that we just annexed. Yeah, somebody just posted something on the taxes are fine. Taxes are fine. But somebody just posted on the thing that trade centers employ fewer pops now, which is true, and I think a really big upgrade for free trade, because before then it was like kind of questionable. If you had way too much trade going on, you couldn't do anything else, which did not seem good. But now you can do trade and other things, which is good. Yeah, that's the thing, is unincorporated taxes. Unincorporated states are a big deal. Unincorporated states, we went over this in the retrospective for Her Majesty's government, but unincorporated states are still part of your market and therefore do like 90% of the work of a real pop, but they don't pay taxes and they don't get political power. And so if you don't care about the taxes but you do care about the political power, then don't incorporate them. Like, that's fine. So if you're doing authority max, I don't think that you should be in ethnostate. I think that just doesn't give you a lot. But I think racial segregation gives you an awful lot of pops that you can actually be fine with, due to a heritage cultural trait being pretty large. You just need to make sure that you're in like the right heritage, right? South Asian, East Asian, and European heritage is a large enough number of pops that you can make that work. Middle Eastern is pretty questionable. African's probably not enough. But the like East Asian heritage type is like basically an infinite number of pops, and so it doesn't matter if you're on racial segregation versus multiculturalism as Qing. It's just giving up 100 authority for nothing. And then you can be in freedom of conscience and still tolerate like an infinite number of pops if you're in the Eastern religion group, because Eastern religion group is all of Buddhism and Hinduism and Shintoism. So there's some really big, having industry in incorporated states and agriculture in unincorporated states is like generally the way you want to build it. But it is only generally the way that you want to build it. It does depend on what your goal is for your society, but it's definitely economically efficient to build it that way, which is like the biggest draw for most people, I think. We're still working on central banking and then mutual funds and then gantry cranes and ironclads, right? Right. And are we at the... We are at our innovation cap. We've been at our innovation cap like almost the entire game. Yeah, productivity is king, and agriculture is just not the way to do it. But sometimes it's okay. Right? Like sometimes the productivity on some of these buildings is fine. That's fine for cotton plantations. And the price of engines has come back down because other people have been building them, so we can roll out even more. Yep. We're just gonna keep adding pump jacks to stuff. But now I guess we could... maybe we should pick up steel frame buildings, honestly. Yeah, let's take steel frame and then we'll do mutual. That seems okay. Because we do want to just like max out construction as quickly as we can. But when you're this close to a new method, you might as well just use the new method. Shift work. Level 2. We still have so many level 2 military technologies though, which is like increasing the cost here on gantry cranes a lot. Yeah, hey Nash. I think generally speaking, I think that the DLC for Victoria 3, I would very much like to see more about subject and overlord interaction. But yeah, I think that if they get the game to the state where they want it to be in terms of like doneness, I think that DLC focusing on that, focusing on specific areas, like I think East Asia still needs a lot. Like Qing has some content in it, but there are definitely some issues still in regards to the way Great Qing operates in game. It's way too stable, right? Like how many times have you guys seen Heavenly Kingdom emerge in AI Great Qing? Because I think I can count it on literally one hand. Yeah, there's some rebalancing in regards to those two. But I think largely speaking, a lot of this stuff is stuff that I don't know if it needs a DLC for like rebalancing methods of production. I think that feels like something that should probably just be part of like a base game. So the problem when it comes to like how do you deal with DLC is that you don't really want to do a lot of things that are mechanical in terms of like the way EU4 operated with stuff, where there were specific pages that you just couldn't access. And that made it so that like if you didn't buy one DLC, you couldn't use another DLC in a way that was really annoying. But yeah, like I think having the ability as a foreign power to invest in buildings in other countries, I think I largely agree with. You absolutely should not be able to just, as EIC, like just click here and build stuff in indoor. That I think would be really bad. But I think that a diplomatic action or a decision that would enable it, I think would make a lot of sense. I also think that we talked about this on the Discord, but I think having a diplomatic action where you're not bankrolling the government, you bankroll separatists or bankroll revolutionaries, I think that would be something fun. And that would give military strength to the revolutionaries in that country, help them progress faster. Because I also think that like the natural progression of revolution is way too fast. That's why you end up with some people just like getting stuck in revolution loops over and over and over again. And it's purely a function of how fast revolutions tick up right now. All right, well, speaking of ticking up, we are getting, oh no, we are getting closer to a CTD. All right. Yeah, well, it's open beta 1.2. Sometimes we get crashes. We will boot it back up momentarily. Okay, let's see. All right. Game crashed. Be right back. It's open beta. I mean, like this is what we do open betas for, right? Occasionally the game crashes. It's okay. Maybe I'm in an insane place because I've been playing so much on other games that have been crashing more than this, but if I get two crashes out of open beta in one day, I feel like that's a good day for me. I really have been I want to do after the end content so badly that I make decisions that are not healthy for my mental health. Because I every single time one comes out, I'm like, all right, just because it crashed once in 3 hours doesn't mean that it's going to crash 4 times in the next 5 minutes. But yeah, I think hey, Etienne, I think I like private construction. It does mean that there's some pretty meaningful rebalances in regards to like what a successful economy looks like and how to build a big good economy. But I think that across the board, I'm pretty happy with private construction. I think that it makes the game, it changes the cadence of the game in a way that I find is healthy. That's how I want to phrase that. Yeah. That's how I want to phrase that. I think it changes the cadence of the game in a way that's healthy. Alright, well, we can build the crap out of Bengal now. Bengal and Madras. 1, 2, 3. And some in Delhi. Some in Bombay. Some in Bengal. Walker, you just said we're not going to expand our construction because we're about to be annexing people and we're about to be upgrading stuff. There's another Spellforce episode that's edited and I just haven't released it because it got finished in the editing bay at like 8:30 last night, and I was like, just don't push it out. 8:30 at night's too late. But I'm having so much fun playing that game. I'm sure part of it is just that they found me at the right time, because I wanted to do like something storytelling, and I literally can't do it in after the end. But I think the story is fun, and I'm having a really good time playing on the highest difficulty level. We might faceplant. I think there's a non-zero chance that we're gonna die horribly, like 15 episodes in. But I'd consider that a win, right? I think if you win every single game at the highest difficulty level, then either you're too good or the game's not hard enough. And so I'm looking forward to seeing where things go from there. But we just got our first apprentice in Conquest of EO, and then I'm probably gonna record another one tomorrow morning, because Eileen always sleeps in until like 11:30 anyway. She's not listening to this, so I can tell the truth. She always sleeps in until like 1:30 anyway. Yeah, we're not going to add any more construction. We'll be fine. We're just going to keep absorbing our princely states and building them. But yeah, I think private construction, really good. I think that autonomous construction and the changes to infamy and turmoil mean that like 1.2 is just a much, much more complete game in terms of giving me at least a good gameplay experience. Because like it didn't feel great that the best way to play France in 1.0 and 1.1 was just like ignore everything, murder people. It was fun, but it didn't feel great. It didn't feel complete. But now with those changes in place, I think that if I were to play France again, not that that's very likely, but if I were to play France again, I think I'd probably approach it a little bit closer, actually, to what we did in Her Majesty's Government. I really do think that one kind of accidentally ended up being, like, really, really good time in regard to the changes that were coming in 1.2, right? Because I think a lot of what you're going to need to do now is figure out ways to grow without maxing out your infamy, because it's really bad to be conquering just radicals now. They do nothing for your economy. I mean, I would record a bunch of stuff, but I am one person, and I spent like so much time going absolutely bananas recording things in October and November that I wouldn't necessarily say like I'm burned out, but like that was my Goya painting on the walls of the inside of his apartment because he was insane moment, and now I'm just sort of like recording 1 or 2 episodes a day and kind of just having a nice time walking around, and I'm probably working maybe only 5 or 6 hours a day on the channel now instead of like 14 that it was in the beginning. But like that's okay. I think when I find another game that I feel like I can add a lot to the conversation about the mechanics, I'll do it. I'll jump in on that stuff. Like, I think that Age of Wonders 4 looks potentially really promising in regards to the mechanical side of it. And I really like tactical 4X games. I just think they're fun. But yeah, bankroll meta, it might be legit. Like, it feels pretty good. It felt pretty strong. It felt like the reason that it wasn't stronger has been addressed, because now you can actually annex states that like you. That's the other thing that's pretty big here, is that now we have all of these states and they all like us. And instead of in 1.0 and 1.1 where we had to like go through and make them hate us before we could bring them into our country, now we can just annex them. It doesn't matter. They're our subject. We can annex them whether they hate us or love us. I think that one is a pretty big upgrade in terms of quality of life. I think steel frame buildings is going to be a pretty big quality of life upgrade, Walker. You dummy. Why don't you just build that earlier? Why are you not building things? How are you not building steel? You're about to go into steel frame buildings. You're not even building steel. Walker, you're fired. Just go clear out your locker. You're done. You're done. Pack up, go home. This is fine. Boy, we've like almost thrown pump jacks on everything. Yes, we got away with throwing pump jacks on everything except for bananas. British market, catch up. Oh, but of course, now we can export tons of opium to Egypt and Qing. That's okay. Oh, and Vietnam. Good. Yeah, you guys love buying drugs from the East India Company. Everybody loves buying drugs from the East India Company. Let's see. Yeah, selling stuff, that's pretty good. I like trade in Victoria 3. I think it's actually fun. This might be something that would be much better off if it were automated, but I think it's fun. I like going in here and then going, hey, can I make $10 if I sell this stuff to somebody? Hey, I could make $10 if I sell it to somebody. Reset production methods. Oh man, and we're gonna have some states that we're annexing that are gonna have really bad market access, so they didn't build any. These lazy guys didn't build any industry while we were murdering them. Yeah, we could do that. We could do. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that like I just haven't been doing because I've been kind of like moving back and forth from different games over the course of January and a little bit of February. But I'm hoping that we can be a little more focused moving forward. Because I was just waiting for 1.2 to drop for Vicky 3. I figured that they were going to be making some pretty good adjustments here, and it looks like they are. Looks like they are. Pump jacks is the best. It's so much better than any of, like, fertilizers is okay, because it does let you make your chemical plants more profitable to support your explosives, but like these things are not the same. These things are not the same. Now we're not going to be able to switch everything to iron frames right away because that would explode our economy. But we can do some. We can do some. We do Delhi also, I think, because they are going to be building a lot. Yeah, it's probably fine. That's probably okay for now. And let's see what our goods are like. Oh man, steel is still cheap enough that we can increase our construction sector further? Alright, well, if you insist, I mean, bro, alright, I guess if most of our construction sectors can be steel, then I'm not going to complain about the British market. Not going to complain about that. This is where the game gets easier when the AI gets better, because then that means that they can actually start building other things and using their economies to support each other. So we just massively increased the demand in the British market for the goods that go into steel frame buildings, but that also means that like anybody else in the British market, they want to make some money, just go build some steel frame buildings for us. India says we need them. I guess we could import tiny fractions of the engines that we need from Hanover, but the majority of the demand that we're gonna have to meet is gonna be building stuff in-house. Ooh, baby. Oh, baby. Give me those exports. Gimme those exports. I want to switch in here, but we're working on building up some. We'll switch into final pump jack form on bananas soon. Yeah, this is Blue Jeans imperialism, but I think I think it's fun. I think it's a lot of fun. Let's see. Not a whole lot else over here. These methods, they'll catch up. Oh, dynamite. Duh. Walker, how are you not gonna have dynamite involved? Get some dynamite out there. Whoa. What are they doing over here? They're offering. What are you doing over here? What is happening? They're conquering Suzhou. All right. Well, have fun, but I don't really want to fight Qing for an obligation, UK. I would fight them if you offered me war reparations. I'd do that. I would absolutely fight Great Qing for war reparations. But at the moment, we can't do that. At the moment, that is not available. You academics. Go be radical. Have a good time out there. We could go to very high taxes. We have the legitimacy for it. That would be a lot more construction that we could run. Yeah, let's go to very high taxes. Just everybody do steel frame. Make the AI build the resources that we need in order to make that happen. And yeah, we're doing okay. It's a little expensive in regards to some of these things, but not painfully so. God, engines every time. Yeah, we'll get this up to level 21. I mean, frankly, we could do level 31s now that we have thing. Whatchamacallit? God. Oh, of course, our construction costs are going to swing wildly as our availability of construction pool swings wildly. Oh, good. You had Scottish people become addicted to opium? Perfect. That's some real quality right there. Yeah, there's really fun stuff going on in this game here. Oh, snap. Did Madagascar became a dominion of Spain? Holy crap. Also, by the way, look at Ethiopia. I don't know how often you guys watch Ethiopia anymore, or if I'm the only person who plays on an observer mode. But boy, the AI wants so much more now in 1.2. They're still struggling in regards to the size of their construction and the growth of their economies, but like the behavior of their diplomatic AI, it feels so much more alive, right? They almost unified Ethiopia. Like, holy crap. That's when have you ever seen an Ethiopian miner wage any war successfully against each other in 1.0 or 1.1? Like, I think I've seen that once, maybe. But unfortunately, we're still living in the world without recognition for the Ottoman Empire. One day, the Ottomans will get good enough that they can succeed the Tanzimat. Yeah, they actually do stuff now. Ethiopia is really fun to watch and interact with in 1.2. In 1.1, they kind of still mostly did nothing. But in 1.2, they are exactly what they should be. Out here recruiting landowners. Oh my god, are we just gonna have strong landowners like literally all game? Dude, is that what we're doing? We managed to get a bunch of the stuff done that landowners don't like, but we still haven't gotten hereditary bureaucrats out of the way, which is like crazy. And we haven't gotten peasant levies out of the way either. Absolutely insane. It's 1868 and we haven't gotten either of this done. That's due in part to not fighting civil wars against the landowner. You want to get stuff done very quickly, you just shoot them. High taxes decreases pop interest attraction to IGs in government. Cool. Oh, awesome. That's really good, actually. That's fun because that means that we can like use the landowner to hit itself in the face. Good. Oh, we built everything. All right. Get back to work, Walker. You have to build stuff for India. You have to build stuff for the British market. Doesn't really look like there's a lot of resource extraction that we need. We could do glass. Yeah, we do glass. Glass is cool. People like glass. Is Punjab incorporated? It is. It is incorporated. All right. Yeah, we'll do 21 and then drop a 5-stacker rail. Good. But yeah, I really think the cadence of the game in regards to the things that you can accomplish and the speed at which you should try to accomplish them, it's completely different versus 1.0. in 1.1, and B, I think it's just across the board better. This plays so good. This plays so well. I think that they should be very proud of what they've done. And I don't just say that because I don't want to see them abandon this game like Imperator Rome. I do think that that wasn't really in the books anyway, considering how important the Victoria game is. But I think it's important, if they're doing a good job, that somebody say it. I think they're doing a good job. I think they should be very proud of this. Modernizing the arsenal. All right, yeah, let's get some repeaters. Wait, who invaded each? Oh, the yes. The more insane treaty ports that I see out of the AI, the better. I love it. I know some people hate it, but I love it. It's good. I like treaty ports. I like neither of those interest groups matter. Why are you gonna petition me for anything? Because I'm gonna say no. It's every single time I'm gonna say no. They invaded Egypt. Boy, yeah. I mean, the Ottoman Empire took a good chunk of Egypt this time, but they did not get there. Unfortunate for them. Yeah, we could dump more. I mean, we're still getting throughput bonus, so yeah, do this and then drop 5 more into rail. And then we could just like go crazy. We could just throw max on everything and then just see what happens. This was like definitely correct when it was ye olden days of people having infinite access to demand filtering into their GDP, and that's not true anymore. Now the resources that we are using here do not increase our GDP; they decrease it because it's just increasing the number of input goods. But that's okay. Having our industrial buildings be economically efficient seems pretty good. Yeah, we'll get more resources. Boy, howdy, get more resources. Boy, howdy, 67. What the heck? What in the heck? Yeah. We got access to. We could be doing some agricultural stuff. We could technically be doing some agricultural stuff, but it's a 78 productivity steel line right there, so I don't know. I don't know about that one. It would take some really, really, really good territory for me to want to build an agricultural building over 70-something productivity building. That's going to come down, but boy. That's more productive than arts academies? You gotta be kidding me, guys. Alright. Well, we can build up our coal, I guess. Yeah, we can build up coal. Yeah, the cadence is really different in 1. Oh, wait, you had a game in 1.1 where Ethiopia formed and invaded Egypt? How? That's wild. Oh my god, look! A puppet. They puppeted Ausa. I'm so excited I'm having a hard time not throwing my mouse across the room. This is crazy. We're watching the AI like actually expand and do stuff. That's wild. Alright, who should we annex next? We should annex somebody. Just always be annexing. Always be annexing. I don't care about Indochina. That sounds like the UK is just going crazy over there. But that's fine. Yeah, I personally did form Egypt and formed Ethiopia and invaded Egypt for one time on stream because it was fun. But I've never seen that. That's wild. Ooh, all right. So now the French have intervened. And we could potentially. We can't sway the British in because they are our overlord. And we also can't demand the treaty port from the French because they're down there. They're much higher rank than us, and I don't think we can get them to release it. Nope, there's no release. That's okay. We'll just get French war reparations. Just French war reparations. Yeah, I always play on harsh aggressive. I think it's again, like, everyone should have whatever sort of gameplay experience that they want, but for me personally, because I like learning the mechanics of the game, I want to be playing on the highest difficulty basically all of the time. At least whenever I can get away with it. Let's see. I guess we're still just resource extraction mode. The productivity on our opium plantations is getting closer. It's getting closer. But yeah, it's gotta be coal probably. Could do 5 more there. And do 20 more in Bihar, and then we need to build some more rail in Bihar. Sure. You want a promotion for random dude? Yeah, random dude, you get it. Are we like accidentally gonna end up with... It very much feels like we're gonna accidentally end up with the landowners as being not only powerful, but like the only force in government for literally the entire game here. I don't know. I guess we could get out of migration controls. That would be pretty good. But that's like the only thing that I feel like I'm missing. And we're about to get war reparations from France. France, why are you going to jump in on this war? It's just going to it's just going to cost you, bud. It's just going to cost you, bud. All right, well, good. That'll show them. Yep. Oh, Jesus Christ. I unlocked mutual funds like before I did pump jacks, I think. God. You gotta update your production methods. that one's pretty important. That one's pretty important. Well, I'm just gonna go ahead and just do publicly traded for like literally everybody, because I'm at the point where I'd like to just get as much power into the hands of the industrialists as soon as possible. Because if we can switch into an oligarchy instead of an autocracy, I'd really prefer that, to be entirely honest. And if we have a powerful industrialist, I think we can get there. I think we can get there in terms of legitimacy. Because I think the landowner is still the market liberal. Still the market liberal. 66 years old. The landowner is going to oppose that change to oligarchy, though. Oh, yeah, mutual funds is going to be really helpful. Yeah, we'll switch into no migration controls. But mutual funds is going to be really helpful, both in terms of increasing the power of the industrialist, as well as just, like, decreasing the power of the landowner there. Boop-a-doop. Publicly traded. Oh my god, we got publicly traded? I didn't even know that was possible. Some of these things are like just insanely difficult to get to be really profitable, and so every time I get publicly traded, I feel like I cheated. Mutually beneficial. Yeah. All right. So we could get 20% interest group attraction to those two, or just 4K more tech. 4K more tech. Always get more tech. Always get more tech. So let's see. Industrialists right now. Not a lot. Not a lot. Not yet. Hopefully this is all they're waiting for in terms of getting powerful, but they do need to be collecting dividends in order for them to be really good. So it's not even like everybody goes crazy with the Cheese Whiz once you hit mutual funds. But once we also are building up a bunch of stuff, then we'll see the cascading effects for the economy. See, we can build those. We could build Andhra. Yeah, we can build Andhra. And then we'll just build some more rail there. Yeah, and we could do triage. And then gantry cranes ironclad. That'd be fine. I imagine that the French do want... Oh, they've invaded over here. I imagine that the French want to invade over there. Why don't you defend? How are you not going to defend when they're over here? Alright, what do they want? They want white peace. We'll accept that. That's fine. We annexed the territory. But that was a successful naval invasion. I don't know if that's because we didn't mobilize enough troops when we were fighting them, or if they actually just like successfully beat through because I wasn't paying attention. But it was definitely one of those, and it may have been a successful naval invasion. I do not want to say it wasn't. All right. So who else can we grow our economy with? We could grow our economy by puppeting Siam. Nobody has you guys under their political umbrella. Nobody cares about Siam, huh? Nobody cares about Siam, huh? Well, we will annex. We will annex the rest of the stuff. Annex the rest of the stuff. Mewar, go. No. Anglicans, don't worry about this. My headphones are running low on juice, so I gotta plug them in. Yeah, Pico, morale. Blah. Alright, there we go. Prussia sided with Mewar. I don't know about that. Prussia siding with Mewar. That's... Alright, go crazy, I guess. Yeah, we're just gonna only have landowners, I guess. Ooh, there's a jingoist. That's potentially useful. Yeah, that's potentially useful. You get promoted a bunch. Hopefully you get in control, Joshua Walpole. That would be pretty good. Why is your command limit so much higher? What do you have? Nothing. 88 years old. Oh my god, this guy was born in 1782. Sir Henry Godwin, what are you doing? What is your secret? Hey, everybody built around us, and now we have more construction. All right, good. Now we can build some more. Good. I'm not going to demand any war reparations from... Oh, shoot, I should have demanded war reps from Prussia and then naval invaded down here. Oops. Wait. Whoa. What? That is not... No, that's not a Prussian... That's not a Prussian treaty port. That's Trucial Oman. All right, well, have fun with Trucial Oman there. Alright, so we could import some more engines. That would be fine. Import some more hardwood. That would be good. Is there anything else we can do with exports? Sure. Because that's... Free trade is really good in terms of translating raw goods into GDP, because now, because of the GDP rebalance, you can't do that anymore. Now you have to actually like you have an end good. Now GDP is being calculated correctly is what it boils down to, and so you can't just rely on tools to get you there. You have to actually you have to have goods being bought and consumed. But trade counts. Trade counts. We're building up to 1 billion. I mean, we'll see how long it takes, but because of how unbelievably fast 1.2 is, we're going to 1 billion. It's only 3:30. We got plenty of time. I'm not doing anything today. Well, we would want to export more sugar to somebody. Let's see. What else could we do? What else could we do? Nope. Annexed Mewar, good. And then we can go through state. Oh, they already had maximum production? Cool. All right. Diplo, Annex, Jaipur, go. And then advance, go. Probably want to recruit backup general for each of these guys. Are any of you a good... nope, no good ideology. Nope. You're inoffensive. Traditionalists, not on my watch. Yeah, right now it looks like we're not only staying in the British market, but it looks like we're probably going to end up staying with a strong landowner all game. It's just... Yeah, you have to conquer all of Europe to get a GDP at 1.1. But that's fine, because, like, 1.1, because they were able to change it without causing, like, serious problems to the game. Like, if they had to... if by changing it they had caused, like, serious cascading problems for economies, then that would have been an issue. But, like, the game plays fine. The game plays really well, actually. And then, like, the GDP calculation was definitely wrong. So I see this as a pure upside. Pure upside that the game is more accurate now. Gives people one less thing to whine about. I think there are some legitimate complaints about the game, but I think that, like, a lot of the legitimate complaints about the game get drowned out on Reddit about people who just, like, struggle to play. I think trade is going to be one of the things that is largely super duper important for getting your GDP really high, though, because we need to be able to translate some of these middle goods into finished goods, like, pretty badly. In order to get our GDP up, we need to sell liquor to people. We do not want our pops buying them all in our barracks. Oh shoot, we could have switched into first aid walker. All right, well, we'll switch into line infantry and first aid for our conscripts. That's slightly useful. But methods are a lot more useful now. There's just so much. There's so much in the game that's really wild and different in regards to GDP and infamy that I need to be doing more academy videos. Let's see. What else we got in here? What else can we do? We could increase the production of services, but that would not really help us that much. Services probably need to be rebalanced in some way. They just, like, don't do anything right now. After a certain point. Oh, we have a bunch of extra authority. Yeah, we could slap some more consumption taxes down. That's fine. Well, all right. I guess we're not getting that off. Mass irregular infantry. If you want to do that, Sid, then just play as Teodoros again, because that's the dude who can do it, right? Like, it's not even, you don't even need mass, you just need some of them, and then you can just smash people. You had only 70 million as Japan. I mean, the birth rate. So what were you doing to? Because the thing is, like, population growth is going to have a lot of inputs, right? It's not just your birth rate. The thing that's going to control the population growth is going to be more bound by mortality than by anything else. And so if you want to juice the speed at which your population is growing, then you want to make sure that you get into a, like, basically a really high healthcare system ASAP, and then keep it as high as you can, as long as you can. Because that's going to have a much bigger impact on your population growth than birth rate. Birth rate is, like, good, but not the most important thing in the universe. But mortality, because, you know, you're gonna be running dynamite on everything whether you want to or not. Mortality is the thing that's going to hold down your population growth more than anything else, especially in the mid game when you're still struggling in regards to getting stuff like regulatory bodies or a health system passed. It's 1871 and we still don't have a health system. We don't really have the bureaucracy for it either, but boy, it's, yeah. That's what's holding down our population growth. And without having seen the game, I'm going to assume that probably what was holding down your population growth was mortality. Yeah, it should. It should make your pops immortal at 66. Oh, like you think the numbers have been reworked? That's very possible. That is extremely possible, in fact, because the numbers, I think, were balanced pretty low in 1.0 and 1.1 in a way that I don't think played badly, because I think it meant that, like, the drive to acquire pops was a lot more hectic. But the drive to acquire pops was a lot more hectic because, like, your economy just built up way bigger, way faster. So I'm going to guess that probably we're going to get this done by maybe 1900 at this current speed, because that would be double 1515, and that's about the pace that we've been on. But if we can get it done earlier than 1900, I won't be upset. But yeah, it's 1.2. It's 1.2. It's a big upgrade, I think, in terms of things. You don't like the new pop growth? I think the new pop growth means that, like, the automation technologies are worse, but not really in a huge meaningful way. Once you get a big enough once you get better at the new 1.2 economy, Walker, then building these guys away will be still pretty trivial, I'm sure. But the 1.2 economy is very different. It's very different. I think that across the board, more construction is still good. That, like, there's really no way to handle that in a way that makes any sense. I don't know. I've seen people complaining about it and trying to, like, rebalance it in different ways, but, like, building things, I think, is a core part of the game. I don't know. I don't see why people get upset about that. I don't know if I want to build more coal mines there. I don't know about that. Maybe we are going to build some agricultural buildings. Maybe we'll build a little bit of opium. Nope. Looks like laissez-faire has done a pretty good job of building our opium for us. All right. Well, urban buildings it is, I guess. There we go. We're on laissez-faire. I think that there's a good. It should be more agrarian, but it definitely should not be agrarian. Like, right now, where arable land is, there's just not enough growth potential to be agrarian in Victoria 3. And so if you want, I think that there's a pretty good argument, actually, to play the game on interventionism at the beginning of the game, simply because it gives you 50% private construction instead of 75%. I'm going to do a video on that probably tomorrow about economic systems, because I think that I've played enough on 1.2 that I can actually, like, talk about them a little more cogently. But that really is the biggest difference here, is that yeah, we changed into laissez-faire a while ago. Bastard, I think you may have been, were you here at like the very beginning of the stream, like the first hour? Because the first hour I switched into debt slavery because I forgot how it worked, and we face planted and died. So this is actually the second run. We started the second run at like 12:30 or something like that. They dramatically increased the amount of arable land in the New World. The amount, I did a video about it, Sid. Come on, I did a video about arable land. Go watch that. You're like the second or third most active person in the Discord channel. You can watch a 5-minute video. You can watch a 5-minute video. But yeah, bastard. I switched into debt slavery because I remembered, not correctly, I remembered that it was easier to switch out of debt slavery and into slavery banned under some circumstances, and just like didn't bother. And I'm like, oh, okay, so Sid, I linked in the description. Somebody did a big Reddit post where they actually like broke down the math where all of the arable land was different, and they did a really great job talking about the numbers. I don't know if they I disagree with their analysis of the numbers, because they seem to be thinking that like slightly more arable land makes agrarianism way better, but like there's double the arable land in the United States now, and in North America, and there's like plus 75% more arable land in South America, but that's still like not a big deal, because I think, yeah, I'm 1,000% gonna do a video on GDP, on the GDP calculation. I think that, so I just filmed Turmoil, Trade, and Infamy, which I think those things are all fun and useful to talk about together, so I put them all in one video. And then I think I'm going to do a conversation, like an actual video about the GDP rework, and a video, I think the GDP rework is probably the most important thing that we haven't done yet. So yeah, expect that to be something that we do soon. It was incorrect. It was incorrect math. I was afraid of recommending that Paradox change things, because I thought that there was a non-zero chance that like they had pieced together code that it just wasn't going to work on. But that was an incorrect worry on my part. It works fine. It slows things down a lot. It definitely slows things down a lot. And that's, I think that's fun. I think that's fun. State actions. We need to incorporate everything except Zululand. We'll incorporate Zululand. Whatever. But yeah, the GDP is entirely different. So again, we'll do a dedicated video to it. But yeah, Pampas was buffed. A lot of areas were buffed, but unfortunately, like just due to the 100,000 pop per arable land versus 3,950 employable pops per arable land when you like build buildings and make them good, you can only ever employ like 4% of your population in agriculture at max, and so there's really no reason to do that. It's just not a viable growth vehicle at the moment in comparison to the maximum carrying capacity. I've heard a lot of people make suggestions about employing technology as a way to increase arable land. I think that's a really good idea. I think if they wanted to do that, that would make sense. But I think that they need to scale down the carrying capacity per arable land to 10 to 25,000 instead of 100,000. But yeah, the GDP calc was it was incorrect, and as it turns out, it was fine. Paradox could fix it, and I think that it makes economies play a lot more interestingly now, and like Infamy play a lot more interestingly now. Like I think that from here on out, I'm probably not gonna bother trying to conquer the world at 100 Infamy, because you just like, you get nothing out of those states. You get absolutely nothing. You can't build anything there. This is gonna be on infinite Infamy all day, all year long. It's just the way. It's just the way. I can't believe this. I can't believe this. A, it's 1873 and I'm not having any like stuttering problems. B, there's a reset production methods button. Jesus Christ. This is so much better. Jesus Christ. So much better. I'm really excited to see where this game is in a year and a half. Let's see. Build some motor industries. Build some motor industries, why don't you? Just go crazy. Just go crazy. But yeah, in order to increase your GDP now, you need to have end goods. That's the biggest difference, is that all of the goods that get consumed along the production chain, reset production modes just sets the state production methods to whatever the majority state production methods are in your country. And so that means that you can still, it doesn't update it to like the maximum production methods. If you do not want to be using automation in your agricultural buildings by and large, either because like you're India and you don't care, or because your transportation's comparatively expensive, you can leave it off. But then if you ever end up where there's like different production methods being used in a new state or in a new territory you're conquering, instead of having to go through and set absolutely every production method over to something else, you just go in here, you go to your state actions, you click reset production methods, and you just click on the state. Boom. Something that used to take like literally 5 minutes sometimes when you had like a lot of construction going on and everything was really choppy, takes like 5 seconds now. It's really good. It's really, really good. It's very smooth. Like, and anytime they make a big UI improvement like that, that's the other thing that we may end up doing another video for 1.2. Oh yeah, end goods. End goods are how things are calculated now. That's it. So like goods that are consumed along the way. So iron mines here, for instance, we're producing iron, but if 100% of this iron is just being used in our steel factories, in our iron constructions and stuff, then the productivity of this iron mine doesn't contribute to our national GDP. It still contributes in the form of creating jobs that employ people, right? And so it's still going to be contributing to our bottom line in terms of taxes. And so it's still very valuable, but it no longer contributes to the top line GDP number, because that's literally not how GDPs work in the real world. In the real world, if you have like middle goods, then you have to subtract those costs from the final cost of the finished good that's going to market. But it does count goods that go to market either within market and being purchased by like pops in those countries, or by selling them to people. But like you actually don't get any GDP out of building tooling workshops now, because there's no way for humans to consume them. They're just consumed in buildings. And so you can't build your tooling workshops to infinite, or you can't build your tooling workshops in GDP to infinity that way. But fortunately, the people who work in the tooling workshops are going to get paid money hand over fist. And so that means they're going to be buying lots of consumer goods. And that is like an indirect massive buff to consumer goods. But I still think that largely because the most important thing isn't even really your GDP up here that's going to determine your military or the strength of your economy, but rather in here, the national revenue line. This is the most important metric. That's it right there, because that's the thing that's going to tell you if your economy is big or not. But the recalculation to focus on end goods means that it's a buff to consumer buildings indirectly, because it means that they help their minting and stuff. But I think that if you're trying to do things that are going to contribute the most and just focusing on GDP, then trade is the thing that's going to increase your GDP the most, especially if you can find like good price imbalances between large powers, because those are end goods, right? If you take glass from the British market and you sell it to somebody, and they put it into an object, it still counts towards your GDP, because you are counting it as an end goal, as an end good. right? So if we were to, this is obviously still going to function the same way, because that's not a good that's consumed by pops. But sugar, that's usually not consumed by pops. But if we sell this to Italy, then it actually counts towards our GDP. Yeah, groceries are better, clothes are better, but trade really is much better. That's the big thing, I think. If you wanna make your line go up, then you need to trade with people, because it's so easily manipulatable. that's the long and short of it. It's easy to cheese. Oh my god, we have ironclads now? Alright, well, we can do steamships. Yeah, we'll do industrial ports and ironclads, sure. We were part of the British market for a reason, so we can leech off of their stuff. I don't know about these guys. Most of these seem like fancy things that we don't really need. I guess we'll do rubber, because we are India, and we need to be able to export our rubber to somebody. Oh my god, we don't even have an electrical generation. It's 1874, and we don't have electrical generation. But this is just, so it's not just export goods that are going to be giving you a lot of productivity. It means you should also be doing industry substitution. So like if you can import tools from somebody and export them clothes, then that can be really beneficial to you in terms of the economic setup if you're just trying to maximize GDP. It's just that like just trying to maximize GDP now, it doesn't even get you as much. Because now in order to maximize your GDP, you have to build clothes, which I like, generally speaking, I don't advocate for building tons of clothes. I think generally speaking, you do better building a stronger industrial economy first. But it means that like the flex out of an industrial economy and into one of these sort of consumer good economies feels much more natural. Ooh. Yeah, maybe we want to build up some more in South Bengal. Sure. I cannot believe how much this slows down your economic growth, though. It's absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. Because now you don't have just like infinite money coming in from minting, because your GDP is like 2.5 million for no reason. What? Our investment pool is just going crazy here. I guess we could build our construction sector larger. That is the other thing we could do. If we want to grow our GDP more, we could grow more. Yeah, and so it's clothes are better because of lathes, but I think furniture is better because of lathes, but also I think clothes are better because wood is generally like a lot harder to get right now, at least in 1.2. And so you do kind of need to deal with that as part of the math, right? If the input goods are comparatively expensive, then building it is not as good. Low market access in Rajputana. All right. Well, it looks like the private construction is taking care of that for us. Yeah, we have enough gold reserves that expanding this construction's fine. It hasn't really shifted, but I think it's changed in terms of its cadence. I think that the meta now is concentrated more around productivity than anything else. The consumption of your construction sector does not count towards GDP, I don't think. Actually, it depends on if it counts a construction point as a good or not. I don't know. Yeah, God. I think I encountered it when I was looking around in here. The best states in Russia are right here, though. Even though they don't have, like, an infinite amount of logging camps. Like, Ural is 84, 96, 81, 80, 75, 20. So those are some pretty good ones. Where is the most in Russia? I mean, I would hope it's in Siberia somewhere. That would be fun. I don't know. Where is it? All right, Sid, where is it? 29? Is it a 29 stack? Is that the largest in Russia? If that's true, if the 29 stack here is the largest in all of Russia, then that's sort of like my point in regards to wood for furniture. That's just not a lot. It's just not a lot. Oh, we can export more clothes though. Tver. Oh, Tver. All right, so Tver's over here somewhere. I've conquered Tver a couple of times in EU4, so I should be able to find it a little better than this. I know, there it is. I know it's in this area, 40. Yeah, but see, 40 doesn't even hit the maximum throughput bonus, right? Like, maximum throughput bonus of 51 for economies of scale means that, like, a wood economy is always going to be bad in Victoria 3 right now. It's fine and good to increase the size of your logging camps, but that's kind of like one of the things that I really like about using private construction is that it means I never have to build wood, right? I can import wood. I can let the laissez-faire stuff fix my wood for me, but I don't have to build it. That makes me feel good. It means that I can just stay focused on the urban buildings. But yeah, it definitely, in terms of GDP, has shifted almost entirely towards consumer goods, right? Consumer goods, because that is actually like the thing that consumer goods and GDP is supposed to measure, is like the total amount of economic activity going on inside the country. And that means they are going to be concerned with consumer goods more than anything else. But we can do some consuming here. We can do some consuming here. All right, so we're at 1.6 and doing fine in terms of our budget. I'm kind of curious how much these guys have in terms of their construction pools right now. Ooh, the British GDP is... What is... Oh, guys. These are some pretty funny visual bugs. That is the other thing that I love playing on Open Beta 1.2.4 is that, I think it plays like 10 times better than 1.1 did, just in terms of performance. That is, I'm sure, partially because I went up to 32 gigs instead of 16, because it was pretty meaningfully different on 1.1. But it does feel, yeah, they can do stuff. They can do weird stuff to your standard of living. That's true. I don't really care that much about this metric. It doesn't matter, right? The metric that matters is peasants. This number doesn't matter at all. The number of peasants you have is the other important thing that you need to keep in mind. Size of your national revenue and percentage of your overall government or overall people who are peasants. If you want to have a good economy, just no peasants. Help them help you. No peasants. All right, we'll do more consumer goods, I guess. I'm gonna hold my nose and we'll do 5 levels of university here, and then we'll do guess we'll do textile mills. Yeah, this number cannot be correct. What, 1,000 weeks? 1,000 weeks. Ooh, maybe we can export some more luxuries. That's also pretty good. If you can export luxury clothes or luxury furniture to people, those can be pretty productive trade routes. Danish market, Persian market. Yeah, you can do that. You can spike people's SOL by giving them access to cheap goods. I think that generally speaking, that's usually net good for an economy unless you spike their SOL and then withdraw them and then they have enough radicals that it's a real problem. But like we have 65 million radicals. We're okay. We have angry rural folk, and we're probably just gonna have angry rural folk all game, but it's fine. It's fine. Everything here is fine. Don't worry about any of that. I think this means that we're gonna need to increase the size of our engines if we want to increase our economy in regards to rubber. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Can we export any fabric to people? Guess we could do this. Yeah, exporting consumer goods are the things that are gonna drive your growth in GDP now, for sure. Just 100%. Yep, that makes sense. It's just because of the GDP recalc. I should probably go ahead and just make that video. There wasn't any like reason that I just haven't shot it yet, other than I'm lazy. But I think the GDP rework is good. I think that they did a good job with it, and I think it plays well. Yeah, we'll just build some more stupid clothes for people, I guess. I don't care about the fact that you're getting standard of living. In fact, it makes me a little angry that you guys are getting standard of living out of this. But this is about the money. We need the money. Do we have the pops to employ this? We do not have the pops to employ this. Builds a level 31 textile mill in a state where there's 4,000 and 1,000 unemployable people. Jesus Christ, Walker. Like, all right, let's open it up in here. Check for your infrastructure and look at your available labor. You do need to look at the available labor. This isn't all India. You have conquered some stuff that isn't labor anymore. All right, let's build this in Bombay. There. Just not paying attention. Yeah, we can annex some people. Diploplays, annex. Boom. Yeah, SOL increases demand, but it's SOL from specific pops that increases demand. And just like across the board, most of the time, the easiest way to get demand rolling in your economy because of the way peasants work and their 10% consumption is to just have people not be peasants anymore. And then that's the thing that increases your demand and productivity. But of course, that requires you have like a really big construction sector that grows faster than this. We still have 30 million peasants. Don't tell my mom about this. This is really embarrassing. She's gonna unsubscribe. She's gonna see that we still have 30 million peasants in 1876, and she's gonna unsubscribe. Wait. You get infamy for getting recognition now? If that's true, I don't think that's good. I don't think you should get that. No. You don't want 40% down on furniture. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, if you're isolationist, your GDP is going to be tiny. That's the other consequence of the GDP rework. If you are isolationist, your economy is going to be absolutely hilariously tiny because you can't export all your stupid clothes that you have to build if you want to make your GDP big. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to read any of that. Why are you so lazy? There's not a lot of text on those. But yeah, SOL, when it increases the demand for goods in your economy. But like, wait. So did you direct conquer Manchuria and Korea? Because that's not correct. You should not do that. If you're trying to wage war in Victoria 3, you should not just click conquer state and then just like take enormous slices of China anymore. That's really bad. It's way better for you to go ahead and lean into like making people get released and then either bankrolling them or puppeting them. But like, it's just across the board pretty bad to just conquer states on large, well-populated territories like Korea and Manchuria. So you liberated Manchuria, and then did you demand Korea as a change overlord, Borgel? Got Korea transferred. That seems weird. That should not be 386 infamy, and if it is, then I don't know. That does seem like a bug. But like, if you're just puppeting people, and you're not puppeting like enormous people, then you should be okay. You should be okay. If you're really still struggling with infamy, then just go ahead and like bankroll people. That one's also pretty good. Bankrolling folks is pretty effective now. Are we just gonna rely on our capitalists to build us rail now? Nah, it will be fine. We'll be fine. Yeah, just building your consumer goods. That's kind of the thing you gotta do. Oh, hey. Consumer goods. Hey, come buy this coat. Buy this coat. You guys like coats. Humans like clothes. That's something that I've discovered in my years living amongst them. Humans like clothes. They really like this stuff. There. Ooh. Can we export grain to people? I guess we could. But it is an industrial good. That's the downside to exporting grain. And it's really low productivity. So you, all right, yeah, I don't know. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm saying that that's possible that you encountered a bug, but like that's not been my experience playing as Japan. So that there might be, yeah, if you're making everything a primary demand, that causes a bunch of infamy. That is another thing that can do it for sure. All right, well, why don't we just finish these guys off, and then we'll pick up some new people that we can invite into the band. Ooh, Great Qing is improving relations with us. Cool. But yeah, we could be doing bankrolling actually here. That wouldn't be inappropriate. Except everybody's on stupid protected borders. It was always just slightly over 100 infamy. Said, because like the first billionaire GDP thing that we did was with France. And then we just started by taking EIC from Great Britain, and I think at that point in 1.0.6 it was in 5 or something like that. Yeah, 350. That sounds like you had a bug of some kind, because I've never seen that. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what went wrong there, but that sounds like a bug, and you encounter those sometimes when you're playing these on open betas. There was definitely a point where it was 105 or so, but I would always take 136 instead, because you also take home counties in the same war. Because there's no, if you're taking the capital, you might as well also take, like, if you're taking the crown jewel, you might as well also take their capital, right? If you're ignoring infamy, you might as well like really ignore infamy. Oh my god, the French are attacking us with real troops. The French are attacking us with real troops. That's not fair. Fortunately, we did not take any war goals against them, and we are going to capitulate Kuch any day now. You can't conquer the French port. In order to conquer the French port, you need to be a great power and have them not be a great power. The only way to get because some of the other treaty ports you can release as nations, and then you can conquer the nation that you release. But the French treaty port, I don't think you can release as anything, and you cannot directly conquer them, unfortunately. At least not in the current build. Yeah, we'll drop some ports down. Yeah, like some of these treaty ports, like if for instance you conquer all of these territories as somebody, you can make Oman release this treaty port as some kind of free country or whatever, and then conquer it. So we're going to end up doing that with Afghanistan in the advanced country guide. But there's, yeah, in order to take Pondicherry as East India Company, you need to like cut France down if you're going to, remain a subject of Great Britain as a minor power. You need to cut France down below minor power in order to get that treaty port now. Same with the treaty port out of Portugal. Below minor power. Insignificant power is there, but they're only an insignificant power because they are a puppet of Spain or a dominion of Spain. Let's see. I think we have one more subject, right? Yeah, we have Travancore. Done. France, please don't intervene again. It's like really rude that you think that you can do that. Exceptionally rude. Why did I just build a construction sector in Zululand? There's nobody employable in Zululand, Walker. You gotta pay attention. Gotta pay attention. Oh boy, right. We got fertilizers a while back, didn't we? Yeah, that's okay. Oh, we have oil. Of course we have oil. We have pump jacks. Of course we have oil. We have pump jacks. All right, let's see. We don't have elastics until vulcanization, which I don't think we're particularly close to wanting that. Oh, no, we are. We're getting tech spread on Vulc. All right, we'll do Vulc and then we'll do electrical generation. Let's get rubber online. Let's get rubber online. Caution. And rubber plantations. I think this is going to be good for us. This feels like it's going to be pretty good for us. Because we are going to need to be building up our textile mills like a lot if we want to get our GDP out of here. Because we really do just need consumer goods at this point. Oh, new extensive military shipbuilding. Yeah, all right. Oh, right, I forgot. Reset state production methods. There we go. Hey, we asked France not to intervene this time, and France did not intervene this time. Thank you, France. But yeah, now because of the way the GDP calc works, consumer goods are, they're not necessarily better, but they're certainly more important. They are certainly more important. I'm also just, I'm not afraid of automation. We'll just do it. Just automate. Automate that stuff. I don't know about this transportation automation. It seems like with the amount of construction that you have as laissez-faire, we've like zero investment pool. We've been on zero investment pool for like forever because this is constantly being funneled into construction. But it's okay. That's okay. It's a really slow growing investment pool though. That's I think the biggest difference is that because of the way numbers are just smaller across the board, your way to spiral off into infinity and become a character in Gurren Lagann is pretty limited. Like here, building this sulfur mine would be economically productive for the people working in the sulfur mine, but wouldn't really do anything for our GDP. But we could do field hospitals. We have plenty of opium. Yeah, we do field hospitals. That's fine. That's fine. It's 1878 and we still have peasant levies and hereditary bureaucrats and a 53% landowner. This is crazy. It's absolutely bananas. All right, what are we doing here? State actions, reset. There we go. Good. It also creates like an interesting tension with everybody. Do you want to build your coal mines? Because they're good, but your private construction is going to take care of some of that stuff for you. But all these industrial goods, there's such high productivity. They would give so much money to people, and then those people could turn around and like spend it in the economy doing good stuff there. All right, tell you what, let's build a bunch of art. Build a bunch of art in Central India. People love it. People love it. Oh, I wonder if we can export art to anybody. Not right now, but maybe after we've built a bunch, we can do it. Yeah, that's possible. That's possible. I believe. All right. Let's see here. Yeah, it's just meat. There's too much meat in the British market. I think meat, more even than tea and coffee, there absolutely needs to be a method to use meat in food industries, considering that, like, this is the time period of the jungle, right? Like, there absolutely 1,000% needs to be a food industry that allows you to utilize meat. Hopefully they don't give us, like, really weird, gross stuff there. But it's part of the history of the world, I guess. All right, we hit vulcanization. Good. Let's go elastics. Just go elastics. Get crazy with the cheese whiz. So we can't take Goa either, because the way you have to take Goa is that you have to be a higher rank than the person whose market controls Portugal, and in this case, Portugal is under the control of Spain. So you can't take any of the, basically taking a treaty port back as a subject is functionally impossible now. You have to wait for somebody to make the treaty port belong to somebody insanely weak, or you need something weird where, like, for no reason the Trucial States took a treaty port in Oman during one of their wars. That one's weird, but like you literally, you need an insanely bizarre combination of circumstances in order to make that possible. But what we can do is we can make sure that we have Rajputana cord. That was dumb, Walker. You should have cored that. There was literally a revolt there, and then you just said, huh, that's weird, and then moved on. No, we're not helping radical Netherlands. Get out of here. We'll build 10 more bureaucracy there, and we'll do 10 more in Bombay. And that'll give us the ability to just, like, do any sort of import-export that we want to. There should be. I agree. I think that there should be some sort of method that allows for it. But yeah, at the moment, it's almost impossible to take back a treaty port if you're a subject, and it's very difficult to take back a treaty port even if you aren't. But that also means that treaty ports are, especially because of the infamy rework, we might do a different playthrough where it's like sort of inspired by Her Majesty's government but moves in a different direction. Like maybe we'll do a game as Prussia, where we're trying to build an overseas imperial empire but like mostly stay within the borders of 1871 Prussia in continental Europe. That might be fun, because like I think that the way that the game plays now is Japan's a dominion of Russia. that's why they're green. The AI has done some fun weird stuff on the map, right? Like Ethiopia has almost unified, and then when it was on the cusp of unification, France showed up and turned one of them into a puppet. Like the stories that are emerging out of the game now and the AI and its interaction with the world are way more compelling, because they actually seem to be wanting things. Russia, for instance, wants to control Central Asia. They're actually pushing down here, and they're being annoying. And then Great Qing mostly remains too powerful, I think, is the biggest issue over here. But look, they moved into Corn Laws, right? That's what temporary minimum wages and corn law leverage means. They moved into Corn Laws. But they don't seem to have utilized it for much yet. No serfdom abolished. Not yet, but they're getting there. Oh, shoot. We're, like, building a bunch of areas that don't have enough qualifications, don't we? That's the problem here. You dumb butt walker. You gotta build qualifications. You even got an option a while back that was like, maybe you want some more qualifications. And I'm like, I don't need qualifications. I'll have plenty of money. Qualifications are unimportant when you have money. That's true. That is true. Unless you're going to build a giant art thing somewhere, in which case qualifications very much do matter. This is okay. This is a weird construction queue, but it's fine. It's a new world. Yeah, we started with EIC. We went into Corn Laws to do a bunch of government changes, and now we've kind of just ended up with like a landowner in government forever. That's unfortunately and accidentally been like the nature of our government now for a very long time. We could potentially fix it by moving into landed voting now. We are starting to have a stronger industrialist group here, but we still have like fish and farms can grow GDP. It's when how the good is consumed. If the good is consumed into a building, then it doesn't count towards your GDP. If the good is consumed by a pop, then it is. So some of the goods are like partially GDP counted, depending on like what's been going on with the good in question recently. What are we gonna build? We're building up an enormous art academy, so that way hopefully we can export some art to people. Nope. Well, we could import some art from people. That would be something that we could do. We could import some Italian art. That's fine. And Swedish art. We'll still control the art market inside of the British British market, but it'll be slower. Let's see. Yeah, anything that gets sold to pops should be anything that's sold to pops or to trade routes should be counted towards your GDP if it's being counted correctly. Hey, you guys come buy some furniture. Done. Yeah, the AI has done some crazy stuff around the world, but I think not even necessarily in ways that are inherently ahistorical. So like the United States just happened to turn Mexico into a dominion in one of their wars and then just annexed it. And like that's something that could have happened in our world. I would put that as an unlikely outcome, but it definitely could have happened. And then I think the weirdest thing here is that the Ottoman Empire conquered like the coastal Levant, but left Egypt with this cursed port and then access to just like a bunch of desert in Damascus, instead of like conquering north-south. But like they had to suffer a treaty port offered to France as part of the deal there, and Switzerland has become a dominion of Prussia. This is great. I think this is really fun. It's just all sorts of crazy stuff going on in the game. The AI is doing whatever it wants to, and it seems to want things, and that's exciting to me. I don't want wood at 5 productivity. Give me grain. Who wants to buy some grain? Here. You get grain. You get grain. You get grain. You get grain. This also means that like keeping goods at minus 40% or whatever for your pops is just amazingly dumb now. Don't do that. That's really bad for your GDP, because like if here we have clothes at minus 8%, that means that we could be selling those goods to anybody, right? To just like literally anybody could buy those instead of just having them sit on the shelf accumulating dust. And then occasionally, probably not a bad idea to just like go through and purge unproductive trade routes that got consumed by other trade routes. That's probably not a bad idea, Walker. Why don't you do that? Why don't you purge these unproductive trade routes that you've built up over 4 decades of ignoring them? Although that one, I don't know. I feel like there absolutely should be an automation button here for like purge inactive trade routes. I wouldn't mind that. I would not mind that. All right, there we go. Oh boy, get back to building. Walker, you gotta, don't stop building. Build textile mills, jeez. All right, building some textile mills. Yeah. There. And that means we're gonna need a lot more rubber. Do we have enough rubber in our economy to handle all this? Probably not. We may end up needing to import some from America. Okay, there we go. Yeah, we could conquer Baluchistan. We could absolutely do that. Some of these areas are going to be more useful for our GDP than others. And anywhere that has more construction already built up is going to be, broadly speaking, more useful to us. And now we have that online. What else could we pick up? What else could we pick up? Well, I guess this means that like just consumer good technologies are, broadly speaking, better. So I guess we'll take electrical capacitors next. And then we'll build up an electricity economy. Yeah, that seems okay. The plan for the future of the EIC, we're building up to 1 billion GDP. That's like the thing that we're trying to do here, because it's definitely still doable in 1.2, but it's way slower. And so that, I think that's fun. I think it gives us like a brand new way to play and experience the game. And so we're just today building up to 1 billion, and then we'll see what we can learn from it. But I think that the most important thing, yeah, you can become, geez, like, we haven't really been annexing things the same way that probably could have. We've definitely wasted some infamy along the way. But there's, like, the penalties for being at conquering stuff at really high infamy are pretty annoying now. I think we'll puppet Siam. Let's puppet Siam. And you go there, and you go there, and you go there. Yeah, this is fine. Good lord. Good lord, construction. The Lord construction on high. Yeah, alright. We'll add some more construction, I guess. I mean, you can't sit there accumulating 27 million. That's way too much, Walker. You gotta use that. Use it for something. There. Your pops are fighting. What are they doing? You know, manufactories, people are gonna die. That's kind of just the nature of things here. Oh, good. Good. That's pretty classic. You have two revolutionary groups and you can't deal with either of them. Oh boy, right. We're gonna need to build up engines. Yeah, we'll add another 30 stack engine somewhere. Who has the most infrastructure? Andra? Hey, you still have enough peasants. Yeah, you can get some more. It says there's not enough qualifications, but I doubt that. I doubt that very much. Because if that's true, then that is fixable. A level 5 university is basically infinity when it comes to getting us enough qualifications to staff things. Oh. Plug the hole. But yeah, I think that actually is a pretty reasonable way to expand your economy. But of course, if we're trying to pick up the Dutch East Indies, we can't just puppet the Netherlands, because that's not possible due to the rank disparity. So we'd have to take them from the Netherlands, and that would give us like really, really, really high infamy. And really high infamy does kind of matter now because of radicals and the way Turmoil interacts with them. Now Turmoil makes it so basically constructing in unincorporated revolutionary states is basically just a waste of your time. A minus 100% state construction efficiency is pretty bad. Industrialists and landowners were supposed to be in government together to get something done. I keep doing this where like I'll get the interest group together that is supposed to be passing something and then forget to pass it. I don't even know if we need migration controls though. Like that seems not that important. Who's in charge of our industrialists? Oh, a radical is in charge of our industrialists. All right, well, a radical would be in favor of moving into multiculturalism. That's fine by me. That's fine by me. That's actually really interesting. If radicals are the ones now who are in favor of multiculturalism, that's right. That's right. That's what they did. Yeah, there's still a couple of like really important things that I think we can talk about as subjects for the channel in regards to 1.2 updates, because there really are some pretty meaningful updates. There are some pretty crazy things that have happened in Victoria 3. I think all of them are good. I think 1.2 looks very promising. Pico. Burr. What was he doing? Yeah, what were you doing, buddy? Huh. Well, okay. Yeah, you don't say. Eileen's cat was trying to dig something out of the trash. I couldn't figure out what, but like he has this thing where he gets like the dog guilty face going on. Like, I know I did something wrong, but if I pretend to not know, then maybe I won't get in trouble for it. But then like the face is so obvious that you know that they did something wrong. It's very, very comical. These animals, what are they doing? I guess we could puppet Dynam. That's fine. We're fine. We could do that. Diplo plays, make puppet. Oh, no, we can't, because they are way too happy with us. But yeah, we could annex Chiang Mai. That's fine. Boom. Preserve multiculturalism. All right, so in order to get multiculturalism done, you need radicals in a bunch of areas, don't you? Yeah, you need a lot of radicals in order to get that through. But that could be a reason to be excited about the Revolutions of 1848 event again. All right, so we could just go back down to just landowners. I want to get oligarchy on the books, but radicals, I guess, there's going to be no help there. Or I guess we could go into landed voting. Yeah, let's go into landed voting. That'll make the intelligentsia happy. They'll like that. You guys will love landed voting. Yeah, we could do path to liberalism. We could do that maybe accidentally, but we could do path to liberalism. I think if we're going to start moving in that direction... Yep, no social security. Absolutely. Of course they want no social security. Ooh, the private construction is building... Ooh, the private construction is building all in one location. It's building a size 71 in central India? Why? Why is the private construction building a size 71? You're psychotic. You're absolutely psychotic, private construction. I love the enthusiasm, but there's no way size 71 does not make sense. But you know what? I would take a size 71 in one state over 71 on 71 states. That seems pretty good. So the autonomous construction here has queued up over the course of a little while a size 71 power plant in central India for us, which means that the autonomous investment pool is 1,000% taking advantage of economies of scale, because that couldn't have happened accidentally. That like it can't 71 times in a row see the same target as a coin flip over, or as a die roll actually, over all these different states. Yeah, it gets economy of scale, but it actually calculates it correctly. So, like, I mean, the autonomous construction is sort of indirectly based off of the way the autonomous construction was supposed to be working in 1.0 and 1.1, but it wasn't doing some of the back-end math correctly, and so it was having issues in regards to understanding economies of scale, and so it was just building, like, random crap on a bunch of different states. But now it seems to very much not be missing out on that. I do think that probably the fact that it doesn't understand that there's a cap to the bonus of throughput, that's a little goofy, but that's okay. That's a short-term problem. I think the long-term bonus here that the autonomous construction sees, scales is good. I think scaling is good. I think that's good for an economy. Oh my god. This is I warned Eileen that this is going to be a long day today. Cuz holy cow. We're not even at 500 million yet, and it's 1881. I guess we could increase our construction sector. We did just increase our construction sector, but we could increase it even more. We could do that. Not in Pashtunistan, though. All right, let's check some labor. That's where we maybe want to be building these. And then let's drop some more rail. Let's do rail. Oh, no, there's no pops there. I wish the mechanic for removing things from the construction pool were a little easier than that, but that's okay. That's fine. Let's see. Let's do this. Yeah, it's going to prioritize those states a little more simply because, like, it does already see the the construction efficiencies. So that's it's just very exciting. Very exciting. I think autonomous construction is a lot of fun. I think the way that they've got it up there is a lot of fun. Unlimited power. Unlimited power. And of course the other thing you can do to grow your GDP more is to grow your population more by colonizing. Wage voting, are you gonna get there? Or landed voting, are you gonna get there? That'd be crazy. Absolutely. Gonna make the industrialists even happier, I guess. Influence, I don't think we need that. Yeah, we just need consumer goods, which you've employed everybody in Central America. Good. We're slowly chunking into our peasants, but very slowly. We were at 30 million and now we're at 27 and a half. Like that's the function of being only on 200 construction sectors here and only having control over like a tiny fraction of them. But I will say that, like, by and large, the way that the autonomous construction pool is spending those construction points, I really can't complain about. Like, they're building everything that they need to be building in order to build an economy. They're building it in kind of a goofball way, but they are absolutely getting there. And that means that, like, the other great powers will get there, too. Like, it's just a matter of time and scalability and, like, Paradox dialing in exactly how strong they want the AI to be. But I do think there's a fun challenge in the game now of one player plays as EIC, one player plays as Great Britain, and then there's some amount of time frame, and then it's whoever has the higher GDP between the two, but they start off in the same market. So like the interaction between those two is pretty profound in regards to the development of their GDPs. If they both go for consumer goods, they'll both crash each other's economies. But if one goes for consumer goods and one goes for agricultural goods, at least in the current setup, that would really benefit the person going for the consumer goods. Will Central India could still use some tender love and care. It's getting it. The market's giving you the help you need, but not fast enough. That's what we'll do. We'll pop in and help people out. Is this enough construction? It kind of still doesn't feel like it. Now it feels like our construction has been hilariously undersized. But that's okay. That's okay. Five. Yeah, that's fine. Good. Good. So anybody else been coming up with any fun campaign ideas for Victoria 3? I think I still want to do an agrarian economy video. I suspect that realistically, with the way arable land is currently set up, it would be something done for the memes rather than for like the efficiencies. Oh boy. You want to make a bunch of money? Why don't you just export fertilizers to Great Qing? Duh. Dedoy. Oh, yeah. Oh, man. And now everybody's addicted to opium in Europe, so we can sell them opium. Good. And Prussia's into sugar, I guess. But it also means that you can definitely, like, depress the economic development of other people by exporting consumer goods to them. Much more terrifying. Much more terrifying. Trade is a dangerous, spooky thing now. Yeah, you said it, Pico. El Salvador. Yeah, you guys can buy some fancy clothes. You guys love fancy clothes. Here we go. Yep. 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 Trade is really, really good at making your GDP go up. Not so good at doing anything else, but it is really good at making your GDP go up. And I think that also the divorce between heavy industrial goods and your GDP is like largely good because it also emphasizes that GDP is one of many metrics. It's not the only metric. There are a lot of really important metrics. That's an important one, but it's not the only one. Yeah, I mean, I guess we could build more motor industries, but it's just, I don't feel like we need to. I don't feel like we need to. Alright, so now we have weird parties. Weird parties that all hate each other. Alright. The highest legitimacy government we can build now is this. Good. Perfect. That's what we were looking for. We're looking for a 29 legitimacy government. We found it. Look for that 29 legitimacy government, and we found it. We need to make the industrialists happier. That's the problem right now. They're just not happy enough. Yeah, you can grow your economy really, really quickly now just leaning into consumer goods. But then you're just building GDP. It's interesting, right? It is interesting. Well, if we're going that way, we might as well like just go that way, right? We could just go straight to universal suffrage. Yeah, just go straight for universal suffrage. If it starts a revolution, then we can call the Brits in. Yeah, electricity is the thing that's gonna like really, really turn it on. Kaboom. Assuming we can get enough electricity. That's the big problem. Central India is our super industry territory for electricity, but it's only one. It's probably not enough. We probably need to turn off, go back to mechanical. That's fine. We'll switch into electric on the secondary sooner. Well, eventually. That's good. That's good. We need to get, oh no, the industrialists are happy and powerful. Why did our cost expand so much? I guess now we're just paying so much more for glass. That's the biggest issue. Glass and steel are just both really expensive. Well, let's fix that. Well, steel first. Yep. Import, sure. And we could, do we have any wasted authority on anything dumb? We have a road maintenance in South Bengal. Walker, it's 1882. Why do you have a road maintenance in South Bengal? Why don't you build some trains there, you idiot? Oh, man. All right, there we go. Done. Why is there a road maintenance in South Bengal? What does that serve? Yeah, you can grow the effective output of those things. But the thing is that, like, growing your food industry, it's not going to, because the other things that are going into it are input goods, that they're not going to, the only thing that you're getting really is the value of the goods that are coming out of the food industry, right? And so we'd be adding liquor and groceries to our market. Liquor and groceries right now, groceries are at plus 2%, so 30 pounds of productivity. Like, it really is mostly just go for productivity now. Oh, all right, cool. We got a revolution. It's aristocrats though, right? Oh my god, it's aristocrats in control of the entire country. Well, all right, come on down. Great Britain, deal with this shit. Like, all the aristocrats got angry about something. I don't know what. They're complaining about things. Go fight them. Yeah, liquor can be used militarily, but it's just about increasing your GDP, right? If you're there we go. If you're increasing your GDP, then it's going to be coming from the goods that you're consuming, and you can't consume some of those things. Like right now, we literally couldn't have consumed any more liquor or any like very slightly more groceries, and so just wasted goods are way worse now in 1.2 than they were in earlier ones. Oh, wait, what? Good. I'm actually kind of, I don't know if we're going to win this one, because it doesn't look like the British are doing anything about this. The British have 21 million debt? What have they been doing? What have they been doing? No. Francisco, they reworked it. Great Britain is the target, the main target for revolutions in your territory all the time. What have they been doing? Yeah, everybody's radical now. Let's see if the British are actually gonna mobilize any troops to move down there. Jesus Christ. They have 0 troops mobilized. Alright, well, that's not great. That's not great. But it wouldn't have actually, yeah, that is quite, we might die, because it doesn't look like the British are gonna mobilize anything, and I did not pay attention to the size of the revolution. Is there a save that we had from before the revolution broke out that might be useful to look at? Because that revolution is definitely large enough that we can't fight it without British help, and it didn't look like the British were going to be helping because they were at 10 billion. Oh, good, right on time, perfect. Because they were at 20 million debt. What the hell did they? How the hell did they have 20 million debt? Like, what did they do? I mean, like, they weren't even paying war reparations to Zulu anymore because we killed them. What? How? I don't know what the British did there. How did the British end up with 21 million debt? Are they paying war reparations to any random other people? No, they're just struggling. They're just struggling. All right. Well, we could build the Free Trade Party this way. I mean, I don't. Maybe we collapse their economy. That's worth. It's worth almost worth looking at their GDP to see if there's some kind of weird stuff going on. But we are getting the 1.2 beta display bug with weird lines and all. And we didn't flood their market that bad. If their GDP had crashed to like 5 million, then I'd been like, all right, yeah, obviously we hurt their economy somehow. But like, we're paying them 400,000 in Diplo pacts. Like they I don't know how they ended up with 21 million in debt, but it seems like they screwed something up there. What are they doing? Actually, very briefly, let's go take a look at the UK. Let's pause and see what the hell are they doing. How the hell did they do this? Oh, well, their credit limit's just enormous, so it doesn't matter. They actually built up a really big economy. Let's see if that's something that's true of all the great powers right now. All right, we got 1,000 construction points out of France. Hell yeah. Oh my god, look at these great powers. Look at these great powers. They are going bananas in regards to actually changing stuff here. Yeah! Alright, good for them. Does Great Qing have a lot of construction points? 92. Great Qing does not have a lot of construction points. Alright, well that seems like a Great Qing problem. Yeah, changing the type of bureaucracy would be nice. It's one of those things that, like, you can't just do stuff in 1.2 anymore. You have to actually, like, have plans and like, set them up and execute well. In 1.0 and 1.2, or 1.0 and 1.1, you could just, like, do whatever the hell you wanted to, but you can't just go in here and be like, all right, we tried multiple times to get to appointed bureaucrats, but due to the size and scale of the economy and the politics, I think in order to get appointed bureaucrats through, you kind of have to have a really small landowner already. It's pretty tough to get done otherwise. We could click it and see if we get a revolution, but I don't think the British are going to help us is the problem, because they don't seem to be interested. I have no idea why Great Qing doesn't have construction. I have no idea why the Great Qing AI behaves the way that the Great Qing AI behaves. Just don't ask questions. The Great Qing has great plans. Great Qing is working on something. They're cooking up a stew, right? They're fine. What the hell are they doing? What the hell are they doing? What the hell are they doing? I mean, now they don't have money. Now they definitely do not have money. So now it's a little more understandable. Ooh, wow. Holy crap. Oh, Jesus Christ, look. Great Qing, not only has Great Qing left low taxation, but has actually gone into high taxation and is doing, like, infinite consumption taxes. What on earth is happening to their economy, though? Like, seriously, what the hell is going on with their economy? I think the way you have to, I don't even know if you do all of the time, is the thing. Like, we actually have been able to build a really good economy with landowners now. You can do it. Like, we used Corn Laws to remove the most egregious laws that the landowners liked at the beginning of the game, and kind of just haven't looked back. It's been fine. Landowners are, they're still not good. But they're less egregious now because of how ridiculously good Corn Laws is. If we end up in a position where we can remove more landowner power, then we will. But, like, it's not as absolutely necessary in order to develop an economy yet. Oh man, our good guy left. Our market liberal is gone. Not good morally, but effectively. Get out of here. Don't involve me in wars. Yeah, the industrialists have gone up a lot, but the landowners have been like 50% clout for like 4 decades. Yep. They've just been 50% forever. It's been insane. How do you deal with a problem like an entrenched landlord? Well, you can still start the campaign the way that we did with, like, the original overt mutiny, which is like start a civil war, call in the British right away, and then fight them. But, like, now the size and strength of the landowners are so large that I don't even know if the British could put down an uprising here if they wanted to. Part of the reason that they are so strong, of course, is that they had, A, they got a lot of votes in the election, but B, they just have an enormous amount of wealth, right? They have an enormous amount of wealth because we have not been able to build away all of our peasants, and so we still have tons of subsistence farms, right? We have 1,000 levels of subsistence farms here. Punjab, Delhi, oh, that's regular. All right, 2,000 here. All right. But they're not all max. Oh, they are max employment. Jeez. Jeezy Pete's. 3.2 million peasants still living in South Bengal. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And that's why we still have powerful... That's part of why we still have powerful landowners. Let's build... Yeah, we're already building some of those. So let's build some motors. 1, 2. Yeah, that's probably not enough population to really want to build there. That's the problem. Some of these states, not worth investing in. And we'll add some more of this. Yeah, building away peasants is like always good. It's always good. Just build away peasants. You'll deal with everything else when you build away all your peasants. Why you want to give me an obligation to back you against Colot, Great Britain? You're so lazy. I know why you want to do it. You want to do it so that you can actually get here, but I don't want you to get there. I want to get there. Conquer Baluchistan. Oh my god, France conquered Oman. And Austria conquered the Trucial states. What on earth? And now France has tiny Trucial states here as a protectorate? Oh my god. Yeah, if you just just get rid of all your peasants. Like that's all it is. Just get it makes the aristocrats like generally less wealthy in regards to the other wealth concentrated in the other hands of the other pops. Oh my god, look, we have Iberia. Jesus Christ, we have a lot of stuff that's actually happened on this map. We might do a breakdown of like what happened in this stream as a video, because there's like weird stuff, fun weird stuff is happening on this map. Right, the AI is doing things. They're killing people. They are conquering territory that they can make use of as an imperialist power. Like they want things. This is so exciting. This is a brand new world. Anybody want to buy any guns? Ching, you want to buy some guns? Iberia, sure. Yeah, you can buy some guns. Italy, yeah. Brazil, sure. Yeah. Ottomans, why not? And let's build some more ports. Those are usually pretty good. I know there's nobody living here in Malaya who's employable, but it's all about the hope. The hope. Maybe someone will move there. Wow, we built away most of the coast at least. Except for Madras. Stupid Madras. You did this to them, Walker. You did that. You chose not to build there. Don't blame them. That's your fault. 1.03 million unemployed. That's the other thing when you're building a bunch of agricultural buildings. Oh, that's a nice little thing. It's a way to keep your infamy economy going. But like we haven't really used a lot in a while. Maybe we should annex somebody. I'm not annexing them. We have a truce until 1885. Okay. Oh. All right. Yeah, let's I mean, we don't even really need like just conquering random stuff though. We need, if we're going to be conquering random stuff, Prussia? Hamburg. Prussia is fighting Hamburg. It's 1884 and Prussia is fighting Hamburg. Why? Just absorb them. Okay, wait a second. There it is. All right. I'm like, where'd the panel go? All right. All right. So what do we need? We need GDP potential, but GDP potential is just like, it's all consumer goods now. So I don't know if we even need that's the thing, is like, I don't know if we necessarily need to conquer anybody. Now puppets might be useful for money. And fighting the Chinese might be useful for money. Yeah, maybe we fight the Chinese for money. They're having money problems, but we can make them worse. Yeah, we could do that. We could do that. We could do liberate subject on Tibet. But we need to make them hate us first. Okay, we'll do that. Yeah, let's pick a fight with Great Qing. Yeah, that should be good. I think we've built like a single barracks all game. I think literally the only interaction with barracks we've had so far is absorbing them from puppets and demolishing a couple. Oh, you're not subsidizing your rail. How are you going to do that? How are you not going to subsidize your rail as part of the, like, everybody gets the same methods of production thing? Yeah, you could make dominions so that way they keep growing. Dominions are also really helpful because you don't have to call them into combat. So like if you want to create like a permanent deneutralized border with someone, then having a dominion there is a good way to do it. Ooh, Finland has gained independence from Russia somehow. All right, that's interesting. We already have an interest in to trade with the United States because we've got the British interests to work with too. We could go for the Balkans potentially to trade with Austria. Yeah, could do that. I think we'll just fight the Chinese for war reparations. That should be profitable. We might need to expand our barracks a little bit first, but that should be profitable. And we have way more than enough credit that I'm not worried about burning 50k for now. It's like literally nothing. Oh my god, we need 2,768 bureaucracy to go up there. Yeah, I feel like probably conquering more peasants probably has not been economically productive for our GDP. It's like basically going nowhere on that little corridor right there. Let's build some more consumer goods. Let's build some more consumer goods. But that's the other thing, is that if you way overbuild consumer goods into the area where they aren't sellable and they're just reducing price, then they aren't growing your GDP either. So you have to either export them or just deal with the fact that you're building something that's worth nothing. Either way, not great. Either way, not great. And level 5 university in Madras. That's okay. Export. Export. Good, good, good. Oh my god, we're at minus 20% clothes in the market. Somebody buy our clothes. Anyone buy our clothes, please. Yeah, it might still be good to just like push productive things like steel, just so that way you have lots of really high standard of living pops who are capable of buying the stuff that you're making in your consumer goods. I think really the main story is that the GDP recalc makes it so that you kind of care about everything now in a way that's largely good. Yeah, they can be used to help control the price of your goods. But I'm just trying to figure out, is there something that we can do to do the next double in the next 15 years? Because that's been like roughly the speed that we've been moving at, is doubling every 15 years, which is way slower than in the growth in 1.0 and 1.1. Ooh, all right. Let's see. We could add some more fancy stuff. People like fancy stuff. Yeah, bureaucracy. That's pretty good. And we'll take pan-nationalism, sure. Minting, that's fine. Oh, shoot, we need to take feminism. It's not as critical as it is for somebody who doesn't still have 1 billion peasants, but still probably not a bad idea. Then we'll pick up international exchange. We have capacitors. We're just trying to build down the cost on electricity in the market because it's still insanely high. So we have half caps on. We have the electric sewing machines, but we don't have mechanized or automatic power looms yet because we just don't have the electricity in the British market. We should probably fix that though. That seems like something that we can fix. Yeah, we'll fix that. 1, 2, 3. And maybe we could do more in Madras. I mean, we're building an awful lot there, but that's okay. That just makes me want to make sure. Yeah, we have a high construction sector there. Good. All right. Yeah, feminism isn't strictly needed. I'm not researching it because I actually care that much about the tech that much, but because it just every tech that you have at the lower levels reduces the cost of the higher level techs, and I don't need that international exchange standards that much that I care that much about rushing it. Every tech that you rush is more expensive because of the costs associated with them. Loyalists or approval rate. Well, if that gets us interest or the contribution, IP contribution, then I'll go for that. Yeah, electricity is really big. It's more about just like moving money into the economy, but that's not a bad thing. Moving money into the economy is not a bad thing. 2, 3. Did we pick up shift work already? I feel like we did. Yeah, rushing techs is just miserable. It sometimes is very good when you have a very specific tech in mind. That is the proper phrasing. But boy, it's pretty bad when it's bad. It's pretty bad when it's bad. That's okay. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. And I think we now have enough transportation. We can do this. We can do this. Yeah, you can sell electricity to British pops, which is pretty sweet. But you can also just like adjust prices pretty easily by exporting goods. Everybody buy grain. Everybody buy grain. 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 Mm-hmm. And we just crashed the price of grain by switching everybody over to maximum wheat farm production methods over there. But that, I think, is going to be something that ultimately is going to get fixed as the economies are shaped by the private construction here. At least I'm hoping. Because we have control over so little of it. Yeah, you can't export electricity, services, transportation, which makes those like just a lot more interesting in general. Should we be using transportation in some of these dumb stuff? Yeah, just whatever. Like, it's gonna fire some people. It's okay. It's gonna fire some laborers. They're not doing anything here anyway. Let them move to Great Britain. They will have a better life there. Yeah, we'll do tanker cars. Who's at war? What is happening? North Germany? Leave me out of this. Leave me out of this. Don't need that. I don't need that in my life. Services matters at the beginning of the game and then just like rapidly diminishes to being nothing by the end. I don't know if that's like pure upside or downside or whatever, but it does, at least it's predictable, right? It's something that you can plan around, that eventually your services, it's still 181,000, but it's gonna get overtaken by real consumption goods as you grow a real economy pretty consistently. Okay, so we could potentially use that movement to go into appointed bureaucrats, but that would radicalize the landowners, and they're already pretty radical. Slavery banned, proportional taxation, free trade, laissez-faire. Well, your old leader was so in favor of all these things. Why are you having such a big problem with this, landowners? Boy, we really have kind of enshrined them though. We're gonna need to be careful at how we remove their power if we can't rely on the British guns to actually win. I don't want to spend 2,000 bureaucracy on more people that we have to take care of is the problem. It's generally not great. Generally not good value. Oh man, we also need more ports. All right, I'm gonna take like maybe another 5 minute break. It's 5 o'clock already, but we should be able to clean this up in the next 3 or so hours. I think. I don't. It's gonna be a really late billion, but it's in 1.2 with a very different calculation in regards to GDP and stuff. Yeah, changing bureaucracy is brutal. Like that, I want to switch into appointed bureaucrats, but it's much more complicated now because our landowner is not happy with us anymore, and we didn't really have the ability to slot in an easy switch over to it. We tried a couple of times, but we got some really bad rolls on in terms of what was available to us. No, angry, you guys are gonna disband the government, aren't you? Do it. Disband that government. I dare you. Actually, if they leave, do we get the industrialists as our new head of state? Because we are a presidential republic. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how that's going to interact with landed voting. But yeah, landowner is crazy strong because they got 50 million power from votes in an election because we are in landed voting, which is generally going to be pretty good for the landowner. They generally like that. We need to get them to be radical. That would be pretty good. That would be really, really good. But yeah, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be back in like 5 minutes or so. There we go. Yeah, I think some kind of abdication mechanic would be neat. I don't know how they would balance it. Is the probably the problem that they're struggling with, but I think it would make sense. We do want to do appointed bureaucrats. It would be good, but we probably have to wait until after the next election. I think what we have to hope for is for an election that... Oh, maybe we could switch into oligarchy? No, that would radicalize the landowners. Yeah, we need something that's going to make the landowners weaker, and a bad election would do it. We can still try to drown them out. I think that's still in the books. But if we don't, that doesn't matter. The popularity of the character, it's going to influence the attraction, but the reason that the landowner has so much power is that they have an enormous amount of wealth, and they did really well in their election. And we haven't been able to switch out of peasant levies because we haven't had a jingoist landowner, I think, in the entire game yet. Because we had like a market liberal landowner for, I don't know, like 4 decades after hitting it. We got enough pops. I don't care about mortality. It's not a big deal. Neutrality. Oh, hey, we've gotten the Chinese mad at us, or rather they don't like us enough that we can actually start a war with them. Can we can't do liberate. Wait, why can't we do liberate subject on them? Not a junior member of a customs union? What? You can't do liberate subject to liberate people? I don't know about that one. That does not seem to be working as intended. I also doubt we're supposed to be able to... Are we really able to take a treaty port here? Alright, you know what? Let's see if we can actually take a treaty port there. There is no sway that the British would accept. Why would they not accept a sway from us? Interesting. Well, that's okay. We should probably still be able to do this pretty easily, because I think what we're going to do is just going to set up a defensive army along the border, mobilize all generals, recruit another general in North India. You're defensive. Oh, a cocaine addict? Yeah, sure. Get down here. Yeah, let's just mobilize all our generals and then send the best of us to just defend along the border. You have psychological affliction? We should fire you, right? Oh, no, it's just 50% penalty to popularity. That's fine. That's not a problem. Might not be a bad idea to mobilize a couple of these guys, though. Yeah, let's do North Bengal, South Bengal, Delhi. US, how are you going to side with Great Qing in this? How are you going to do that? Like, what do you think you're going to get out of this? What do you think you're getting out of this? Explain it to me. That's probably enough. That's probably fine. Oh. Ho ho. Alright, so we could get... Oh, 10% momentum to the Conservative Party? Well, we're not going to do that. But now we have a different landowner in charge who is a pacifist. Well. A pacifist is something we can use. Yeah, national militia, done. We can absolutely use national militia. Just how we drew it up. Just how we drew it up. But now we need to recruit a new leader, I guess, because somebody died. Yeah, sure. You moderate traditionalist. All right, moderate. Here you go. You got a job. Actually, you should probably be the dude who does the naval invasion, and then you do the defending here. And then you defend here. Oh, we could sway Austria in? What do you want, Austria? You would do it for a treaty port, huh? Well, I don't know about that. I don't know if you're going to be able to take that. Yet, like, professional army, generally speaking, is a little easier for people to use because you don't have, like, massive spikes in terms of the costs of your military equipment. But national militia is, generally speaking, stronger. Unless they've rebalanced things, you just get better stats out of your high-level stuff with conscription centers. Plus 15 and 10. Oh, they did rebalance it. Okay, well, maybe that makes sense. That was kind of weird that you had much better stats for no particularly discernible reason. Yeah, all right. Siam is beating the United States of America over there? But the Chinese are pushing through our troops. They're slaughtering us. Oh my god, they're slaughtering us. Even though we have much better equipment. And it's just numbers. Because you can engage way more troops in battle now. That's the big issue. Well, alright, we'll just conscript more, I guess. And this will be a little better once we're actually out of the, once we're out of peasant levies, because then we'll actually have better equipment for our conscripts. But let's go ahead and do a naval invasion. Who's our naval invader guy? Winston Gordon Lennox. All right. If we just land on Taiwan, that's all we really need. All right, so now the Conservative Party is indeed not as powerful. So if we'll use the conservative landowner to get, or we'll use the pacifist to get national militia through, and then we might switch things around. But generally speaking, I think the balance has been redone, because it used to be that you got better stats out of your conscription center units than you did on your barracks at like extremely high levels, but you couldn't access some of them if you didn't have the right setup. But oh man, we can actually build a legitimate government now without the landowners in it, and by passing national militia, we'll get the landowners really happy. Then we can switch over to intelligentsia industrialist and get the bureaucracy we need. Which is going to be good, because holy crap, the Chinese are just on the warpath over here. Looks like total number of units is like one of the most important things now in regards to succeeding in warfare. Holy crap. I think the only thing that we're going to have that might save us is like, I think we're going to be able to land here on Taiwan, which is all we're trying to do. Take war reps and a treaty port. All right, sure, you know, get some bonus on passing national militia. Yeah, our allies is getting thrashed out there, but we are gonna take the war goal. Good. Our ally is getting thrashed. We're getting thrashed too. Let's see. We are at 65k dead. Well, no, we're at 40k dead for us. Most of these, oh man, like half of these battle losses are from Siam, aren't they? That's okay. It's, as long as we have control of the war event, the war goal, we should be all right. Actually, I wonder, can we just move Winston, Gordon, Lennox to their capital? Is that a legit possibility here? Yeah, just pushing through here. Let's see. I think there's a chance that we can just drop troops on their capital again. Oh my god, we got a bandit. All right, sure. Let's see what happens in regards to... Oh, nope, it looks like we did bounce off. But we have control of the war goal, so we should win this. We should win this with while also having like the Chinese all over here. So the one of the other things that I think it's probably important that we talk about is the way war score has been rebalanced, because you lose war exhaustion really quickly from taking casualties. Good. Yeah, we'll be fine. Yeah, Bandit's just insane. It's crazy how rough it is. Minus 50% infamy decay. Oh, right. I forgot we were fighting against the Americans. That they were probably doing like half of the murderizing, weren't they? Yeah, almost certainly. Americans. But we should be fine. We should be ticking up faster on our war score than they are. Yeah, we could do that. We could send some troops right here in the middle. No, you can't. So you can get rid of subsistence farms by building them, because that's going to reduce the amount of arable land that's in your economy. So yeah, you can get rid of subsistence farms that way. But you also like don't need to worry that much. The subsistence farms, they're once you build away all of their peasants, it doesn't matter if you still have them. The question is whether or not you can build away all your peasants. All right, sweet. Now we have some money coming in from Great Qing. Good. Yeah, you gonna tell me that there aren't any qualifications in these states? That seems unlikely. If it's true, then we can fix that. All right, so we got national militia through, so now we can do a new government without the landowner, and we can do appointed bureaucrats without starting a civil war, I think. Yeah, we'll drop taxes, just get legitimacy. Easier on the economy in terms of getting good value out of this massive amount of money we had for no reason. Oh, Dedoy, no wonder you have so much money, Walker. You're not building anything. That's why you have all this money, because you're not using it. Textile mills. All right. Boom. It's probably fine to just build those all the way up. And then apparently they think that we don't have enough universities to teach people how to make clothes, so we can fix that. You have a level 5? Yeah, you guys are just complaining about nothing. An infinite number of unemployed, though. It's an infinite number of unemployed. 14 million unemployed. Oh my god, we have 14 million unemployed. And we still have plenty of electricity demand, and yeah, not really a great way to use oil. Yeah, we could chuck some more electricity in here. All right, Bombay, you are getting a university, and you have a university. Okay. Wait, what do people think hurts your GDP? There are very few things that like actively hurt your GDP. Man, get out of here with your preserve hereditary bureaucrats adding 38% stall chance to this. You jerks. That's another thing we could potentially do, is start bolstering the intelligentsia, but it costs 200,000. Oh, why do you want more farms? If you want more farms, just let the AI build them with autonomous investment when it's time. Because like getting rid of the subsistence farms now, especially in India, the subsistence rice farms that you have all over the place employ like an enormous number of peasants per level, and so every time you build away the arable land here, you actually end up like unemploying tons and tons of pops. To make if you want to, well, you can use your land and build cash crops if you really want to, but again, I think cash crops are, especially with the arable land rework the way it currently is in game, they're kind of dangerous. It just makes a whole bunch of unemployed people for nothing. What we really need is just tons more money moving around in the economy, and I guess coal mines will do that. Oh, right. We need more people living in Zululand if we're gonna build the crap out of this coal. We just conquer these guys. So that's another way you can do it. It's 1.5. What? Oh, Jesus Christ. They just like built the crap out of livestock ranches for some reason. We're in laissez-faire. Why are you building all these livestock ranches in Zululand? Oh no. Oh no. Maybe they built all of that when they had like British war reparations and no technology. That's very possible. Ooh, the North German Federation has formed. Cool. Good. Yeah, we could build coal plants, but like we literally, or coal mines, but I think we would need to conquer here in order to be able to do that. There's just not a lot of coal in EIC land. Okay, we got that online. Capitalists really like building farms. That seems weird. Maybe it's intentional, but it definitely seems weird. I wonder if they would be less, if they lean the other way if we went here and just went crazy on coal-fired plants. Would that cause them to go insane and build tons of coal? Maybe. Yeah, what do you think, Pico? You think this is going to encourage them to build more coal? Let's see. Let's see if that encourages them to build more coal. Bengal's fine. Infrastructure, low market access. Why the hell do we have low market access on everything? These are subsidized. Did the hand of the market betray us and now it isn't expanding? No, it's expanding infrastructure. It just follows it up. All right, that's fine. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, livestocks are definitely better than just like random farms. Random farms are pretty miserable. Ooh, there's an interesting change. National Militia does actually now it removes some of your barracks. It used to be you could just switch into National Militia and have an enormous barracks and be fine, but now that's not the case. Now that is not the case. Yeah, we will... I don't care about the Dutch East Indies, but we'll help them, sure. Krakatoa eruption. Gotta get around that massive Krakatoa penalty if you don't do good things for people, I guess. AI, autonomous investment, what are you doing? Why are you building all these? Why are you building all these? Explain it to me as though I were a child. Why go in and build more infrastructure? I know you can. I know you can. Yeah, build more of this rail. All right. No, wait. What, are you kidding me? 146,000 for 5 years? No way. Oh, we got appointed bureaucrats through, right. Oh. All right. What can we change here? I don't know. We could just... I think we wait for the next election, honestly. I think the next election might do enough damage to the landowner now that they don't have hereditary bureaucrats holding them up. Let me see if let me get some water real fast. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, we have publicly traded, and so they have capitalist landowners in place, and so it's not like inherently unrealistic that they'd be building so much agriculture. I do think that probably some of that was left over from when we conquered Zululand, because I didn't check what they'd built, but somehow Zulu got war reparations from the UK for some amount of time. I'm sure they just plowed that into their local economy and built away a bunch of their peasants before we conquered them, and I just didn't notice. Wow, they really are. France is going on an imperial rampage over there. No colonization yet, though. Like, look how open Africa is. If we really, really, really needed coal, that's what we would have done. Pick up colonization and just colonize in there. It's a good deal. It's a good deal. Import. We could export some of this. Yeah, these are just like incredibly low productivity trade routes is the problem. You wanna pick up positive productivity trade routes like whenever they're available, but the ones that really make it worth it are the really high productivity ones here. Yeah, Kalat's okay. And sell them some opium. Good, good. Oh, not that one. Ooh, kill some low productivity trade routes, yeah. Good, good, good. Oh, people are embargoing us. That's what's going on over here. All right. Well, we can fix some of these things by just getting maybe a treaty port in Persia. Yeah, they're an unrecognized. France. Right. Listen, bro. We're gonna take war reparations. Somehow they've forced Austria into joining them. All right. Well, we'll add that. We'll add Austrian war reparations too. We'll add that as primary, and then I think we're gonna go ahead and sway the British in. But yeah, we can't force France to liberate their treaty port, and we can't take the treaty port either, just due to the rank differences. But this is okay. We'll just go in here and invite the British in for an obligation, and hopefully they actually do something about it. Ooh, less damaging in the future, sure. All right, mobilize all generals. Go there. If we don't end up getting war reps from Austria, it's not the biggest deal, but it should be a little easier because Austria now has an imperial presence in a way that they did not in prior patches. Look, Austria has Tripolitania. Austria has the Hejaz. Austria has control of Mecca in this world for some reason. Sure, whatever. Yeah, keep them off the floor. All right, we actually probably should recruit non-landowners for political positions, so that way we can use them to bolster the power of other states, of other interest groups. Government, yeah, that's enough government admin, I think. That should be enough government admin. But I want to get back to doing good trade routes for us. Ooh, look, national GDP in the British market. The highest ranked UK territory is Midlands, then Lancashire, Yorkshire, home counties. But home counties is smaller in terms of its GDP than Sindh, which we actually conquered. Oh my god. UK, you guys, we're giving you all this money as your loyal subject and propping up your GDP, and you're gonna be spending it on that. You guys are crazy. You guys are just crazy. Oh man. Every time they always just like show up down here. Well, Walker, maybe you could like look at the map before just like ignoring what's happening on the screen. Nah, that's not fair. You can't do that. We could do Delhi, sure, that's fine, and we could do Punjab, that's fine. But that doesn't solve anybody down here. Let's do some conscription here. That's fine. That's enough conscription. Now we watch for the price of goods in our military to just explode. But that's also okay. That's okay. Here, and let's send that dude. Good. Yeah, that's gonna be kind of the plan. Just like send people to naval invade random territory and see if that works. It usually does. It's usually all right. We do also have the British fighting with us, so that'll be helpful, hopefully. And the French are getting distracted and trying to push into Ceylon. That'll also be helpful. But I think because we're just fighting for war reps, we should be okay. I do still like that. Oh shoot, I like that sort of tension. Let me build some stuff, and then we'll get back to blathering on about whatever it is that I'm not really paying attention to. Gujarat. All right, Walker. You gotta build some economies for these people. Whether or not it builds up your GDP is irrelevant at this point. You gotta build some tools. Your tools cost like $1 billion. When your tools are at 47% or 47 productivity at the end, like you gotta build more tools. That means that they're driving the price of everything up. Yeah, we could just build a whole bunch in North Bengal. That's fine. And then build a bunch of rail. And then there we go. We built some heavy industry. Now that we've done the heavy industry thing, we can do the light industry thing, which is going to be trying to export furniture, baby. There we go. And now we need to build ports. All right. Build those ports. There we go. That looks okay. That looks fine. Oh, we didn't actually land we didn't land? What on earth? They defended against a naval invasion? That's... Boy, they defended against a naval invasion. All right, well, let's see if they can do that twice. Wait, how are you gonna... No. What? The UI here is different, and I don't understand it. All right. Naval invasion here. Oh, I just clicked the wrong Joshua. All right. That's it. One of you is going to get fired at the end of this war. You can't have two people named Joshua in the same military. That's the new rule. It's the new rule here. Moderate, reformer, traditionalist. None of you are particularly useful, but I guess I don't want you forming weird parties that are going to cause problems. So I don't want a reformer, because reformers are going to cause problems in regards to your politics, because they're going to actually like get along with people. And if you want to have lower power for your landowners, why are you giving me all these landowner generals? You know you've got more in the tank over there. It does not have to be only landowners. You can find somebody else. Okay, we'll send Theobald Townsend over there and see what happens. Oh, all right. So maybe they pushed through and then were in turn pushed back. That's possible. That might have been what happened. Oh no, they probably just got hung up on like a tiny reinforcing stack that never died. That's probably it. Because I forgot to update my conscripts when I was in National Militia. Oh, Walker. Oh, Walker. Well, you know, we got enough pops that they can die. That this is a short-term problem. They'll be fine long-term. Once we've sorted that out, it's okay. We'll get them better military tech as an apology. Get them breech loading and hand cranked. Just get some of this tech. Oops. Forgot to update them when I switched into national militia. What an idiot. Oh. Alright, well that works too. We could just do white peace. That's fine. Oops. just if you're a national militia, by the way, then you should probably pay a lot more attention to what's going on here in terms of the methods for your conscription centers. And what should have cued me into the fact that I might not have set up my stuff correctly was that whenever I started drafting things, our budget didn't explode. And when you start drafting in India on national militia, your economy should probably explode. So that was a mixed bag for us, because it means that we didn't drive up our debt, but we also didn't win war reparations because I was just dumb. Oops. All right, let's get back to growing our GDP. All right, export clothes to people. Yeah, get out of here. We don't need these clothes. Russians need these clothes. Ecuadorians need these clothes. Ooh, we can sell Indian clothes to Argentina. That's pretty cool. Who else can we sell? Furniture? All right, Ashanti, sure. Ecuador, sure. Yeah, we can just sell a lot of consumer goods to people, dang. Oh my god, there's so much trade that we can use now. All right, let's build some more. Let's build some more trade. I think we're at that point. Let's just build some more trade. I think we can probably clear the billion now by moving these consumer goods out to market. So we got like 10 years now to grow 400 million GDP if the estimate was correct in 1870. Seems like might not be. Seems like it might not be. We'll find out. Oh man, but some of these trade routes at least will make some money. Yep, sell opium to everybody. Sell liquor. The EIC is a company after all. We're right there in our charter. We're just gonna do whatever we want to. Sell people drugs. Okay. Yeah, we could sell fruit to the Chinese, sure. We could sell some of this tea, sure. Could sell porcelain. Dang, man, there's so much stuff we can push out. That seems about everything. We could try to import hardwood. Yeah, okay. That wouldn't be bad. Any of these input goods that we can import for our local economy, it's going to be helpful. It's going to reduce the cost for our industries, thereby allow them to give more money to the people working for them. They are still they're pretty greedy in this patch. That's another thing we might want to talk about in 1.2 is that the behaviors towards employees certainly seems to be as they described it in one of the rebalance patches. The owners hoard money. They really do hoard money. But at least that's good for you in the form of investment pool, right? Okay, that's probably enough trade set up. Wow, oh geez. All right, yeah, that's probably enough trade set up. Yeah, let's expand our construction more. because we've got the money. Let's see where that balances it out. Tariffs are dumb. People like tariffs because it gives you a little bit larger in terms of your national revenue. How do we have? Oh, what? We probably collect some sort of tariff from the other government, I guess. But we're in free trade. I have no idea how we have tariff income coming in. But it's just it doesn't generate any value for you. We could conquer Nepal. I mean, that would add a little bit to our GDP. Yeah, we could do that. We don't have any infamy, so we're not really like using that part of our economy right now. So it's better if we are. Yeah, that's a little bit that we're just gonna chunk in there right there. But generally speaking, like I think that this is still like a very slow construction here. We're at 19.6 million peasants, but we're at 15 million unemployed. 15 million unemployed. Unbelievable. And it's just because like the private construction has just gone rampant, right? Autonomous construction has been really fun to play around with. And I think it largely does work pretty well, but like they're building all of these agricultural buildings that are unemploying people because of the subsistence rice farm new setup, but it's fine. We're building our economy pretty quickly now. We should be able to get there. Should have built this construction sector up a little bit ago. Yeah, whoops. We could have handled even more growth. Oh, industrialists. How can we make you guys happy? We can't make them happy. They already love most of the laws except for migration controls. I mean, it would radicalize the rural folk. It would radicalize... Spain doesn't own Goa. Spain has now puppeted or dominioned Portugal. I don't remember which one. I think it's a dominion now. I think that's where it ended up. Oh man, right. We need to see where this election turns out. Oh god, it's gonna have a big conservative party again. Well, we'll see how that turns out. But yeah, the tariff is just like generally bad. Tariffs are like they're fine if your economy is like really small, which is what they are for. But like if you've developed an economy, you should not be using tariffs. You should be using free trade. It's way better. It's just way better. Burma, I think we now need to build a small railway there? Yes. Okay, well, we didn't get like a big beat on the Conservative Party, but we can still form a legitimate government here. But now we need to consider whether or not we want to revolution them. Yeah, we could just suppress them. That would require us to drop a couple of consumption taxes, but suppression is pretty powerful because we do still have censorship on the books. Yeah, that's probably the right way to do it. We could target their wealth, but ultimately, like I'm just trying to get us to 1 billion GDP now. And so whether or not the landowners are still powerful, it doesn't matter. That's a future problem. Have we fixed the price of electricity enough that we can actually use the best methods here? I mean, it wouldn't even really be that useful at that point, actually. The mechanization is plenty of automation, to be entirely honest. So that's okay. We could do photographic art. I wouldn't hate that. Yeah, we could do photographic art. And we will get tech or migration attraction. If we're going to be switching into no migration controls, then that probably makes sense. Yeah, that probably makes sense. Yeah, that's probably going to be okay for us. Let's see if this causes a revolution or not. I'm willing to back down, but I think it'll be good. Pneumatic tools. All right, should have prioritized getting that, but I wanted to get our military in better shape in case the French came back. I want their war reps next time. Go. Go. Conquer Nepal. They want wage subsidies. I don't think so. I don't think we have the money for that. I do not think we have the money for that. Because I think any sort of unemployment here, considering that we have 15 million, would be pretty bad. Preserve migration controls. Very high radicalism, but it's only a size 24. Nah, not gonna worry about it. Can we... Nope, cannot export there. We could import some groceries. Oh, jeez. Walker, you just conquered a new state. You get to use your new favorite button. Kaboom. Oh, Rajputana was using a special rule on in regards to its electricity production, I think. Yeah, I think that's what was going on. Do we have enough coal that we can just turn everybody over to that? No, 48%. Absolutely not. All right, never mind. Yeah, they're not going to be causing a civil war anytime soon. I'm not super worried about them there. But maybe we can export... We could reduce taxes, but I think we want to keep constructing roughly this speed. Because we want to... I want to get this done. I want to get this done. We can get it done. I'm sure we can get it done. I'm 100% sure we can get it done. I'm just trying to debate what the best path for us to get there is, because we're kind of at the point where we're exporting as much as we can, pretty much, I think. Is there anything else we could potentially try to export here? And then, of course, on the other side, there's just not a lot that we could import. There's not a lot of markets that we aren't already, like, at near maximum interaction with. Oh, except for these guys. Right. You can get some fabric, Walker. And fabric is going to be doing double work for us, because it's also going to be disempowering people working with fabric. And that's probably... maybe that's not enough. I don't know. That's all of our pops. All our coastal pops anyway. Just trying to build up our port economy, so that way we can do as much trade as we can. Because that's how we're going to get there. It's an end of life for the good. Therefore it counts towards GDP. Arms industries, why are you guys so unproductive? Is it because there's no demand, because we don't have massive wars going on? That's probably it. That's probably it. Well, we can fix that. Yeah, we can take Bhutan and some of these, yeah, more coal would enable some stuff. I think conquering these last couple of territories would also be fine. I think hopefully we're gonna see some migration going on. We'll see. But we have so many unemployed, I can't imagine that people aren't gonna leave now. Go to the rest of the empire. Remove turmoil. That's gonna be another thing that's gonna help our GDP and productivity here. I think Japan's lost control of Edo to Austria. Jesus Christ. Yeah, let's puppet some people. Oh, let's annex Siam. Let's annex Siam. How you gonna have Siam as a puppet for like 15 years and then completely forget about that, Walker? Hey, I mean, come on. There we go. Yeah, we're gonna solve this unemployment issue. If you have an unemployment problem as the East India Company, then just turn on migration. Let them leave. They'll. Jesus Christ, are you guys not gonna leave? Please. Please go away. No, absolutely not. Not fast enough to show up there, at least. Yeah, I think exactly. It did happen. I think there are some. You're at 5. Why are you at 500 infamy? You're just conquering like dirt at that point. Dogfellow, I have no idea how to pronounce your name, and therefore I'm not even gonna try. But who are you playing as? Because you can still definitely like max out your infamy if you really want to, but I just don't think it's very economically useful anymore. Because it like anywhere that there's massive amounts of turmoil for a really long amount of time, you really don't get anything out of them other than people who are mad at you. Yeah, Japan definitely can get pretty fun to conquer dirt with. It doesn't matter if it's useful or not. The Mandate of Heaven was an absolute blast. But I do think that 1.1 was sort of like the high mark in regards to like ease of map painting. I think that definitely is going to remain just the thing that's the easiest to conquer on. Maxed police fixes it, but you have to incorporate them. And incorporation, it's depending on, what your heritage groups are, can be really, really slow. And it scales based off of how incorporated it is. So you can start incorporating them, but if it takes 20 years, you're still going to have a lot of turmoil problems for a very long time, due to the tiny amount of police state that you actually like get into the area. Yeah, oh yeah, if he's invading China, it's a 5-year incorporation, and so that's pretty fast. Yeah, I think if you're playing as Japan, playing in 1.2, I do think you conquer China, and that's like that's your core territory. But I do think you're going to be conquering it probably with really low infamy. It's going to be 5 years in China, except for the slices of the area. Yeah, if you're puppeting the world, it's definitely going to be way faster to do it in 1.2 via bankrolling most of the time than by just straight conquesting. Like, I think you can strangle the enemy great powers really, really quickly if you're playing as one of the great powers. I think it's really going to be very easy to line yourself up to just strangle the crap out of other great powers by buying everybody into your market or conquering the states that are in defend your borders. We didn't do that, but if you were dedicated to doing it that way, I think that's the plan. It felt very, very strong. It was the path of least resistance, and it was pretty fast at pulling people together. Radical Austrian market. I will take advantage of you while you're there, but I know you're not going to be there for very long. So we're not gonna set up massive trade routes with them. Psychoanalysis. Oh, Jesus, Walker. What are you doing in regards... You're researching all this technology that doesn't advance your trade. And, like, literally all... I think literally all we need here is trade. I think that's it. Yeah, that should do it. That should do it. Yeah, liberating other GPs into just like a bunch of tiny states that you can absorb super easily via bankrolling, it feels very, very powerful. That said, the AI will... Let's pause very briefly and just like look at them again. But they're building an economy now, right? It's paused. Okay, well, all right, let's look at a different great power. 3,000. The UK has 3,000 construction points, right? Even the Russians had like over 1,000 when we checked on them. Okay, well, the Russian economy has collapsed somehow, but they had built up to 1,000. And it looks like the North German Federation is also paused on their construction. All right, well, the US, they've annexed Mexico. They're probably still running fine. Yeah, they're still at 1,000, so they're doing okay. Like, this is not the performance that you get out of the AI for unbuilds, but it is a different idea. I'm sure that the people who are here watching this stream have already heard me talk about the AI and the strategies, but just in case, if you don't know, the strategies for the AIs are supposed to influence the way they behave. This is supposed to be the economic one. This is supposed to be the political one, and this is supposed to be the diplomatic one. And then they're supposed to like interact with the world in a way that makes sense. And I think that they are definitely moving in that direction. But yeah, the turmoil spirals can definitely devour nations very easily still. That was really funny. Like trying to figure out what the hell happened and recognizing, oh right, I know what the hell happened in Norway. There was like absolutely nobody living there. It's like, no wonder they kept having revolution after revolution after revolution. Their society was collapsing. Duh. All right, so what can we build to finish this off? Can we just build 1,000 tools? Probably not, actually. I think we just build trade. God. Coal, we need coal. We need coal. All right, well, we'll build the coal. We got a tiny amount of coal out of Southeast Asia. Whoa. The Dutch East Indies, did they gain independence? The Dutch East Indies gained independence. They're an insignificant power, too. Oh, boy. Maybe we could bankroll the Dutch East Indies into being a protectorate, like straight from not. Let's see if we can bankroll them straight into a protectorate without having to use customs union. I doubt it because our rank is so low, but I think you could probably do it here if you were capped at a major, because that's a big deal too. The UK is fighting Great Qing. What are they fighting over? Great Britain is trying to conquer parts of Korea. Those guys are crazy. Those guys are indiscriminately crazy. But yeah, all of these production. I guess we could build tea. Yeah. All right. Okay. All right. We could build some tea. These are pretty inexpensive because these guys are 150 construction points for 25 productivity, right? Or at least they will be 25 productivity because we're just, maxing them out. And so although they are going to pseudo compete against each other, they are going to make it so that all these peasants get uprooted and hopefully find like better jobs as the unemployed somewhere. Like maybe they'll move to the UK and help them meet employment requirements. That would be good. We turned migration controls off. Please leave. Migration remains still kind of like a black box. I don't understand why these guys aren't leaving. Our migration control doesn't even exist for Bihar, right? It's blank. That's very weird. They want us to restore migration controls. I don't think so. Rural folk, do you guys want anything that we could offer you? Could offer them a monarchy. I don't think so. Oh, but we could potentially do a more liberal voting strategy. They might like that. No. Do you guys not care about that under moderates? Maybe they don't care about that under moderates. What can we do to take advantage of our current political situation? I guess we could radicalize the landowners with a move to wealth voting or census suffrage. They would endorse that change. They would oppose that change. Yeah, we could switch to census suffrage. Just see how large the revolution starts brewing at. Oh yeah, it does. Do they have migration controls? No, they have no migration controls. I do not understand what is going on there in regards to the migration, but you know, it's because I can't figure out how it works in regards to just like reading their defines. I'm not super worried about it. And now we actually could probably make a bunch of money just building cash crops, because these are end goods, right? Like people just buy opium. And so I guess if you want to grow your GDP, then cash crops might be the wave of the future now that I think about it. Yeah, maybe it is cash crop time. Maybe that's what the end of this development is going to look like. I just can't believe that this opium is that productive considering how cheap it is. Like nobody wants this. We'll see. We'll see what happens when we build this giant amount of nominally non-productive cash crop, because these are underpriced. So like we'll see how it actually impacts our GDP. It should hypothetically increase it, but we will find out. Oh, preserve landed voting is at 145%. All right, well, fine. We will preserve landed voting then. And you want restore migration controls. Rural folk, you guys are just like miserable. I hope you guys know that. You guys are miserable. Because you guys just don't like any good laws. You guys hate good laws. We could do this, but then the industrialists would be upset. And they're the ones paying the bills. They are the ones paying the bills. Let's get another good roll on an election. It'll work next time, right? That's the real lie. It'll work next time. We'll get a great election, and then we can do fine things there. Oh, we could just reduce taxes. We could do that. We could also increase government wages, but that doesn't seem as productive. That does not seem as productive. All right, let's see how large this revolution grows for migration controls. We may end up needing to back down, but I don't want to. Landowners, get out of here with your failed schemes. All right, so we are building just an absolute crap ton of tea and an absolute crap ton of opium. We will see if that has any impact on our real GDP. Because I think the way this is actually going to work is that it's going to make it so that people still aren't buying any more units of the good, and therefore it isn't moving the GDP, but I'm not sure. Oh, what? The political movement opposing us broke down. Okay. Well, good. Done. Yeah, it doesn't look like overbuilding cash crops is actually generating GDP. So what you need to do is you need to be able to build, in order to build your GDP, you need to be able to build cash things that consumers buy as end goods that are at positive market price. I think that's the way that it works. Yeah, we can hopefully fix some of this up via exports, or just by having people, you know, like come here and buying it from us. There's going to be a couple of things that we'll hopefully be able to pick up just because we like massively built so much of this that the cost is going to be pretty low in our market. But yeah, there's just not a lot we can export in regards to this opium here. Dutch, Vietnamese, Nicaraguan, Cosmid. These are just not large markets. So I guess we could just like spread it around and see where it sticks. That's also reasonable. Having more coal would increase productivity. There's definitely some to be added to that. Let's see. Yeah, because you do want to import like this stuff that you can't get otherwise. Pretty... God, Walker, import these things. Import these things earlier. Yep. That makes sense. That makes sense. We're going to need more ports. That's what I forgot about. We are going to need a lot more ports. It's a good thing we annexed parts of Southeast Asia, because I think we need to do more of that. Dynam? Can we make Dynam into a puppet? Yeah, we can try to make Dynam into puppet. Enact restricted child labor as a massive movement. I think we might get it. Let's see how this goes. Mobilize, move, go. And now we need more electricity. Can we fix that with methods? Let's just try to fix that with a method change. Yeah, that's okay. The US backed Dynam and then they backed down. All right. That's okay. Great Britain, why are you going around making border core like this? Now we're never going to be able to let you outside. Let's build some more... Yeah, let's build some more clothes. We can always probably find somebody to export clothes to. Probably. Yeah, we should be able to. But boy, the upper resistance on GDP is just a lot higher now. just because of it does seem to be that the items that you build that there isn't really demand for, they do decrease the price of the good and therefore increase the availability of demand, but like they don't really increase demand in a way that's productive for you. This is going to be good. This is going to be good. Exporting grain to Qing is usually pretty good, but boy, all that cash crop that we built doesn't really actually pay off in a useful way. Yeah, oh man, we can just export stuff to Qing. Good. Just export stuff to Qing. That's usually the easiest way to get money. Right. Yeah, just export everything to Qing. Yeah, sure. It seems like because we can only really make GDP building consumer goods that are at above price, that we should be focusing on A, building them at home, and B, exporting them abroad. Yeah, that seems like the balance. But I guess the idea there is that if you over export, then you depress your own GDP or your own SOL growth, and thereby depress your ability to generate demand at home. That's actually pretty neat. I'm sure that's an intended consequence here. Yeah, we'll export some lead. Yeah, there's a hard cap of 20 generals. I encountered that one time when I was doing like weird stuff with Japan. Hard cap of 20 generals. I think it largely makes sense, just because otherwise, like, you can end up with literal thousands, and that would slow the game down. And I think in a way that would just be not productive or fun for anybody. But yeah, the generals are good. Generals are useful. South Africa, get out of here. All right. Oh my God, we're at 750,000, and we have 5 more years. All right, let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. Can we do it? Seems unlikely, but not impossible. Just keep pushing exports. Just keep pushing exports. Anything where we have an economic advantage, we take advantage of it. Just get that trade route. Get the trade route. Guess we could see if there's demand for steel. Sure. Yep, that's a good demand for steel. We could see if there's demand for steamers. Yeah, Russians want steamers. Good. Sure. Yeah, we'll export some silk to people. Because all of this stuff counts as like actual GDP, sort of, but it does hurt the productivity of some of those buildings. But boy, cash crops, they're so miserable. They're so miserable. I don't know how to fix them. I don't know. I'm not even sure if they should be better. Cash crops, like, generally I think are in real life not a great strategy. I think they create weird incentives for human behavior. Um, 10% enactment success chances. Probably worth the enactment time. Yeah. That's okay. Yeah, just export some guns. There we go. Boy, where are we gonna get demand from for these guys? We have lowered taxes. I guess it's just from building more peasants, huh? Yeah, it's gotta be that. Every single time. Just build. Yeah, they're just like, cash crops are generally a pretty bad strategy. Like, I think that industrial cash crops remain pretty good because of the way they feed into the productivity of your end of route things here. Like, we probably should just be building tons of textile mills now, because we do have the economic ability to employ more people who consume things. But like, the cash crops that don't produce something, they don't play well with others, and that's a lot of what an economy needs to do in Victoria 3. Build buildings that play well with others, because you're gonna need to build a lot of buildings, and you need your buildings to be good. It is demand. It really is. I also literally cannot believe that we're in 1894 and we started this game today, and we started this run at 12:30. Like, this is crazy. Some of these runs that I played on 1.0 especially, that went to like 1890, took, I don't know, like literal 24 hours to film probably. Oh. Well, Walker, you're trying to build, and you're trying to build at like way too much gold reserve. Just way too much gold reserve. An inappropriate amount of gold reserve, young man. You're not paying attention. You're just tired. It's been a long day. I've had a very good time. Thank you everybody for coming by. This was fun. I don't know why I decided to do this today, but it seemed like it was going to be a good idea. We could go after Kalat and Macron. The problem is that we don't really get anything out of conquering Territoria, except for like tiny amounts of GDP. We're mostly going to be getting GDP just like crushing stuff, but I guess we could. Diplo play. Yeah, we conquer these guys. Oh, nope, we can't conquer them. We'll conquer the Himalayas. Done. People like that. You guys like cleaning up at least a border, huh? But now it's at the point where, like, because of the turmoil penalty that you get, it's been... I think I've learned a lot about the way that you need to build an economy in 1.2 over, like, the last week. But basically, conquering states is, like, a lot less useful than it was. It's a lot less useful. We could deal with Kalat and Macron by... Oh, wait, maybe we can bankroll them. Nah, these jerks. All right, fine. We'll just damage relations with them. Yeah, this is fine. I don't care that we're at burning 200k. We got 50 million in gold reserves because I'm dumb. It's fine. Yeah, jeez. All right, there we go. Do that. Build up some more port that we may or may not actually need, because like it keeps flipping back and forth. I don't know what's causing the convoy balance to flip around so much, but it seems a little weird. Oh my god, right. There's a tiny little market now for these telephones. Can we export any more goods to people? You guys want to buy some fruit? Nobody wants to buy any fruit. You guys want to buy some sugar? Dutch will buy some sugar. All right, that's good. You guys, yeah, the Dutch will buy those too. Good. Awesome. Everybody loves buying stuff now. It's just the Dutch, but you know, hey, meat export to Qing? We didn't have a meat export on to Qing? Well, just unbelievable. Just look at yourself. Just look at yourself. All right. I think we're gonna be okay. I don't know. What else should we be building to meet demand here? I guess we could be building more arms factories, honestly, because there's unmet demand for artillery. Because that is now where you're going to be capturing GDP Conservative Party is in. Yeah, there's still nobody who wants to buy any of this silk. Paper? Okay. Yeah, we'll just set up as many of these exports as we can. Let's build some groceries. We have really, really cheap grain. And this is going to demand some of that grain. I think this is going to do it. I think this is going to be pretty helpful. And if it isn't, then I blame Chloe. I think that there's a good reason. We can't build any coal. We got none. We got none. We got no coal. We got no labor. We can build a 10 stack there. That's fine. But nobody wants to sell us any coal either. So I don't know what's going on there. It seems like maybe we might have made somebody angry. I don't know. But we do have enough electricity that now if we ever need any more, then we just like feed a little bit of coal in, and hopefully the British market adjusts and makes more coal. British market, you guys gonna make some coal or what? I guess we could be building more of these fancy art academies, because they are still meeting unmet demand, and that does seem to be the thing. All right, yeah, let's build some art academies. There. Man, jeez, so much slower. So much slower. I wish there was an easy mechanic for us to get Pondicherry and Goa back, but it's like borderline impossible if you're remaining a subject. I think the scale of some of the resource deposits in the arable land and stuff, I think needs to be reconsidered in regards to everything, because we talked about this already in the arable land video. We're building food industries. We're doubling the capacity of our food industry here. It's your fault. Just by the way, just making sure you're okay with that. What was I talking about? Minus 95 in infrastructure in Punjab. It's gonna be what? Food? No, the private industry didn't break, did it? No, it didn't. It didn't break. It's building infrastructure for us along the way, and then occasionally backing it up by feeding a bunch of infrastructure in behind. But it's fine. It's one of those things that it's like the autonomous investment is causing short-term problems. Oh, all right. Well, we have now a new weird government. There we go. Done. You got intelligentsia and rural folk in charge. Good. We cannot put the we can't put the brakes on the engine of progress. That would just be impossible. Yeah, it's much harder to generate GDP domestically. It's a lot easier to generate GDP in the current setup with trade. Yeah, I love the autonomous setup right now. I think they've done a very good job with helping it along. Get out of here, Persia. Don't bother me. I'm trying to work on my GDP. I'm trying to draw my circles in the sand. Stop it. Your diplomacy. Stop it with your diplomacy. I'm gonna invade you just so you don't do that again. All right, that's really it. That is absolutely it. Get out of here. Now we're just damaging relationships with everybody to our west, so that way we can go on a warpath, so that way they stop talking to us. Maybe we should attack Great Qing again. I don't know. It seems like we we should conquer Bhutan. Get all of the Himalayas. People like that. I think I'm skeptical about the groceries as an end good, but I do accept that what this is going to do is at least translate some of this grain into actual GDP, because it definitely seems, based off of the experiment that we did where we just like overbuilt a whole crap ton of tea that nobody wanted to buy, that did not move the needle in regards to GDP. And so in order to actually like build GDP domestically, you do have to actually, you know, do the things that you need in order to build GDP domestically, which involves making sure that your goods are actually like selling. If you have more sell orders than buy orders now, and you're at minus 25% clothes, you don't get any GDP out of building those. It's just not good for you. It's not good for you. Oh, jeez, Walker. You like... We moved into canneries finally. What was I doing? I was doing state actions, reset construction methods. Wait. Himalayas. That's what we messed up. There we go. And then we need to build things. What do we need to build? What was I building? Yeah, let's build some. Oh, good. I got one of my friends to watch Battlestar Galactica, the new one, like the new one from 15 years ago or whatever. And now they realize that they are in fact a Cylon. That makes sense. That's good. Oh, we got a radical now. All right. Let's see. What is that? What does that mean now in terms of our most acceptable government? Universal suffrage. Can we not form an II government now? Nah, does not work. But it looks like industrialists alone are the highest legitimacy. All right, yeah, whatever. That's cool. You guys want to be in charge? Let's see. So census suffrage would make the landowners crazy. They hated it the last time we tried to do it. We could try for universal suffrage, just see what happens. They're probably going to form a revolutionary group, and then we'll have to stop, because I really don't think that we actually can count on the British to beat our aristocrats anymore. I think the revolutionary group that our aristocrats could put together can probably beat the British army now. It's going to be pretty big, considering the size of the national militia that they're going to have. Okay, let's see. 4, 5. Yeah, the food industries are picking up in terms of their productivity. But I think we're still... Oh, Jesus. No, we still have tons of... Why is this displaying like this? Oh, right, because I only have a quarter of the construction walker. Jesus Christ, I've been streaming for so long, my brain is jello. Wait, why haven't they started a revolutionary movement yet? If you guys don't want to start a revolutionary movement, then that's okay. All right, there we go. There we go. The intelligentsia would be mad if we moved in multiculturalism. Yeah, that makes sense. They're not radicals. Censorship, no healthcare. Yeah, this is like nothing we can really change over there without provoking a civil war, and I just don't think we can count on the British to help us win. Oh, wait. Other private... Why are they paused? Because they're trying to build... They're trying to build in a state that has state construction efficiency problems. This is what people are talking about. This is the problem here. So we need to fix this up. Otherwise, this is going to be stuck there forever. The private construction is pseudo broken. I don't know if it's supposed to be doing that, but It certainly does seem annoying. We can partially mitigate it by incorporating it, Walker. You can partially mitigate it by incorporating it. That's why our growth stopped, because it got hung up on food industries in Himalayas. That's why it stopped. Okay, good. Yeah, we're back to rolling here, I think. How long was it paused doing nothing? Oops. State actions reset in Himalayas. Yo, what's up, Sid? Yeah, no, the upper resistance is a lot. So we're learning about how the GDP recalc actually works, because I'm going to do a video about it. But basically, like, building something like opium here would actually not move our GDP at all, because it's not creating any more actual generated demand, right? Because of the way the GDP recalc works, it's only the generated demand of all of your buildings and stuff. And so we could throw down some more barracks, but we can't throw down an infinite number of barracks because we are in national militia. But yeah, getting higher GDPs in this requires both domestic demand but also probably foreign demand. It's because it's really slow. A lot of the buildings that we're building now aren't building GDP. They're building potential growth for GDP. If we can just export fine clothes to one more market, I have no idea how agrarian nations are going to be growing their GDP, because we just built a bunch of tea and opium to like check what happens if you build something that's at a negative, like, or air quotes, negative balance, this positive balance here. This doesn't move the needle in regards to your GDP. It reduces the cost of the goods for the pops and therefore allows them to buy like more goods total. I think it's really good. Yeah, the point on food industries is very, very powerful, actually, Chloe, because especially if your grain is at negative price, then it means that this is doing literally nothing in terms of generating GDP, like literal stone nothing. Okay, wait. Why are we building? I thought we were building food. Oh, we are building food. We're just building food very slowly. Well, let's increase the construction sector. It's still too small. It's still too small. Yeah, this will be better. That should be good. That should be good. Yeah, groceries raise prices, but they also just they utilize dead space in your economy, right? Like this minus 29% grain means that like I need to do something with it. Oh my god, did you guys just see who we just exported clothes to? Ireland. Ireland has gained independence as a constitutional monarchy, and it looks like Queen Victoria has died. Yeah, they use grain, which helps prevent them from collapsing. But I just think that, like, generally speaking, anything that uses negative stuff is useful for your economy to just build whenever that's happening. Yeah, because all of this stuff doesn't generate any GDP for you anyway. We could subjugate Ireland. We could absolutely subjugate Ireland. But we could also just, like, trade directly with them. Because they're probably gonna be a good market for us to just, like, dump goods on. Yeah, we're just staying in the British market, just doing, like, British market trade stuff. That's like all we're doing today. It's been pretty fun. British market trade stuff. The game. We've been also in laissez-faire for like forever on it, and they have at least once gotten hung up on one of like the high turmoil states, and I just didn't notice, which is how we ended up with like such a gigantic investment pool. But now, oh man, we still need to see if there's anybody else we can export stuff to. Good, good, good. I don't know about those. None of those are like high enough that I feel like we're gonna find good import routes for. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. Good. Crew. The Irish market. Am I building any more government administrations in this like truly unnecessarily huge construction queue? We could purge some stuff. 20 pages. Why do you have 20 pages when you have 1,500 construction to work with, Walker? Let's speed that up. Let's speed that up. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. I still have absolutely no idea why our unemployed aren't leaving. We've given them so much. We've given them so many opportunities. We are the #1 GDP in the world. We are the #1 GDP in the world by a pretty meaningful margin. We're basically the size of the next three put together. But we're still not there. Still not there in terms of the final goal. Boy, this is going to become really expensive really fast when this investment pool runs out, but that's okay. We got plenty of gold reserves. And now it is starting to slow down, right? 1896 has been pretty slow. Yeah, we can start just like looking at random stuff in here. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, Canada's number 10. Canada's number 10. Italy's number 9. Russia, North Germany, Austria, Great Qing, US, France, Great Britain. Standard of living is still going to be really low down there for us because we've not taken steps to meaningfully improve the quality of our lives, just to focus on our GDP, forget the rest. Population, we're still way behind Great Qing, but population growth has obviously been reworked. We still haven't conquered Baluchistan and Afghanistan because we haven't gotten their approval low enough that we can actually finish them off. They're mostly just there. They're mostly peasants. We can pick them up and get another 10 million GDP or whatever, but that's not going to be the thing that puts us over the top. It's going to be understanding the GDP calc. And it is definitely different now. It really is. It's so different that I think that the fundamental economics of the game are a little different, in a way that I think you kind of got to play to get a good feel for. I think you gotta just play it and see how it feels. God, we're almost out of all these stupid textile mills that I queued up. What was I gonna do with all these textile mills? Just built a bunch of textile mills and then hoped that we would find demand somewhere along the way. I think that's what I was doing there. Well, we found a little bit. We did find a little bit. Yeah, I think once these textiles are cleared, I think we've got, I don't know, probably like 100 or something queued up, 200 queued up for the food industries. That should be good. Although we are now going to be burning through our gold reserves really, really quickly. Because we've overrun the investment pool that queued up whenever it was stuck on the Himalayas doing God knows what. Yeah, we've finally managed to get the landowners out of government, and still be able to form an acceptable government, but that's about it. That's as close as we've come to having like a real government. Now we could do this instead. We could do that instead. Yeah, that's fine. But we're still at like 38 legitimacy without the landowners around. We're capped on a good number of the resources. There are a handful like coal that we haven't actually meaningfully maxed out just because we don't have a lot of pops living there. But we are adding a little bit of coal in. I think the iron and lead are probably not a big problem right now. I think the biggest problem is that I overbuilt all this textile mill that didn't actually generate GDP. Yeah, I'm damaging relations now. Trade revenue and tariffs. Trading this stuff to Hunan. All right. Wait, no! No! Paradox Crash Reporter. All right. Load it back up. I think it's loading really fast now. Yeah, it's loading really fast now, so it's not like that big a deal whenever it crashes. Yeah, no, this is like the second or third crash. I think this is the second today. But like what am I supposed to do? It's an open beta, right? Like again, I might sound like an insane person saying it like that, but I've played around on it after the end so much that I have to phrase it like that. I love that game so much that I can't be mad at it whenever it doesn't work. But it doesn't work a lot, so I have to adjust my expectations. What? How is it building all of these right now? Is this? That's not the private construction. That's the actual construction. All right, so it is still assigning construction points there. Maybe I was building also on a high. I was probably building on a high. Oh my god, I was almost certainly building on a high turmoil state, wasn't I? I was. Yeah, you're an idiot, Walker. You just dumb. You're just building in the wrong states, you dummy. Why you build all of these in states that had massive turmoil problems? Why do you do these things? Because you're so used to wanting to build in the new states that you want to build away all of the radicals. That's why. That's why. Well, all right. That's why it was taking so long to build all these things. Building them on minus 50% construction efficiency the entire time. And everything else is going to build really fast. Yeah, all right. Everything else is fine. Everything else is fine. I'm just dumb. Yeah, that's okay. North Bengal. Gujarat. Great. Awesome. That should be enough. That feels like that should be enough. That should be enough construction, right? That should be enough construction. Yeah, we could conquer Transvaal and Orange. I think realistically, probably conquering this territory is not like terrible, but if we're going to be conquering actually anything at this point in the game, it probably should be something that we can core in 5 years. Because that way at least we can get institutions on the ground like ASAP. Oh my god, it's going to be the first of an infinite slew of food industries. Let's see how this goes. It does seem like it's going to be economically useful. It does seem like it's going to be economically useful. I think this is going to be the thing that's going to help us. Especially because we should be able to export some of these, because there's a lot of groceries uncleared. what do you so City, what do you even get out of conquering those territories? Because like there's not a lot of actual value here. I feel like just used it for borders. Yeah, that you can do that too. I just like this is mostly low quality land. I guess we would get a little bit of extra coal there, which wouldn't be bad. And there's a little bit of iron in Baluchistan. I just feel like, broadly speaking, with the rebalance they've made to turmoil, it's not as important to conquer land anymore in 1.2. It's just not as useful. Oh yeah, all right, we could start exporting some food. Zululand does have some employable pops, but I'm sure they're dealing with that right now. Borders GDP SOL as the you young people and your jazz music. Minus 37% clothes. Anybody buy my clothes? This is like I don't know what is happening on Reddit or how to respond to people who are like, help, people are buying all of my clothes, because I literally don't know how to help people there. Like, it's not possible. I would love to get rid of Pondicherry and Goa, but unfortunately it is impossible as a subject version of EIC. It's not even particularly easily done outside of that, because you can't force them to release these guys as independent countries right now, and you can't get them to return the treaty port unless you're a higher rank. So basically, as a subject, it's kind of impossible to get treaty ports back, because you need somebody to own the treaty port and also be an insanely low rank, or to just be like the tiny remnants of Oman. Macron, like, grow a spine. Just attack Oman. They don't have a nation anymore. 49. We're at 49 with them. I mean, that may be what we end up probably needed to actually do. If we just conquered some of these states in China and built them up, then that would also be pretty good for our GDP. That is a good point. Oh, right. We need to annex Dynam. We need a lot more ports over there. We'll annex Tropasac. Yeah, Oman is definitely like clinging to the wreckage of the raft of the Medusa. Tractors, you're not doing anything for us now. Upgrading you doesn't do anything. Do something. This does something. It would crash the price of meat in a non-productive way, but it would do something. I wonder. No, just not gonna bother with any of this stuff. Furniture manufacturing. A lot of this productivity is gonna be uncapturable in GDP form. We need a very special Pokeball for that. I guess we could build more arts academies. That seems to be pretty good. Arts academies seems to also be the way. Boy, groceries. If only there was an easier way for us to make you guys like even more productive. So we could go down to pot stills. There's like an infinite amount of liquor in this economy. We don't need it. Okay. Alright. Well, importing a bunch of oil, that's something. Jeez, it's like swimming in molasses. Trying to get this GDP here, please. Give me goods. The food industries have been built. I had to turn them down from patent stills down to pot stills just because they really weren't making anything useful. But I think the switch there was pretty good because now we've managed to at least stabilize the cost of liquor. Where the hell are you? Yeah, we stabilized the cost of liquor, and the cost of groceries is now also still working with us. Still working with us. All right, good. But we've gotten so little. Yeah, so little distance in terms of GDP. I'm not sure why it's fluctuating so much. It could be due in part because we're changing some of the, like, when we change a measure here, it's going to change a lot up there, I think. But the GDP recalc is still one of these things that, like, I feel like I don't know exactly the interactions between the new rules yet. Because, boy, it's strange. All right, I think this means that we can still keep building GDP by building art academies. Yeah, we should be able to do that. All right, well, let's build another art academy, I guess. 5, 1. That should be building GDP now, I think. Yeah. Oh, man. Jeez, we need to build more government admins, too. We need government administration. We need convoys. This one is the real question mark. I have no idea why it's fluctuating up and down so much in terms of convoys. Maybe that's a visual bug, but maybe it's something that we're doing in regards to, like, trade. I'd believe that. Wait a second. Did the private construction build government administrations? No, that's not possible. No, Walker, you just forgot that you queued them. That's impossible. Claw marks in solid stone. Okay. That's still good. That's still good. Let's export some groceries. Yeah, this is working. It's slow going, but it is working. It could be that the trade routes are fluctuating and thereby impacting the convoys. That is very possible. But that just means we need more ports, right? No, Walker. That just means that you need to fix whatever is hampering your demand. It's probably still peasants. It's less peasants than it was before, but it's still a lot of peasants. Oh yeah, just infinite number of radicals all the time. That's the only way to play. That I hope remains true across every single version of Victoria 3, where radicals is a good number. Is Japan doing okay? I mean, last I saw, not really. Last I saw, Japan was having a pretty hard time. Because what happened to them is I think there's still, yeah, it looks like there's still a Russian dominion. And I'm going to assume that every single time that Russia gets into a war that it can't win in Europe, that it offers Austria part of Japan. Because that seems to be what's going on over there. They really have been losing control of it. Oh my god, we've made zero progress on our GDP. Are we really gonna do this? Just find some more people to export liquor to. Just go. There's got to be somebody. There's got to be a new market somewhere. We could just be attacking people and forcing them to release stuff. That That probably would have been a good idea. Get you more trade partners. Oh. 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 Walker, you just had people you weren't trading with, you dummy. Well, that seems like a skill issue. Good. Yeah, this has been a really rough time for Japan, no doubt. Like, I don't know what's going on over there, or why this enact multiculturalism revolution has gotten up to 98%. Are you guys really going to start a civil war over this? Alright. Go crazy. Have fun with your cheese whiz. Get crazy, I guess. Alright, where did we just annex somebody? We just annexed somebody. Laos. Yes, there we go. Should we annex Tainan? 1898. Almost. We can almost annex Tainan. Oh, we could reduce Luang Prabang into a puppet? Maybe? Can we do that? Less than cordial. No, so you do need to reduce them down to a puppet. You do still need to do that. Alright, well that's going to give interest group approval to literal somebody, which I guess we could use. We could use that. Anybody being less angry, that could be pretty useful. Are these guys just getting slaughtered by turmoil? Is that what's holding our economy back? Are we just getting slaughtered by turmoil? Is that what's going on in every single state out here? Jesus Christ, Walker. All right. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to downsize. Oh my God, we can't downsize the construction with a revolution brewing. All right. Whenever that's done, we're going to downsize our construction. We're going to build up our bureaucracy, and then we're going to go ahead and crank our law enforcement. That's got to be the only that's got to be the problem. So it's no, it's not usually the industrialists. Now it's radicals specifically. Now they've changed it so that radicals specifically are the thing and the only thing that endorses multiculturalism specifically. The intelligentsia still endorse it versus like some extremely conservative things. Oh no, they oppose it now. So, yeah. Oh, no, it's Reformer. Reformer endorses multiculturalism instead of some extremely conservative things. Oh, no, I'm not. It's not about using more institutions or not. It's that I'm 100% sure. I'm 100% sure that the biggest problem in our economy right now is this. And that's going to be ubiquitous. It's going to be all over the country right now because we've just been, like, ignoring... Oh, no. God damn it, Walker. Not like this. All right, well, it's like 7:15 and I know what we did. But basically, because we didn't build up our police, and I'm sure that is why we did not hit 1 billion. But because we didn't build up our police, turmoil got out of control here, and that dramatically slowed down our ability to actually like build because of state construction efficiency problems that I'm sure we're dragging down our economic growth all over the country. And so you can still run really high taxes. You can do that. We were not even running really high taxes there. We were just getting tons and tons of radicals because you just get like tons of radicals in the game. This is like kind of always going to be going on in Victoria 3. And so we could have been setting up more bureaucracy to build out some of the more powerful government institutions, Sid, but we had a really powerful landowner for a really long time that was not useful for getting that sort of stuff done. We got a lot of economic stuff done, but we didn't do something that's absolutely critical. And that was my fault. Like 20, 30 years ago, we should have just built up our bureaucracy a whole bunch and then maxed our law enforcement. That was kind of like unforgivably dumb. So don't do that. Don't do stupid things. Don't be unforgivably dumb. when you are building up an economy in 1.2, you need to slot not just law enforcement in, but you need to slot level 5 law enforcement into your development plan, especially because of this new change to turmoil. Like, before the slowing down your state construction efficiency problem emerged, turmoil was largely just an ignorable thing. But now it actually matters. Like, now they've made it so that you should care, because a massive state construction efficiency penalty crushes the growth of your economy. And I'm sure that is 1,000% why we're not at a billion by now, because I'm just dumb and I forgot to do something important. But I'm not reloading a game from 20 years ago. So I'm gonna say that we're gonna pause the stream here. It's 1898. I think we know where this is going. We're gonna fix it, but we do need to get law enforcement up to like level 5. And it may have been useful to get some of, like, we could have gotten National Guard on the books pretty easily, and that would have given us a lot more tools in regards to dealing with the landowners, like, by preventing them from having civil war. But yeah, like, here, we would have ended up getting torn apart. So you can't use local police force is capped at level 3. That's the only reason you can't do that. It's because dedicated police force, so you get +2 max level institution investment. Same with militarized. Those are the only ways to get above a level 3 police. And so otherwise, yes. Otherwise, you would be able to get up to level 5 local police force and then have 0 penalties from turmoil. As it stands, you can't do that. And because of the state construction efficiency penalty, that means that like radicals and turmoil from radicals matters more in 1.2. But that's something that I just did a video on trade turmoil and infamy, and then just completely boffed it on dealing with turmoil. You dummy. This is a lot of bureaucracy. That's true. It's a lot of bureaucracy to get up there. But it would have been worth it. I promise it would have been worth it. It's really good. But that's sort of the other reason. Like, I think probably as East India Company, you don't want to conquer these territories, because I don't think you can make economic use of it. Because now coring territories is more important than ever in regards to dealing with turmoil, like, short term. And so if we were to conquer this territory, then maybe we wouldn't core it. Yeah, Russia hasn't. Let's do a brief look around before we pause it. So the UK is the largest economy in the world, I'm sure, nominally, or the highest prestige in the world, because they actually have like almost 300 million GDP, and they have 3.4K max construction. Where are they in terms of their technology? All right, they've made great strides in terms of their technology. Look, they have innovation. They don't just have innovation; they have innovation. They have unspent innovation. We have an independent Finland. We have the North German Federation. We still have the U.S. in control of Mexico. Chile has control over most of Patagonia here. Man. Yeah, but the AI is definitely, like, done stuff, right? Like, we have France in control of Ausa. We have a France in control of Oman. We have a Bedouin uprising rising up against Austria at the same time that Austria might be having revolutionary Austria over here. I don't know. That seems interesting. Oh, and of course, Japan and Korea just getting, like, eviscerated by imperial powers. But like there's god, right, and the Aboriginal people rose up against Australia and won, right? It's good that'll show them. That's wild. I don't know what has happened with the UK in regards to its inability to defend against some of these uprisings now, but boy, there's some stuff going on there. Yeah, Uluru's here. We've got Ireland. We have a 2-state solution in Ethiopia. So there was this is an Aboriginal uprising against Australia that actually won. And this remains a dominion of the UK, so the Uluru must have defeated the UK like 1v1, because they were struggling in some of their wars. It looks like they lost control of their treaty port, for instance, apparently to an uprising. That's pretty wild. But the UK has lost a lot of territory to uprisings, and I think that's probably, they probably just didn't develop their law enforcement well either. No, they didn't. Yeah, just develop your law enforcement. Like, it's good. It's good. If you don't have a level 5 law enforcement by like 1880, you're gonna regret it. You're gonna regret it. All right. Yeah, that's Walker. I think it's time for me to get moving on cooking supper. But I had a really good time. Hopefully next time I remember to play better and we actually build a police force and we actually get to 1 billion. But it's much harder in 1.2. And I'm glad that we did this, because it was really good practice for me. We're definitely going to be doing a GDP rework video probably in the next couple of days. All right, thanks for coming by. See you guys.